I guess the music's a little low, but whatever. Oh, we were able to start on time today. That's nice. Can I get a soda, Kara? Thanks. Forgot. I guess I should wear headphones because Kara's still mulling about. When she puts the stream on, I can hear myself, and it's weird as hell. That's fine. I don't understand people who satisfy with ordinary pop music. They just listen to whatever radio station decides they should like. And my God, they like it. Some people even think oh shit, really? Weirdos only. Maybe they're right. Maybe we are weird. Maybe this music is weird. Thank you. Maybe the clubs are overrated. We're in this together. Bit of a good day. We didn't get so the person still that I was talking about, the DSA, to get the information for the Chevron stuff, the boycott Chevron thing. They are out on. They're still a part of the delegation thing, so they haven't gotten back in town basically, and they're kind of busy. And I get it. And I guess there's no super rush specifically. At least I hope there's not a rush. I wonder what a house will be like in the future. Today, I do need to check my schedule. Hold on. Because I have that meeting with the peoples. Let's just hope that house music will keep its soul. Let's just hope that DJs will keep their skills. But actually, I don't give a shit. We don't give a shit. City councilors. So that is at 9 a.m. So that makes sense that I should just stay awake, or at the very least do a slight nap. But let's see. 9 a.m. is a pre-meeting. 10 a.m. is the actual city hall thing. And maybe we'll even, like, I don't know, meet up somewhere. So I definitely have an end time for today's stream. So I'll keep that in mind for sure. And that would be going for fucking 8 hours, which I've done plenty of 8-hour streams, but I should get my stream chat back up. Hold on. Then, whoop, cool. Working group meeting on Wednesday. Eco-social working group on Tuesday afternoon. Okay. Just looking at the different things available. We can just jump straight into some reacts, because why not? Some weird stuff I haven't seen before. Some other stuff that's... We can start off with something long, but gets us into the show. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that like that. I should do my other tab button. And then I still try to pause it as fast as possible, but I failed. Hit the old backward. Grab the link. Throw it into this. For that.
Hello there, general audience. It's me.
I need to pause the music. What's up with me? I misclicked. I'm just falling apart.
Cody McNews with the news. ICE and the entire deportation and detainment apparatus. That's the news, and dare I say, there's going to be a lot of it. We already know that they are terrible, unpopular, evil, can't dance, etc. But there's one aspect about the way they function that should be discussed more often, and that is the constant, relentless, bald-faced lies. I know that sounds quaint these days, what with the entire Trump administration just sort of existing, but there's actually something way scarier about the consequence to the lies that ICE and Homeland Security tell. It's one of those destroying the fabric of society situations, a demonstrable impact on basic Magna Carta-ass institutions such as a system of laws and justice. And so myself and the rest of the McNews family wanted to talk about and debunk and detail these lies. Untruths that, in the grand scheme of history, might be far more consequential than any other lie happening right now. Yes, even that one you're thinking of. The one you tell yourself every morning to get through the day. Sorry if that got too real, but there's just not gonna be a new Blade movie anytime soon. You have to face that fact eventually. ICE lies. I mean, maybe they'll pull through with a script, maybe. It's been years. Okay, so these lies are gonna come in two basic categories: Marvel movies and ICE stuff. We've gone through all the Marvel crap, so on to ICE, and that is also in two categories. Those told to the public or to judges to enable or justify deportations, and the lies told to immigrants to lure them into traps. Both types are equally dangerous, not only for immigrants, but for citizens as well. And we're going to start with the former, and specifically with one of the more notable cases. That's the Kilmar Abrego Garcia story, which is ongoing as of filming this episode. That case has become something of a litmus test for what the Trump administration can get away with, both in the bullshit they spew and the illegal actions they take. For context, Kilmar Abrego came to the US in 2011 when he was 16, seeking asylum from a gang in El Salvador that was extorting and threatening him and his family. In 2019, he was arrested outside a Home Depot because he was looking for work and ultimately detained for 7 months. He was accused of being an MS-13 based on the fact that he was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat. An officer claimed he received a confidential...
I did not really... I guess I didn't do enough research on this story when it originally came out, but I did not know that he was arrested back in 2019. That's crazy.
Tip that Abrego was part of the Western's MS-13 gang in New York, even though Abrego never lived in that state. That police officer later was suspended for giving confidential information to a sex worker. So here comes the first lie.
This is a MS-13 gang member, a tough cookie, been in lots of skirmishes, beat the hell out of his wife, and the wife was petrified to even talk about him, okay?
So addressing that first part, despite what Trump keeps saying, Abrego was not found to be a gang member. One judge did mention the informant had claimed Abrego as a gang member, the one the suspended officer had cited, but Abrego was not charged with any crimes, nor in any way proven or verified to be in any gang. Claims by informants, you see, have to actually be proven for them to hold up in court. Well, that's the idea, at least. A judge that same year, while not granting him asylum, gave him protected status against being deported due to the risk of being targeted by gang violence back in El Salvador. The court specifically barred any deportation of Abrego to El Salvador. Abrego checked in with ICE every year, and the Department of Homeland Security allowed him a work permit. As for that second part of Trump's claim, after his 7-month detention, his wife said he went through a behavioral change, becoming physically and verbally abusive. She filed a protective order against him twice, then rescinded the protective orders. She says that they sought counseling and that they had closed that chapter. No charges were ever filed against Abrego. And to be clear, we're not trying to do PR for this guy. Her allegations against him were extremely severe and disturbing.
Also, I mean, yeah, but does not mean that he needs to be detained or deported via ICE specifically. Domestic abuse is obviously a problem, but also treating a human like an inhuman animal will have some side effects. But that's a bit of a personal matter between the family on that side. And then, oh man, there was like, oh right, Donald Trump calling somebody a monster for doing domestic abuse is hilarious given his actual history when he wasn't treated like an animal and detained against, you know, his legal rights and being lied about by officers, and then they ignore the fact that there's no evidence and then still punish him.
But this is a good opportunity to note something for the rest of the video. Someone can do something morally wrong, be an asshole, be a bad person, prefer mug over Barq's root beer, and is still entitled to their legal rights. That's kind of the entire point of having rights rather than privileges. There has to be a system in which someone's wrongdoings are adjudicated rather than punished based on bad vibes. I mean, doesn't the right hate cancel culture?
I kind of just started off here. Not too much to talk about in the morning. The person I'm working with to coordinate on the Chevron communication with the owner, they're still out at the DSA convention in Chicago. They didn't have time to like go over all the details, which is totally fine. And I have my thing at 9 a.m. that I want to make sure I'm ready for, so I won't have a full length stream here, obviously. But I should really go pretty long. I mean, the thing's at 9 for the prep thing, 30 minutes to drive, maybe a little extra time to prep myself, whatever, some small things, but yeah.
I'm not defending domestic violence here, but rather pointing out that if we started sending everyone with alleged domestic violence to an El Salvadoran prison, we'd also be including President Donald Trump, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, Republican Congressman Corey Mills, and Speaker at Trump's inauguration, UFC President Dana White, to name a few. I'm willing to make that sacrifice, but are Republicans. Not to mention that if ICE or Trump actually cared about domestic violence, they'd probably be concerned about 40% of cops in America.
Ooh.
But regarding this specific
Classic.
topic, if they actually cared about domestic violence, they wouldn't have removed their policy of sensitive zones, which now allow ICE to enter women's shelters for domestic violence. This is a pattern where they talk about immigrants harming others like kids and women, and then harm those exact same people in their quest to deport immigrants, because they don't actually care. So back to the Abrego case. In March of this year, he was pulled over with his young special needs baby in the car, then arrested, then put on a plane and sent to El Salvador's notoriously inhumane CCOT prison.
I see. So this is where I thought the story started, and then where the like talks about him wearing a Chicago Bulls jersey meant that he was a gang member, but that was referring to the 2019 original encounter with ICE, which is also tells you how long this bullshit's been going on. Obviously cranked up in the most recent administration, but ICE has been a stain on us ever since.
Despite the court order explicitly blocking him from being deported to, specifically, El Salvador. And when I say arrested, I'm being generous. Kidnapped, maybe, because no one seems to know why he was pulled over in the first place. And so here's where the lies become more frantic, stupid, and cruel. First, Trump administration immigration officials admitted that Abrego was sent to El Salvador due to an administrative error. So let's just be aware of that through this entire explanation. A DOJ lawyer admitted that they made a mistake by sending him there. Oh, and then they fired that lawyer, of course. Then, of course, border czar, fake job, Tom Homan, claimed that in fact this wasn't a mistake, just a mere oversight, but also, coincidentally, totally the right thing to do. Quote, there was an oversight, there was a withholding order, but the facts surrounding the withholding order had changed. He is now a terrorist, and the gang he was fearing from being removed from El Salvador no longer exists. This is yet another lie, a bushel of lies, what we in the biz call bullshit. What's the evidence that Abrego is now a terrorist? Well, the Chicago Bulls hat he wore back in 2019, and the informant who claimed he was a member of MS-13 in the state he never lived in. Oh, that's all it takes. I'm so sorry, Chicago Bulls fans. I mean, even more sorry. Also, the gang that Abrego fled in 2011, Barrio 18, does in fact still exist, particularly inside of CCOT, where thousands of members are being held. You know, the prison that Abrego was sent to, along with a huge number of innocent people due to El Salvador's shady legal system. So contrary to Tom Homan's lie, the facts surrounding the withholding...
The CCOT prison in El Salvador was sort of like another video that I was going to make about, because it's similar to the RFK video where I wanted to talk about fluoride, and then a more zoomed out inspection of like our understanding of how to disseminate information given to us via experts versus government versus whatever, and how to, you know, have a best practice, whatever. That video got muddled, and I didn't feel smart enough to write the script in a way that made sense and a cohesive thing. I also want to make a video about El Salvador. And like, as a nobody, as an idiot, I'm like, I don't know. That just sounds like a place that's, you know, whatever. It probably has a corrupt, rough, you know, government thing. But then how did that happen? So I guess it was like a little, you know, one part history of a bunch of different interventions that we've done to make the place significantly worse every time we get involved. But then also an inspection of, I guess, like the current regime that runs El Salvador, and how they say, like, look, it's you know, it's a pretty rough prison, but you can't argue with the results. And then they look at like the citizens who are like, crime is down now, as they're all like terrified of the gang of police officers that are constantly, you know, terrorizing them. So yeah,
withholding order had not changed. The withholding order came after the unproven accusation.
Again, felt woefully imprecise in my ability to gather knowledge on the specifics. I had a decent little mini script kind of out. It's just ended up stop. I wasn't able to follow through. It's a skill that I want to get better at, is having an idea and then fleshing it out into an actual sort of essay, I guess, and then making a video of the essay.
That Abrego was a gang member and no new evidence had surfaced. Lie. His weird statement that he is now a terrorist refers to the fact that the Trump administration changed the MS-13 designation to a terrorist organization, not to any actual evidence against Abrego. So that's what passes for due process now. The Trump administration, after admitting that they mistakenly deported you to a place they specifically were told not to, can say some group is a terrorist organization, can claim you're part of that group with no proof, and bada bing, you're a terrorist now, buddy. Congratulations. You get a free subscription to Terrorist Weekly, and also...
It's interesting because in Britain, Palestine Action is being deemed a terrorist organization because they protested the war, the genocide, actually. And they spray painted planes with red paint symbolizing, you know, blood and death. Those same planes that then deliver, you know, lethal aid to Israel to then kill people in Iran and Gaza and the West Bank and etc. And actually, Keir Starmer was the one to be like, hey, I don't like that. You guys are terrorists. How could you? But flashback, Keir Starmer was a lawyer who helped defend people who did that same exact thing back in the Iraq War specifically. Or he may have even been a part of the organization that did that thing. So then him to then broad brush classify the entire organization as a terrorist Both, one, for just doing a nonviolent protest, and two, it's the entire organization. Like, if you wanted to somehow charge the one person who did it, that still makes no sense, but at least it's the person that did it, not the entire organization. What, do you have evidence that every single person voted for that fucking thing? What the fuck are you talking about? It's insane. And then they're arresting 80-year-old people. All the bobbies are out there doing it. So, and then the crowds are against it. People visiting are like, what the fuck is this? This is crazy. Obviously, it's nothing compared to American oppression, but hopefully that smoke for, wait, you're just calling this terrorist because you don't like it? I see. This is dumb. Hopefully they look over at this now, but I worry that the extra coating of brown going on might, oh, look, these are the Hispanic people. These are gang members. They might see that as a different thing.
Sling TV for some reason. Of course, when people started pointing out there's no actual credible evidence of Abrego being in MS-13, President Detective Photo Printout pulls out an image of Abrego's knuckles with tattoos of a weed leaf, a smiley face, a cross, and a skull, with Photoshop numbers underneath spelling MS-13. Now, people started pointing out that this was clearly Photoshopped, to which I say, come on. Yes, it's justification pulled out of his ass, but he's not literally claiming that the crudely photoshopped MS-13 are actually tattooed on Abrego's hands. It's clearly a chart claiming dubiously that the tattoos somehow stand for MS-13. It doesn't make sense, but at least it's not as completely stupid as claiming that the MS Paint 13 numbers are actually real. We're gonna cut to a clip of him saying that, aren't we?
He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not
Don't
have the
do that.
letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshop. So let me
That was Photoshop. Terry, you can't do that.
Oh, no.
Terry, you can't do that.
Oh, my
Terry,
goodness.
you can't do that.
My
you
goodness.
can't do
And
that.
he's like, wait, he's still the president. I mean, I guess technically it wasn't Photoshopped because Photoshop would look better, but woof! Woof, I say! Bad president. But hey, at least this can't get any stupider, right? Am I right? It's weird no one is confirming that I'm right.
A U.S. senator sitting down with the deported immigrant. But what are they drinking? Is it really margaritas?
No, it's not. Hope that helps. It's not. Here's the senator describing what happened.
We just had glasses of water on the table. I think maybe some coffee. And as we were talking, one of the government people came over and deposited 2 other glasses on the table with ice, and I don't know if it was salt or sugar around the top, but they look like margaritas. And let me just be very clear. Neither of us touched the drinks that were in front of us. Nobody drank any margaritas or sugar water or whatever it is.
I probably would have drank the fake margaritas. If I'm being
Who
honest
the
with
fuck
myself.
cares?
I mean, you put something in front of me, I'm gonna drink it, all right? You've seen the ads. Anyway, woof again, double woof. What an obvious and weird lie. Like, are we children? What is the narrative they are spinning by sticking a margarita glass in this photo op? That Abrego is like this terrorist gangbanger who was punished by our hero Trump and then sentenced to a Salvadoran sandals resort? He's having margaritas, you see, so it's fine that he's been illegally deported from his family. Because he got a margarita. And so, what, they're gonna use that one obvious photo op to claim that they are above the law? Yep, that is what they're gonna do.
We deported gang members, including the one you had a margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and that guy...
Oh my god. Oh, fuck. I forget how fucking evil they are. God damn, dude. I have this fucking naivete bullshit built into me. It's like giving benefit of the doubt. Not that I ever thought Marco Rubio was a good dude. He's from Florida. We've had a long history with him, but just misguided, doesn't quite get it. But obviously, he knows what to do, to throw out fucking stupid things like that, to then make people have to go, no, it wasn't. We didn't drink it, and I don't think it was a margarita, which then just distracts from the entire conversation. It's just so evil. And then call him a gang banger. You know, I'm embarrassed how much it twists up my insides with like the searing rage to be like, what? You know better than this. This is so fucked. I wish I wasn't an atheist so I could believe he would burn in hell. You know what I mean? Like, that's just kind of like the world is what it is, and this motherfucker can just live life like anybody else, enjoy the fucking benefits of being a fuckhead and an evil person, lie, be cruel, and he ends up having what might be considered a more secure life than others. That's just fucking wrong, man. It's so... like, there's so much injustice all over the place. So why does this one random thing just hit me? But it's just like the least. It's just not. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just. It sucks.
And the evidence is going to be clear. In the days to come,
Mr.
you're
Chairman,
going to see who you went to
look,
defend. I'm no judge, and the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy. No judge can tell me how I have to outreach to a foreign partner or what I need to say to them. And if I do reach to that foreign partner and talk to them, I have under no obligation to share that with the judiciary branch.
Man, I don't think you can just say someone is a human trafficker, at least not without credible evidence. Like, perhaps if there was video of him partying with a human trafficker at Mar-a-Lago, then maybe. Like, if you're really good friends with a human trafficker and then there's some sort of falling out with them, and your defenders claim that the falling out was because he was creepy to young girls at your club, but then you're asked about it and you say, actually, we had a falling out because he was trying to hire people for my club, and then they're like, wait, underage girls? And he's like, yeah, I guess. Then maybe.
Also, to specifically one of the larger, more well-known accusers of Jeffrey Epstein being poached from Mar-a-Lago specifically. Like, it's not just a person who then worked. It was a person who was then poached to be trafficked from your place after interacting with them at your place with you. What, did I mute it? Fuck.
Then maybe. Sure. But in Kilmar's case, the accusation comes from a traffic stop where he was driving 9 other people. During that stop, the cops accused him of trafficking people and having $1,400 on him. And then let him go with a warning. You know, as you do for human traffickers.
A
So I guess
warning?
if you're a cop, you can just
Well,
say someone is a human trafficker.
We don't know what you're doing, but be warned, you motherfucker. How dare you drive people to and from a workplace? How dare you and your fellow workers who just got paid a bunch of money be driving around? How fucking dare you? You be warned. You know, what the fuck?
Trafficker. My bad.
We live in a police state. And we've been in one for a long time. God damn, dude. Papers, please. Gestapo ass shit.
Also, the Trump administration did, in fact, have to provide.
I thought that was so fucking weird. Like, at one point, I took money out. Way back when I was still in college, I was like getting, because this is after the car accident where I had that tiny bit of like money extra that helped my entire life start. And I took a big chunk of it and gave it to my brother so that way he could then apply to like some coding technical school because he was like not doing great in like the traditional university setting. And it costs a lot of money. It's up front, it's a private thing, whatever. But I had money to do it. I'm like, why take a loan from a bank where you're going to get fucked when I can just give you the money for my money and you pay me back, you know, no interest. You're my brother. That's what we did. But it was this weird rule where like I could not deposit money or wire transfer without having a fee. So I couldn't just send him money. I had to go to a bank and they were like, oh, but you see, if you deposit cash, it's fine. So I would have to go to my bank, withdraw cash, then go to my brother's bank and then deposit cash because he needed it in his account quickly to then make the application process because he also procrastinates and he also needed it as soon as possible or some bullshit. And I'm like, I can do this. You're my brother. I love you. So I go to my bank and we get like a bunch of money, like, I don't know, $10,000. It was some amount of money, whatever it was. And we just put it in Kara's purse and we're driving to the next place. And people were like, you know, it was crazy to have that much money stuffed in a purse and it felt weird to be doing it. We had never seen so much money in our entire life, like, you know, all that kind of stuff. We're young kids. It's kind of goofy. But someone was like, yeah, if you get caught with all this money, you might get arrested. And I'm like, why the fuck would I get arrested for having money? What the fuck? Why the fuck would I get arrested for having money? The guy's suspicious to have money like that. I'm like, I don't care if it's suspicious. You can't just fucking arrest. What the fuck? It made no sense to me whatsoever. So what if you just don't want banks? You know, it's a dumb idea, but you could do it. You can do all kinds of dumbass shit in America. Why the fuck would you get arrested for just having too much money? Like, you don't arrest goddamn billionaires who have too much money. yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, and hearing about the civil after, like, well, we assume that you might be a drug dealer, so we're going to take it. Actually, you've never been charged, but we're allowed to keep the money we took from you regardless. I'm like, what? That's crazy. If that happened, I would have. I don't know what I would have done. I don't know what I would have done if that happened. Where they just robbed me, like the gang robbed me. You know, like, what the fuck? You know, you go to, like, you know, the local news and, like, you know, they're on your side. And they go, please help me. The cops robbed me. I was trying to help my brother get through school and they robbed me. And it wasn't like I was stripping to help him get through school. I was just giving him some money. And then when we got to the bank, they were like, actually, you can't deposit this much cash. This is weird. Just do this other thing instead. And they go, why the fuck did they tell me to do this then? I don't know. I'm just following the bank's orders. They told me this. Like, I'm not trying. I get it. It's unusual, but come on, man. What the fuck?
Evidence that they were trying to comply with the Supreme Court order to facilitate the return of Abrego to the United States. Which brings us to another lie, which is that the Supreme Court did not order the Trump administration to get Abrego Garcia back, and that they actually sided with the Trump administration.
I remember this.
For context, the Supreme Court ruled that the Trump administration had to facilitate the return of Abrego to the United States, as stated in the Supreme Court ruling upholding the lower court order that, quote, requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. Webster's dictionary defines facilitate as to help bring something about.
It's my understanding.
So what is the Trump administration's take on this very clear order? Trump's policy chief and dried dog turd Stephen Miller claimed, quote, the ruling solely stated that if this individual at El Salvador's sole discretion was sent back to our country, we could deport him a second time. So, you know, a bald-faced lie from a bald-faced man. You see how exhausting this is? Debunking one lie opens up a whole other bunch of side quest lies, like a lie fractal, and it's infuriating and designed to make us want to give up. You turn in the debunk of the lie, and then they're like, okay, but now you have to deal with this other lie, but it's on the other side of the map, and there's no fast travel, so you have to grind the materials to make the vehicle to go to the other side of the map to debunk that lie, and then you have to bring it back to the original location. Some of us have jobs. I mean, not me really, but some of us, Luckily,
Same.
I drink Turbo Warmbo Grind Juice Energy Slush to start my day, which tends to last about 21 hours before I black out from chest pains. So I'm never giving up. I can sit and read and yell all day. I medically died for 3 minutes yesterday, and I was still screaming the entire time. Turbo Warmbo, on sale now at our merch store. Anyway, so you accidentally sent a guy to the very country he was seeking asylum from against a court order. Whoops-a-diddly-doopsie, but what can you doozy? That horse has left the barn, and by horse I mean human being, and by barn I mean constitutional protections. But whatever could the government of the most powerful country on earth even do? Their hands are tied! I mean, not tied in the same way they tie the hands of teenage immigrants who make a right turn on red in literal handcuffs, but you know, tied. How are they supposed to get him back all the way from El Salvador, a country we have absolutely no leverage with, other than the fact we're paying them tens of millions of dollars to rent out their people zoo for those we deem our undesirables? Attorney General Pam Bondi claimed that it's really all up to El Salvador, that there's literally nothing else they can do, saying, quote, if they want to return him, we would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane. That's up for El Salvador if they want to return him. Meanwhile, President Bukele of El Salvador claims there's nothing he can do either, saying, quote, I don't have the power to return him to the United States. Even if we provide the plane? You're sitting right next to each other, guys. Figure it out. But sadly, no. The poor, powerless president of a country has his hands tied too. Not like they tied the hands of human rights attorney Ruth Eleonora Lopez when they arrested her and handcuffed her, but you know, hands are tied. So, geez, I guess, no one had the authority to bring him back, like he's in the Phantom Zone. Again, they think we're children here. Imagine if what they were saying was true.
DC reference.
That a person can be put in this legislative Schrodinger's cat. It would be scandalous news. Meanwhile, Trump, a stupid guy, just came right out and knocked over all the cards, outright saying he could, in fact, get Abrego back. He just doesn't want to.
You could get him back.
He does this all the time, where he just, everyone, all the evil little fucking goblins that make my insides get fucking twisted up and bleed internally, they set up this whole elaborate, means-tested kind of like the best way to lie and to distract the fucking media and to muddle the argument. And then Trump comes out and completely blows up the entire thing.
There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
You could pick it up, and with all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
That's the thing, because Trump knows the bully pulpit, the phone calls, the fucking just calling somebody a piece of shit. Like, that's just the thing that he can do. He goes over and bitches at the guys from Canada. He bitches at the guys from fucking Greenland. He shits all over fucking the leader of Ukraine, like, without power to do it. He just shits on them and puts the pressure on them. Everything, all the laws are vibes, and they just have to see if they're actually going to happen or not. It's all you and what army, and then when someone does something, they have to decide, I guess we're okay with this or not okay with it, right? That's how every fucking thing ultimately comes down. It's not like it's fucking magnets where they goes like, oh wow, look, womp, womp. Like, oh, negative and negative are like pushing each other away. Crazy. Like, it's not like that.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the court has
he's
ordered
not.
you to facilitate that.
I'm not the one making this decision.
It's so funny how there's that Aaron Sorkin view of politics and justice where the bad guy is tricked into confessing and is therefore found guilty and punished. Yet, you got the first part of that right, but somehow not the second. I think Trump clearly resented having to ever lie about lacking the power to do something. He'll lie about pretty much everything. He loves lying. He's got a lies kink. But if the lie is about him being weak against some other country, well, can't have that. So yeah, they eventually brought him back to the United States easily, by the way. They brought him back, albeit to...
Like, even that photo op, that situation when they were trying to, like, this senator, or I think a senator, maybe governor, whoever it was, the person that went down to El Salvador to talk to Abrego specifically, he didn't get to come home with him. Like, just smuggle his ass back. I don't give a fuck, dude. They had to put him back in the fucking prison at that point. It's crazy to me that they got him out. They sat him down at this fucking restaurant and then like, all right, back in the hole. Like, that's fucking wild. You know, the fucking guards that are with the fucking senator just pull out their guns and say, back up, he's ours now. And then they're like, oh shit, you know, SEAL Team 6 is like his fucking, you know, staffers or whatever secretly, right? Like, why the fuck wouldn't you do that? God damn it. It makes me so fucking mad. Oh,
fucking him around easily. They always could. They just didn't want to and lied. Like, they objectively lied about this. There's no spin you can put on it. They accidentally deported him. Then they said they couldn't bring him back. Then Trump said he could easily bring him back. And then they brought him back. It's not just lies, but lazy lies. Stuff that we used to care about, but we all know it doesn't matter anymore. Which is kind of the...
I wonder if when Trump is done, when he's in the ground one day after natural causes, when he finally, you know, hangs up the political mantle as another option, right? Had his 2 terms and somehow does not feel emboldened to go for a third because, hey, you know, I actually earned that previous one. Maybe I should go for a third. What do you think, guys? You know, whatever the fuck bullshit they're going to pull. But when it's finally over, for sure, one way or the other, I wonder if we're going to go back or if that's one of those ratchet effects where, like, now we've gone that far. There was that couple of years after the Biden win in 2020 where people kind of felt like in the 21, 22, people felt like Trump didn't have the steez anymore. He lost. He was out. I wonder, what's up, Darius? Cody is right now talking about how these lies used to mean something, being caught in an obvious bullshit. Being a little fuckwit that Trump is, it used to mean something, but it doesn't anymore. And I would just wonder if when Trump is done and gone, if that's going to somehow come back or if that's just no longer a thing. You know, the Matt Gaetz is out there being flagrant fucking people. He's the disheveled newsman style. His papers are all crinkled with scribbles on it. You know, it's like a part of the bit that they do for the show.
Point of this entire video. They can just lie routinely in visual form, like some kind of propaganda.
Behind us in the wider shot, the North Lawn is dotted with 100 yard signs that show illegal immigrant mugshots next to the heinous crime that they have been accused of.
Yeah, those aren't mugshots. They called them mugshots. The media keeps calling them mugshots. Even lefty-ass MSNBC calls them mugshots.
MSDNC.
But if you actually look at the posters, most of them weren't mugshots. They were an assortment of different random photos of the accused, most either outside or in their cars, with their alleged crime written under the photo. A mugshot would show they're actually being booked and given due process, which isn't actually happening. They weren't convicted of crimes. This is Nazi-level posting the crimes of Jews style fascist propaganda. I'm not being an alarmist when I say that their lies are becoming disturbingly authoritarian. This administration is out there blatantly lying about what habeas corpus is.
Well, habeas...
That's Trump's version of Guess Who, isn't it? I just put this one up earlier. That's the unnecessary surgeries thing. So like, let me put the anti-flashbang filter on, sorry. Bang. Take it down a notch. Despite Trump's administration's rhetoric accusing Democrats of protecting violent criminals and drug-dealing immigrants, the administration's arrests have been catching a smaller share of criminals overall and a smaller share of people convicted of violent and drug crimes than even the Biden administration, which is insane that the Biden administration was doing the same shit. 40% of the nearly 112,000. This is from back in, about a couple of weeks ago. From January 20th, aka when Trump came into office, through late June, compared to the 53% of the arrests in the same time period under the Biden administration. But that's also just crimes specifically, right? Not even just like violent crime. The share of people convicted of violent crime fell from 10% to 7%, and drug crimes from 9% to 5%. So a traffic violation, hitting somebody with your car is considered a crime or whatever, where you get like a charge on you. These are like shoplifting or something. Like, these aren't like the violent criminals they're talking about, right? yeah. So it's just nuts. And then I scrolled down eventually to like, there was like a graph, I think, or I thought there was a graph. Now I'm crazy. Oh, I guess it didn't pull up when I zoomed out. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Oh, there it is. It just didn't load in for a second. Because Florida, where I live, the percentage is even lower, right? So, what the fuck? Like, some of the states where you might think, like, where they're the most fucking racist and bullshit, what do you know? They're catching a higher proportion of not actually valid people. They're just stopping motherfuckers. So it's just one of those things that I saw the other day, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna keep that as a bookmark or something, just so I can pull it up if I need to.
Corpus is a constitutional right that the president has to be able to remove people from this country and suspend their right to.
Within 75 years, we've gone from the left being anti-immigration and the right pro-immigration to this. So 75 years ago, be what? 1950? The Democrats, the left, air quotes, were against immigration? Really? That's crazy. Because right now, the Democrats are anti-immigration. Kamala Harris ran on, we need to work on the southern border. We're going to build the border wall. Like, Biden's administration was also doing ICE detentions and shit just as much, within a certain percentage, it's 7% instead of 5% 10 to 7% for violent, and then 9 to 5% for drug crime, right? In Europe, it was about trade unionists having labor costs diluted, and the right liked cheap labor. Yeah, I mean, there's better ways to protect labor when you have immigration, right? Such as minimum wages or unions, regulations. Like, we have a big thing where undocumented workers pick a lot of the fruits in the South. There are lots of factory farming, in a sense, where like machines are able to like shuck corn and pick it and do things. There's machines that can like pull fucking almonds off of trees. There's all kinds of machinery that can be bought, but it's expensive. It has to be maintained, whatever it is. So some places go, well, look, we just got a bunch of apples or a bunch of oranges, whatever. We're just going to pay a bunch of the new lowest class possible, the untouchables, the undocumented. We're going to pay them a terrible wage with very little protections, treat them like shit. And whenever they begin to say, wait a minute, we should have something better than this, they then call ICE on themselves, have them all rounded up. They pay a very small fine for having undocumented laborers, and then they just get the next batch in. They should just make it straight up like criminally illegal to hire people without like proper fucking, documentation. And also, you should make documentation easier. Like, if you actually cared about undocumented labor ruining the marketplace, then just punish the actual businesses that just pay them less. But the businesses go, no, don't punish us. We want the cheap labor, it's insane, right? Didn't Reagan give immunity to all the illegal workers in the 80s? Right, yeah. Amnesty was a big thing he pushed for. And people were in favor of it. Hell, even when you poll Americans, they go, we want people to come in the right way, but also they should give amnesty to people who've been here for a while. Even as insane they are, let's see, Politico. I'm going to turn the anti-flashbang filter on. Okay. Americans make a U-turn on immigration since 2024 election. I don't know what this means. Americans' view of immigration has swung dramatically upward in the past year with a new poll showing record high support for immigration amid Donald Trump's thing. A record 79% of Americans think immigration is good for the country. Wow, that's crazy. According to a Gallup poll released Friday. I'm looking at the amnesty thing. I was looking for something that had like Americans' view of deportations. Immigration Hub. This is probably closer to the information. I don't know how to spell an amnesty. Or it might not be in here. Anyway. I mean, immigrants commit less crimes than natural-born citizens, as a fact, not only in America, but just across the board. And then people talk about how, like, Korea and Japan have these, like, inverted pyramid problems with their population where they have, like, a waistline that's thin, right? Yes, per capita for sure. I'll find that as well. So the best way to increase your population to keep your economy and GDP moving and all that kind of bullshit, because, you know, women don't have as many babies when a country moves from the third world to the first world. That's a standard thing. Education, prospects for their future goes up. They don't want to just be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen all the time. But then also economic constraints, people wanting to have hobbies and other interests and shit. Birth rates always go down as sort of like the quality of life goes up. So in order to keep your population growing and moving and doing all the different things, immigration is one of the easiest ways to fix that issue, to keep the numbers coming up. I guess technically some other places losing people, but it's the way that America's been riding on that high for so long. NPR. Immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than U.S.-born Americans. Study's fine. Is there a nice big graph or something? I guess I have to read it. Okay. During the current presidential campaign, research indicates that immigrants commit less crime. Much of the available data, extensive research, please. Thank you. Oh my. Okay, hold on. NBER working paper series, law-abiding immigrants. A lot of this data comes from the actual abstract. Do you have like the conclusions? Data and methods. Main results. Anyway, here we go. Immigrants today are 60% less likely to be incarcerated, 30% the relative U.S.-born whites. This relative decline occurred among immigrants from all regions and cannot be explained by changes in immigrants' observable characteristics or immigration policy. Instead, the decline is part of the broader divergence of outcomes between less educated immigrants and U.S.-born counterparts. As a group, immigrants have a lower incarceration rates than U.S.-born for 150 years. Moreover, relative to U.S.-born immigrants, incarceration rates have declined since the 1960s. So it's gone even further down, specifically. And then finding the exact numbers, I don't want to just take too much time to do it. I think the big difference, to be honest, is our social net. If you go to America, you can't survive unless you work, and even then it sounds pretty hard. Yeah, we don't have much of a social safety net, for sure. And you do have to work, but the whole point of a social safety net, like, I guess I can understand where you're coming from, where it's like, oh, look, we invite more people in, but those people also pay taxes and get stuff. Like, Do you think that you could live a reasonable life if you were just 100% unemployed, jobless, without a house, and then just got everything from the government? The social safety nets are that strong that you can just live without it? Because if they're that strong, then why the fuck are you mad, right? So I assume you understand that you want something a little bit nicer than the barest of resources that they could provide you, which is also what they're going to want, right? And also, like, America is kind of built to kill you. It kind of is. There's always the metaphorical gun pointed at your head. Like, if you don't produce, you will die, or whatever. In a very non-understanding way. Like, yeah, it's not great. Do you want to change jobs? Well, you'll lose all your health care, all your prescription help. You know, catastrophic injury. Did you break a leg? Now you're in medical debt for the rest of your life. You know, like, even if you get insurance later, it won't cover the past thing. Fuck yourself, you know. It's obviously better to have a job, but housing, food, healthcare, child support are provided. Okay. So I guess you're worried that the jobs aren't available for you because they're taking the jobs, but also you're worried that the social safety nets are being used despite them getting jobs and paying into the social safety nets. I mean, like, I can understand being worried that the pool is small, and also in the UK, they're defunding elements of it, trying to privatize it. Don't ever let them take it away from you. You have something that we don't have. We're the only one that doesn't have it. And like, every time that they piss in it, they're doing it to make it worse on purpose, to make you think that maybe a private version is better. I promise you it's not. I promise you it's not. But if you think they're able to live such an awesome life with no money, no jobs, get provided all the things for free, then I guess you'll also be provided all those things for free, in case your life gets so bad. $5 million immigrants in 5 years, far too much for the infrastructure here. There can be some limitations on, like, oh, look, there's only so many hospital beds, only so many chairs in a schoolhouse, right? There's certain amounts of limitations, but depending upon certain types of infrastructure, like a person, you know, a working age male is not going to take up a spot inside of a schoolhouse, right? Because he's working the fields or whatever the hell, you know, jobs are entry level for them. But there are technically limitations, but that's also where, like, incentives to then go to different areas are supposed to be. But when half the countries are Islamophobic like crazy, the most liberal places that will actually accept them are where they all get funneled into. Then also there's like countrysides and stuff too. There's lots of land, lots of other things that are out there depending upon the type of things. Yeah. And then when you have a larger population, all of a sudden, that should be a boon, but it requires actually caring about it, right? You would want to then, therefore, build that new infrastructure and all that stuff. Exact balancing acts of how many people, how long it can take to bring things up to speed, whatever it is. It does make sense that there would be stresses put on a system in that way, especially if the system has been neoliberalism cutting away more and more at those structures. But the solution is not tell those people to go die. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a good solution. Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest things that I've heard a lot of people advocate for, all these white screens are like blowing out my face. I'm like, oh. I don't need to wear sunscreen anymore. One of the things people push for in America is we should have more nationalized construction workers and stuff. Army Corps of Engineers, back in the FDR era, New Deal, That's where a lot of things happen. There was actually like state funded art measures where artists all over the country were paid to like paint a mural at the post office and shit. Just government money spent on its own citizens to then beautify / build up the entire country. And then we reap those benefits for the next 50 years, milking it, letting it fall apart in front of our eyes as they never wanted to spend another cent on it. And it's just like, you need to look over at China and you go, God damn it, look at them going crazy with that fucking, internal investment. All those people like to talk about, you got to invest in yourself, pay for college. In America, you got to pay for college. Earn those skills, invest in yourself, so then you can go and then, build on those gains. But those countries then turn around and never invest in their own fucking country. They just invest in fucking helping do war and helping the fucking war companies make the money and sell more arms to Israel and shit. Expansionary physical policy from the state doesn't seem practical anymore because it will be income taxes and not corporation taxes funding it in the present climate. It will be income taxes and not corporation taxes. Well, corporations make money, but there's also, because you could definitely have corporation taxes. I don't see why you could not have. I don't understand why you wouldn't have corporate taxes happening. And also, the rich that exist also get income tax as well. I don't necessarily understand the differences there. Maybe there's a certain layer of what expansionary physical policy is compared to non-expansionary or something. Again, I just want the government to do stuff for its people. Fiat currency taxes don't fund through a deflationary measure. Right, because I know that money is created when the government spends it, and then taxes are pulled in to then remove money, is kind of like some of the basics of the system. They move there on paper and then you get nothing. That's a rule that was made up, but you can just make a rule to not allow that. Oh, sorry, if you don't allow yourself to be taxed here, then you can't be here or something, right? There's all kinds of ways you can bully them. They just say we did it, haha, and you go, haha, yeah, you in what army, motherfucker, right? Like, also they did leave the EU, so they don't have as much pull anymore, which is their own, another problem and a long list of problems. But now, would you ever get a government that's going to do that? Probably not, because they're pussies and they just want to, cape for the different companies that then want to have the tax shelters and all that shit. It's rough, man. I don't know enough about EU politics, obviously. I'm just barely spinning up my own American politics, but I know governments should be here to help the people, and it's a mutual benefit. It works both ways, because we are the ones that make up the countries, and then we help them be prosperous, and then they help us, and then we help them back, and it's a whole. Because we're just human beings living on this planet, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have they create this whole layer of class and all this shit, but we're just fucking humans all fighting over the same fucking meat. Whoa, oh my! This is the thing we were talking about before.
You fucking loser bitch! You dumb fuck! Your mom doesn't love you, okay? No one's gonna show up at your funeral. You should fucking die. You're a waste of space.
You can kind of see where I got the inspiration to do that Carter video, huh? Hello, everybody. How you guys doing? We were talking about, what the hell was it called? Expansionary physical policy from the state, specifically. And we were watching a Some More News video on ICE. Wow. Hopefully everybody's having a good time from the Carter raid. Yeah. Well, okay, I definitely enjoy politics. I definitely like Apollo, which is that little parrot guy. He's a cute little bird from my YouTube short feed. But yeah, hello everybody. We'll let all the craziness kind of calm down for a second. My chat box is usually has like one person in at a time. So. Are we going to do this kind of thing? What kind of thing? Oh, thanks for the bits. Whoa. No. You're all good. You're all good. Maybe some other people have higher knowledge on some stuff. Bit strike Neff style. I think I have an alert that comes up for bits specifically. I forget what it might just be a default Twitch one because I didn't make one yet, but I'm not gonna be able to say hello to everybody that's followed, unfortunately. I think we can understand that. And thanks a bunch, Carter, for doing the raid. So the question was, immigration can be tough because in Europe, social safety nets exist, where in America, they don't exist. So in America, immigrants come in, they have to work because, you know, it's bad, right? You're going to just starve to death. So there's a thought that in Europe, you could just technically freeload or whatever it is. But it seems like people also want to have spendable money and other good things. You only know stuff about cats. Yeah. I guess a little bit more about me is... Oh, there's it is. That's the bits emote. Yeah. That uses the one ZZ emote that Kara made for... That's one of our cats. I'm a bit of... I like to call myself a recovering dumbass because I was born and raised in Florida. You know, I just played Dota and like fucking Call of Duty 2 and like just had a regular life. You know, I had my college years, played some World of Warcraft, got a job for like 15 years, right? You've not seen my name spelled? My name's spelled Sniffin? Oh yeah, it's my last name, Sniffin, and then J is the first letter of my thing. Yeah, that's Apollo. That's the there's a whole up channel of him guessing. You know, they're like, "What is this made of?" And he's like, "Ding, glass or rock." You know, all these different little names. Metal. Oh, Jamie Spelling, got it. So I've been on a bit of my own leftist journey. You know, I was like, "Oh, look, I voted for Obama. Racism solved," right? Like I was my own little debate bro, Reddit atheist. I was a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian. I grew up being like, I'm on team. I love the color red just because that was my favorite color. And the Red Ranger's name was Jason. My name was Jason. So red was my favorite color. Red was the best thing. I'm a boy, so boys are cool. Girls drool or whatever. Just rock. And then I was like, you know, okay, you say all this women rights stuff, but men's rights matter too, because I just wanted it to be different and to be annoying. And I would be like, yo, women got the right to vote without ever even voting. How did they seem unpowerful? They're the most powerful thing ever. How, you know, just saying shit, just to say shit. So then I learned a bit more and more. My brother always kind of helped keep me on, you know, he helped keep me on the rails when I would get close to getting off the rails. Because there was a period when I was like watching the H3 podcast, enjoying the internet, and then Jordan Peterson was on the H3 podcast, and I'm like, yo, that guy sounds reasonable, right? You know, my brother's like, you need to be careful, bro. And I'm like, what do you mean? You know, so I'm on my journey, you know what I mean? Like, so I also naturally have a bit of like every time something happens, I think of like the most normalized centrist view. And I'm like, I need to understand why my knee-jerk reaction brain is wrong, you know? I appreciate that Russian Slender also was a Red Ranger enjoyer. There was one episode of Power Rangers. I was homesick for whatever reason. And the Power Rangers was on, and we never get to finish the episode where we had to go catch the bus. And there was an episode where there was some frog monster, whatever, and all of them were one by one getting caught by the tongue and eaten. And then finally the last ranger, even the Red Ranger, got eaten, and then the Pink Ranger shot the bow at it, and then it blew up and they all came out and it was okay. But I was so crushed but the Red Ranger was like killed or lost, that I was like, no. And then like we used to like VHS record the episodes so we could watch them after school. And I was like, Mom, you have to erase the tape. You can't let Craig see that the Red Ranger got eaten by the frog. It was very important to me. I was like actually super upset. So I really was invested in that element of things. Now clearly the metaphor for the French, the frog eating the red. Okay, yeah, yeah. So, like, I can understand the fear. You know, going back to my normalized centrist brain, I can understand the fear for, oh God, these people are going to abuse the social safety nets, right? Freeloaders and all that kind of stuff. So then I got to think to myself, don't let that take over. Don't let the lizard brain take over your mind. You know, your mom wouldn't let you watch the Power Rangers because it made me jump on the bed and do karate moves. I mean, what didn't make kids jump on the bed and do karate moves? Anything good did. Like my version of Twitch growing up was being 18 months younger than my older brother. So I would stand there and watch him play video games in the same room, right? I would get hyped watching him play video games to the point where I was like jumping up and down or just losing my mind to the point where I start sweating right next to him, right? And he's like, calm the hell down. You know, he's like playing Final Fantasy or some boring ass like turn-based shit. And I'm just, I'm just over there pogging, you know, like. So, I mean, Twitch was an obvious platform for me. And the first person, because my account's like from like 2011. So like I've been doing this shit for a while. I watched a person who played XCOM because my brother played XCOM. Yeah, it wasn't Justin TV when I was watching, but I was just watching. I just watched one guy from Australia named Beagle Rush who made. You were a Pink Ranger fan? That's cute. That's awesome. I don't want to think about how the Yellow Ranger was the Asian lady and then the Black Ranger was the black one. I don't want to think about that too hard. Just randomly thinking about that. Man, the 90s were wild. I tell you what. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh man. Fuck. Yeah. Also, because the comedy styles of that XCOM streamer were very similar to my brother. He played games very similar to my brother, and it was like a parasocial connection because I kind of like didn't get to hang out with my brother as much anymore. You know, growing apart from your friends, moving away, all kinds of stuff. Oh, really? Was it really? The actor for the Black Ranger talked about that? Interesting. I guess that would make sense. I mean, but again, is that like, you know, just because they think that, is it just a cope, right? Is that just them hoping that that's true? I don't know. Because I think back on like all the different exposés about like the fucking Nickelodeon channel and all the insane shit that was going on behind the scenes, where it's like, you know, I don't know if I trust those fuckers. Obviously, Power Rangers wasn't Nickelodeon, but just like the industry, right? You hear about all the Me Too things, all the insane, most fucked up possible evil fucking, you know, personified and boiled down into one, you know, concentrated mass, and that was just media, you know. Milton picked the colors, you know, 100% on that part. Okay. It was just a coincidence. Sure. Yeah. I mean, the Blue Rangers are boys, Red Rangers are communists. Oh, if only. I don't know enough about them. Like, I later in life would just talk about these little random things like coworkers, and they go, oh yeah, that guy was so-and-so, and he was a karate person and this, that. I'm like, how the fuck do you know all these things about these like random, you know, actors? Aussie 80s kid shows are your jam. Around the Twist, etc. I have never heard of that. Sounds cool though. What is Round the Twist? I'm gonna guess it's a live action show, just because when I think of foreign kid shows, it's always some kind of like, you know, what is it? Bill Nye the Science Guy style ass show. It's on YouTube. Have you ever felt like this? Like this specifically? I mean, like, I feel like right now all the time. The actor played the young version of the Red Ranger. Oh, at the end of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is now a TikToker that owns his own dojo and is very anti-fascist. Hell yeah. All right. Jason David Frank was so into it. Crazy he's not around anymore, but he poured so much into the franchise. Is that the guy who did Power Rangers specifically? Strange Things Happening. Are You Going Round the Twist? Is that the name of the show? Oh. Oh, really? Wow. Oh, that might be why he's not around anymore. If he's passed away. Rip. He was definitely like the first time I saw a dude with a ponytail, and I'm like, wow, he's cool. You know, like that was probably the first time I was exposed to it, right? Oh, wow. Yeah. That sucks. Because they wouldn't be that old, right? I mean, he would be like, I don't know, 50, 60, something like that. I imagine he must have been like 15 years-ish older, whatever. Legend of the White Dragon. Dang. Well, that's a bummer. But life happens, I guess. I don't know. Making sure I didn't leave any side tangents unturned, because talking about my journey and who, you know, where my mental framing comes from, and then obviously getting more and more involved in like 2016-ish. I started paying attention to politics more because Trump was kind of crazy and different. But I was like hyper libbed up. Like I was like watching Colbert and going like, hell yeah, this is awesome, right? Because I remember watching Colbert like on the Comedy Central here and there and just thought it was funny. Never really got too into it. You know, I was a bit of Blue No Matter Who kind of guy, whatever it was. But I was watching Colbert, and then the COVID happened, and I was watching Colbert. And I really liked it when they were like at their home setup and like doing things very similar to the Twitch streamers I would watch and things. It felt very true and real. But then at one point I had seen Hassan on Twitter a lot, just that face of the guy going, ah, with the eyes. And I'd seen those posts here and there, and they seemed like they were decent posts. And then randomly while I was scrolling, it was like, hey, I'm live at TwitchCon. And I was like, oh, I didn't even know he had a Twitch. And then he was just there live at TwitchCon. There was like a Velcro wall and like a money grabbing pit. That was like the first ever Hassan stream I watched. And I was like, oh, I've been very interested in the creator space. Because like before I went to college, this is like 2006, I was doing like spoof commercials about Crunchwrap Supremes and a bunch of shit. I wanted to be a YouTube person, but I always did like I should do the standard, you do stuff like go to college and you get a job and you get a career kind of like safety net thing. But then I just got laid off in July. So time to try the thing again where I stream and do stuff. So that's what, you know, I got some severance or whatever it is from working there for 15 years, which is nice, but we'll see if this works out full time. Also, I was doing some video editing for Cinemarxism. That's some of the stuff I was doing behind the scenes more recently too. So, and then obviously I did that, those couple of Carter videos, like the Kill Yourself video. The other one I did a couple days later, or maybe a week later, and then there's two for the green screen submission. You know, so it's possible that I could freelance video editing, or I could spin up a Hassan Clips channel or something, right? There's weird ways to like make money nowadays, so we'll see. Yeah. 2016 was crazy. Mongo Summer. I don't know what that is. Pokey Mongo. You always believed in Medicare for all and it wasn't and such, but it wasn't interested in politics. Yeah, that's very similar. That was the 2016 Iowa primary and vote for Bernie. Oh, what, he didn't win? Oh, well, you know, like I didn't really think about it that much, right? My brother told me he was the best, so I voted for him. Didn't really get into it. Then I got very into it in 2020 and then got very fucking mad at the fucking Democrats for what they did. Election day 2020, a streamer I used to watch all the time rated Hassan, and I stuck around for his election coverage, and here you are. Yeah. I wasn't there for like the January 6th and all that stuff. I joined like September-ish, something like that in 2021. You found the bag you used to own? What the? Power Ranger backpack. Only $30. Wowee. Oh, hold on. That's just a bag. That's not like a backpack. That's a bag. There you go. Get the Pink Ranger. Hosen. And pink and yellow. I guess that's just a girl power bag. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you were like, Bernie sounds cool, but I didn't care more than that. I also was too young to vote. Obviously, yeah. I think my first election was Obama. I think it was 2004 or 2008. I forget exactly which. No, I guess it would have been 2000. Not 2004 would have been Bush election. I don't think I was old enough. I can do the math, but whatever. Who cares? I'm like 37 now, so I'm a bit of an older guy, I guess. It feels like I'm an older guy. I'm older than a lot of the people I follow who are like way smarter than me. So I'm like, damn it, whatever. You know, I don't read. I've never read theory. You know, that's one of those advantages I hope I have, where like, because I've had people come in to the chat before, weird people in the middle of the night who are like, they don't have the same views as people I watch or even myself now, but I can at least approach them and they can approach me a little bit easier. Reading, what's that? Exactly. Yeah. My brother got me the Howard Zinn, A People's History of the United States, because I heard it was a really good book. People always talk about that being one of the good, you know, get you into leftism kind of books, whatever it is. So he got it to me for Christmas, and I'm like, cool. I'll probably never read it. I might eventually do like an audiobook version of it, but it's nice to have the book, I guess, in person. But I sit down and read, and I'm just like, I get tired. I do that thing that everyone does where you're reading, and then halfway through the next page, you're like, wait, when did I stop paying attention? You got to flip back a bunch, and it's just one of those things that just kind of like, I feel like everybody has that experience, but I guess that also comes of ADHD. So you listen to Capital on YouTube, very dense. Oh man. Yeah, that might be one of those things where if you don't keep your attention locked in, you're just gonna like, oh fuck, I don't know, something, right? You're not feel glad only left his haste reading. Yeah, it's one of the, I love YouTube, right? Oh man, I love it, man. It's great. I think I stopped reading books. I'm dyslexic. I'm not sure. When I was in school, I was told that I did too well in school for them to test me on it. I guess the tests were expensive, and they go, you do well enough in school. You don't need to worry about getting this test. But it would be like I would look at words, and then like the letters would almost kind of move around. And nowadays, when I read words, I kind of just vibe read, where I just kind of like look at the first. I kind of look at the rough length about the beginning of the letters and about the end. And I kind of go, yeah, I know what word that's supposed to be. Where people will typo stuff in chat, and I'm like, I don't even know. I know that you've corrected yourself, but I don't know what's wrong. I can look at the two words next to each other, and I'm like, they both look like they're spelled right to me. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like they don't look like the right word. You know? So yeah. But it's one of those like, I don't know, self-diagnosed ? Whatever. I don't read good. That's fine. You know, I'll make do. I'll find out another way to do it, because like, I've listened to a lot of audiobooks. So like another part of my life, you know, from like high school years before now, it was spent with like Warhammer 40K. So like I did a bunch of Warhammer stuff. I was at, Imagine the Gathering card store with my friends in college, and they're all playing cards. And I look over and people have fucking tape measurers and they're rolling dice with little toys. And I'm like, that looks sick. So I got into Warhammer around that college time. And I've played that a bunch. And I've listened to a bunch of the different lore books while I'm painting minis. I'm like listening to the whole Horus Heresy. And I'm like, this is awesome. But I don't know how good audiobooks are for like true retention versus actually reading a book. I guess the last physical book I read was one of the Night Lord books, which is a 40K like pulp fiction novel. Not Pulp Fiction the movie, but just like a pulp fiction thing, right? Where it's just, they call it bolter porn or whatever, where it's just a bunch of dudes doing stuff. Apparently the author's one of the better authors, and that was the only one book I've read as an actual book. I honestly don't remember shit about it, so maybe reading isn't much better than audiobooks anyways. I don't know. Oh, man. But I don't know how often... Yeah, typos not in this chat. Yeah. Goat's usually the person who's hanging around, keeping me company all night, for the most part. You can adapt better. That's true. That's a part of it. Like I never really believed too much in IQ, even back in the day when I like took an online IQ test and I'm like, oh, I didn't get a good enough score. Let me take it again. And now I believe that I'm like almost a genius because of my random high IQ score. But I've always felt like intelligence was better understood as your ability to learn or your ability to adapt or whatever it is, because sometimes you work with people and you don't know how to say it, but they're like, they suck, they're just, they're not the best, you know, like no matter how hard you try, they're never gonna like get it for whatever reason. Just one of those things. I've always been, even though like, so, and there's a Brace Belden quote. I can never find the podcast clip that it's from, but it's like, if you want to be a good leftist, you need to be the best employee at your job, always picking up the shifts, always going above and beyond. Everyone needs to come to you to fix the problems. You know, you got to be in shape. You got to be, you know, clean smelling and shaven and like looking good, because you want it to be you want to look the part, to be inspiring, not only in your actions, but also in your appearance, all these different things. And I always was the hardest working guy, or one of the hardest working guys, working at the fucking KFC Taco Bell, ringing up orders and helping to figure out how to get to the menus when someone's struggling and doing all the different things, whatever. It was always one of those things that like the right wing ish upbringing of like worker pride, and like you got to be, you know, proud of your work, whatever it is. I think that's helpful, because if I was a lazy piece of shit who didn't shower and everyone hated me, and I'm like, guys, we should unionize, they'd be like, go fuck yourself, you know, you just want to like you want to like organize on our backs, right? Like, but if you're like the biggest Giga Chad and everyone looks up to you and you're like, we should unionize, they go like, well, I guess we should because he wants to, right? So that makes sense. But just being the best worker, or one of the best workers in your shift or in your little pod, just seems like just good for all things. Your bosses like you, they end up, you know, not firing you over somebody else or whatever it is. All the other, it never hurts to be the best at your job, right? But there's like, that was one of the, you know, small advantages I had from either a combination of my upbringing or whatever, but then also just the way my mind is able to learn new random things. So if I may not have a photographic memory or be able to read things super fast like my brother can, but I can adapt. I can also be kind of lazy and find the shortest way to get something done. The WAIS, adult testing for multiple types of intelligence. Oh, interesting. If it wasn't for your cognitive understanding, I'd be smart as fuck. I thought that was like another score. Oh, a smart AF. Nice. No. But you struggle with breaking down info in question form like in exams. Yeah, there is a whole thing about, are you good at exams? Yes, no. Right? That's a whole different thing, which you can be a great test taker, but also be sort of, you know, dumb as bricks or whatever. Or the other way around, you can be smart as fuck, but then just not do well on tests. And then you're end up in a whole different part of life, even though it shouldn't be that way. Yeah, finding the shortest way. There's that Elon, or not Elon, Bill Gates quote where it's like, you should hire the lazy worker because they'll find the best way to do it, or whatever, something like that. Yeah. It's a good mantra to live by. It does reinforce some of my bad habits where it's like, maybe I shouldn't be that lazy, you know? Like I've weaponized my incompetence in a way, like in my wife and I's relationship, where I used to cook a bunch and I would like show her how I cook this like pressure cooker chicken enchilada meal. And then she gets the way to make it right. And then I get lazy and then I just don't make it anymore. Or I would like do the dishes or the laundry or something. And then she starts doing it. And then I'm willing to go longer without doing the dishes, or I'm willing to go longer without doing the laundry. So that weaponizes that like type of like, I'm willing to be a slob and she's not. So then she would do stuff. So especially now that I'm like laid off, I'm definitely trying to be way more productive, you know, making sure I actually do my fair share, because my laziness can make me an asshole. You know, I don't want to do that. If I ever looked at somebody out in the street and said, hey, did you know that I don't do chores the way I should or whatever? That would just be like, that's wrong. You shouldn't do that. Yeah. So I guess another interesting or other thing that I do, which is possibly good, possibly bad, is at some point, I don't know, I can't remember the exact moment where it happened, but there was a point where like my dad would yell. My dad was never physically abusive, and he wasn't even like emotionally abusive, whatever, but like he would yell. So he's playing the Sega Saturn, Warcraft 2, game. Like he's playing Warcraft 2, an RTS game on the Sega Saturn with a fucking, dumbass controller thing. And it's lagging like fuck. The Griffins are going slow. The Footmen and the Knights are getting killed by the arrow towers, and he's getting pissed. And he would throw the controller and yell. Or he'd watch sports, and then the guy doesn't do the thing that they should, and he would yell and scream. So his power was, yelling. That was his thing that he would do when he gets mad. And I would get all like, I would have like I would have this like cringe internally whenever he would yell, because he ruled with an iron throat, I guess, which sounds weird to say it like that, but you didn't have an iron fist. He just would yell. But then I grew up, I would also get frustrated and then yell about things. I would get mad about stuff. And then I would yell, and then people would come and help me. Like if I dropped a glass of milk, I could be like, God damn it, the fucking milk, God. And then Kara, my wife would run in, and then she would like, don't worry, I can help. And she would try and clean up the mess for me. And like, I would see the pain and the same anxiety as childhood me that I'm now recreating. And I'm like, this sucks. I should stop doing this. And I was trying to do like self-help style, like not like influencer self-help, but just like trying to find ways to be less angry. I didn't ever went to like official anger management or whatever it was, but there was just a lot of little things like that where like I would try to find ways to improve myself a little bit here and there. And there's always going to be blind spots, and there's always going to be things, but I was always proud of myself for trying to find some ways to improve, some ways to actually notice a thing that is not easy to notice. And when you notice it, it sucks and you kind of want to ignore it, but then keep going with it. I later found out that's a thing called intermittent explosive disorder, which is where you intermittently explode. And then usually you have like big remorse after you feel bad or whatever, some other part of it. Cause that's when I got diagnosed with ADHD and anxiety and a bunch of other things. So I love SSRIs. They're fucking awesome. I took Prozac for a really long time, and then I switched it out a little bit for Zoloft now, whatever it is. But holy fuck, they just really take the edge off of a lot of bullshit. So if you have anxiety, or you think you might, it sucks in America because getting tested for things was very expensive. I went to a neuropsychologist, something, that I had to wait like 6 months to get an appointment through it. They fuck you up. Yeah. They definitely reduce your sex drive. That was one thing that my doctor said to me, and I'm like, I think I'll be okay, because I have like, oh yeah, I've always felt like I've had a pretty healthy, if not maybe too healthy, sex drive. So I think I remember Hassan talked about like finasteride or something is a similar effect when you take the stuff for your hair, because I guess it reduces your testosterone or something. Yeah, so they make you really angry, or they don't just do anything. Oh, it does take months for it to work. And I first was taking like however many milligrams, and then eventually went up to like 40 milligrams for Prozac, and now it's 100 milligrams for Zoloft. So it's like a bigger dose. I don't know how big the dose legally can go up to, but I'm also like, I'm a big guy. I'm like 270 pounds. I don't know how many stones that is, or kilos, unfortunately. I apologize for international viewers. But I'm pretty heavy. I'm pretty big, I'm like just about 6 foot, and then I'm chubs. I'm like 35% body fat. Like I should work on that, right? It is what it is, I live in Florida. I drink my off-brand diet Mountain Dew, this is America, baby, It is what it is, They've definitely helped me, because like I used to get big spikes of anxiety when I would be driving, and then I would approach a T intersection. Like I'm driving on one part of the T intersection, and someone would pull up to a stop sign, but they always like pull up at 25 miles an hour and then stop at the last second. And in that moment, I'm imagining this complete intersection, but they stop, but it freaks me out. And I would get this wave of like, just like from my toes all the way up to my head would be this heat wave, and then sweat would start pouring. Like I would get this like rush of anxiety, right? This rush of like adrenaline or something. It would just like, it would pang me. I used to wear like a badge around my neck to get into my work, to like get in the doors and shit, and then they clock in with it. And I would hate it when I would forget my badge, because it fucks up your whole day. You can't get in the doors. You got to ask for help and all this shit, and it sucks. Or you got to get your whole thing remade. And I'd be driving to work, and I'd be like, oh, did I forget to wear my badge today? And as I'm just looking down to see if I'm wearing the badge or not, just on the look down, I would have this like twisted up knot in my stomach, being worried that I didn't have it. And I don't even know yet, but just the starting of looking gets me concerned. And then I get on the SSRIs. I take a few months, increase the dosage as it's not taking effect. And then finally, I notice that like I don't have that twist in the stomach anymore. I don't have that like heat flash when someone pulls up to a stop sign. And I'm like, wow, I never realized how much pain I was living with until it's just now gone. You know, it's a very small little thing, right? But that's like, oh shit, I can tell it works, you know? You can find your own ways to deal with stuff. Absolutely, yeah. I've had a few strengths tell me they couldn't offer anything. Yeah, that's one of the things. Like my mom went through a bunch of different stuff. She had a bunch of different like combinations of depression or a few other things that kind of kept it hidden from me because mental health was always seen as like a weird stigma. So they never wanted me to know my mom's crazy or something, but like she just had regular shit, you know? So she used to work, but then she stopped working. She was a waitress, and then she worked for like Ritz Camera developing film, which again dates us a little bit. And then she just kind of stopped working and was kind of just a housewife at a certain point when I was like, I don't know, middle school-ish, something like that. Because of a bunch of medical needs. And she never got disability because that's what the fucking freeloaders do, goddammit. You know, like they made do with income less, right? You know, never took vacations really. Only, you know, drove cars that were like 22 years old and shit, you know. It's just one of those, we're technically middle class, but also not doing super crazy. You notice that it starts a lot more after you get hit by a car. Yes, I was omega crushed by a car. I actually have all the nothing too gross, but like I have all the different, like, this is back in 2011, so this is the passenger seat of a Ford Taurus, and that's where I was sitting. That wasn't. They only got one photo from the car graveyard, whatever, which is kind of a bummer. Like that's the tire kind of like turned sideways and like laying flat. It was like a pesticide truck that hit us. And I guess its tank was apparently just filled with water because they do that. So it was a lot of tons that just smashed us. My wife doesn't drive. Her parents never taught her to drive, never gave her confidence. And then I was there teaching her how to drive, driving back to my childhood home. And then, oh, fuck, crunched. So like straight after the initial accident, broken glass splattered in my face. This is just a CT scan. But that's my femur. It's my right femur. Snapped straight in half. And that's this is the traction, whatever. And then that's my right elbow. It's like that's still not supposed to be broken there, and all the different pins and shit that got put into it. So like I got fucked up, and then I had to wear a medical halo because I had an internal decapitation, which is a really fun thing to say. My occipital condyle was snapped off of the base of my skull. So this is the most interesting thing that ever happened to me. I'm like 24-ish, you know, at this time, something like that. Yeah, so I had all my long hair, but it was really gross. I couldn't shower, right? Especially in the ICU. So they just took like a beard trimmer and shaved my head. It sucked. So I had 10 days in the ICU and then another 7 days in a hospital. This is like the first time I was able to stand up under my own power again. It was a crazy time. The bolt holes would get infected. I had staph infection in it once, but luckily for me, it was a type of staph infection like from like the 70s where we have a cure for it because there's like a antibacterial resistant form of staph infection that if you get that in your skull, you know, you ain't gonna make it. You know what I mean? No, yeah. I mean, it's I was happy to live. And this also gave me a really interesting perspective because I went through an insane amount of physical pain. But the entire time, I had no idea that the doctors were like, this is like a very similar car crash injury, broken head skull injury that like Dale Earnhardt died from or whatever the fuck. Like, people don't really live from this thing. Your son's going to die. Like, they kept telling them that. They're like, we either need to fuse his neck and that might save his life, or we're not sure, but maybe we can do this halo thing because the halo is not only meant to stop a skull and the neck from separating, it's more to like keep a neck straight. But like, I had like a team of neurologists deciding what to do. It was a wild time, and they were going through a bunch of bullshit. Like, it was tough as fuck for them. My mom, thankfully, well, was not working and was able to be my full-time health advocate and was able to like deal with bills because we would get bills, tell them it's pending litigation with a whole lawyer thing. Sometimes they would send bills for things we already paid for, trying to get us to pay for it again, being the most scum of the earth motherfuckers out there. It was a very eye-opening moment for me, but also because my entire family was thinking I was going to die. And even though I was in terrible physical pain, I would wake up screaming because my femur is in pain, you know, like, or whatever, like, or the bolt holes started causing pain when they started like moving and breaking through the skull. But again, that's physical pain. I forget how bad it was. Honestly, I just kind of just forget. But the emotional pain is living with them still to this day, you know, like, and if I died, fucking A, it'd be even more insane. So I matter is I guess what it kind of tells me a little bit, you know. The femur is the hardest pill to swallow for you. Yeah, it just straight up in half. And then the fact that it was like, it just broke, but then the tendons are like, yep, and they're making it kind of like double over itself. And then that's why they put traction, which is basically, you can kind of see behind, I mean, I guess I can throw, you know, it's an x-ray, whatever. They drill a hole through the bone and then hang a weight off of a pulley to then pull your bone so that way it lines up again about right, which is crazy. It's just like the most like caveman ass grug, like, we need a simple machine to pull your leg bone. I'm gonna pull it back against that tendon, and so that way it just fucking lines up. And it's like, is this the best option we fucking have? We're in the fucking, we landed on the fucking moon and we're still pulling fucking bones. What the fuck are you talking about? You know, it didn't make any sense to me. I figured there was like, can you just give me a pill and make me better? What the fuck? You know, just like, nope, sorry, dog. You know, this is how it works. Yeah, yeah. There's a little bit of brute force. There was like. Because I had a classic simple machine, honestly, the pulley, you know, it still hits to this day, you know. the wheel, a killer, the pulley, awesome, yeah. Because there was like, I had to be on my stomach for the elbow surgery, then the femur surgery was another one, and then the halo, and they were like, okay, we should put the halo on first because the neck is crazy. Even if they got to cut off an arm, you know, whatever, compared to like cutting off your head, that's not good, right? And they were trying to figure out the order of which one should happen first, you know, how long you should be in traction, all the, it's all about, you know, doctors are crazy. I have incredible respect for doctors because, you know, my parents couldn't tell me what, you know, they wouldn't know which one is the most important surgery to happen first. Obviously, you know, I love experts, you know. That's kind of a running theme for me in general is I just look to the experts and say, what's the consensus of the experts? I'll just trust you guys. If you think that this is safe for me to drink, I guess I trust you, you know, one of those things. Man. Yeah, there was, I'm trying to think back on, it was one of the more interesting parts of my life, to say the least. And then in a classic, this is how my millennial story of like, I own a home or I own a mortgage on a home or whatever the form it is. My one simple trick is just get crushed by a pesticide truck. And then after the lawyer fees and them chickening out, I appreciate that you're glad that I'm making it. After the lawyer fees, the insane amount of medical debt, car bills, all the different things, you end up with about 20 grand left over in the bank. So it's like, that's a lot of pain and suffering, but 20 grand, not bad, you know. Could have been more, probably. We ended up getting less than 50%. So whenever there's an accident, generally in America or in Florida, it's just that easy. Yeah, basically. I wish I had the trust fund parents, but I got hit by a truck instead. So, but either way, it's, you know, that's how you do it. You know what? It's a life hack. Yeah, just find yourself, you know, a demure, approachable pesticide truck, and then life finds a way from there, you know. When there's an accident, usually it's 50-50. So whatever the money is split 50-50. But my lawyer was a pussy and they wanted to settle and not even get half. We ended up getting like 60-40 where they got 60 and we got 40 or whatever. Which sucked because then the lawyer takes half of that and then the medical bills pay off of that. And it's just like, what the fuck, you know, what's supposed to be something like a $500,000 policy turns into like fucking crumbs. And you go, well, I got something. Yeah. Yeah. technically it was only because there's two different occipital condyles, these tiny little ass bones held together by tendons or whatever, and the left side broke. Even though I got hit on the right, I guess I whiplashed enough to break that one. And they were worried because the ligaments or tendons, whatever the fuck they're called, I guess it's ligaments for bones, tendons for muscles, whatever. They're stretched from getting like crazily extended. And then they're like, usually these things don't have a lot of blood to them, so they don't heal very well. And if it stays long and like busted up, then you'll never work right again. So that's why I was in the Halo for a while, and then a few more months wearing the neck brace. It was like three months in the medical Halo, and then a few more months wearing the neck brace. Getting a bunch. I had so many CT scans. It's crazy. I had way too much radiation in my body. You know, I had more radiation than like a fucking, you know, flight attendant or whatever. I don't know. It's one of those things. Yeah, the neck is fine. It's a little tight on this side. And I notice when I bend back and forth, I get more, I feel like I get some more extension on one versus the other, but that can just be a stiff neck. The arms, like, this one arm on the right side, the one with the elbow thing, like it has some, I can't quite 100% get it all the way back. So when I like use a Q-tip or brush my teeth, sometimes I lift my arm at a bit of an awkward angle. But that's, you know, I still got the arm, still fine, you know. The leg, it still hurts like crazy. Not crazy, but like if I sit still for too long, it'll hurt. Or if my knee is bent at just the right angle, it fucking gets all seized up. I'm sure it'll hurt more and more the older I get. I think they can like take some of the screws out because like they put screws through it to kind of like anchor it in place. This is like a titanium rod. I remember asking like, hey, is this okay? This seems bad. Is that just floating around up there? And they go, yeah, it's, you know, it kind of just, you know, it's just kind of, I'm like, really? Like this is after, you know, getting it all installed, like that fucker is just floating around, like that's okay. That doesn't seem okay. That should be like nudged back to the wall, right? But they're like, it's fine. I'm like, okay. So they can go back in, I think, and like remove the screws. Like if this screw being a little extra, you know, they kind of countersunk that fucker in a little too deep, maybe, or something. I don't know. Like that might cause pain. Then they can remove it or something after a while. You know. I can't feel the chunk. I got chunky thighs. So like in order to feel down all the way down, I don't think I can feel that chunk. Maybe it naturally gets pushed back in. This probably was like an X-ray during the operation, right? I don't remember because they would give you like a CD with some of the X-rays when you would get it from like Baycare or whatever the health place was. But I probably got some newer ones post that. If you could fidget with it, yeah. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to like move my kneecap around because you could, and I was a kid, right? So that was one of those things that I would do. So again, one of the most interesting things that happened to me, and the fact that it gave me that incredibly small safety net of money, where like I could pay first and last month's rent without too much issue. I had money to float in case of a sudden, you know, job loss. I had, you know, things that I could like pay for school and then wait for financial aid or something to come in, because I had like Bright Future Scholarship and whatever. My wife got the Pell Grant. Like we had money that we could wait for them the money to come in, so we could prepay for stuff and then wait to get reimbursed. Like it's just one of those things that I think back on, and like other families have significantly deeper pockets. You know, my family didn't have any extra money to just give to us or whatever, but some people just get like, they're just rich, you know, like, and it's crazy how much that small amount of money created this layer. And then also I was 20, she was 19 when we, you know, met up and then kind of dated and never separated. So we just were one of the weird millennials that just happened to sort of like get into a really long-term relationship at an early date. That doesn't normally happen. So then having, you know, rents that you could split, dual income, it just gave an extra layer of stability. And I look over, like when I was working with coworkers, they'd be like, they don't have that. They don't have a partner in life, and they don't. And then they actually have like, because I got through college without having college debt, just because the time period. My parents, when it was like 1990, they bought Florida prepaid, which was like locking in the 1990 rates for college, and over the time before I actually used it, they were able to pay it off, which was insane. And I'm like super grateful for them for doing that, because holy fuck, what a deal, you know. So we got out without having debt, but people don't have that. They're not fortunate to have that, you know? So it's like, yeah, medicine is barbarism. I remember thinking that there should have been a much more slick looking halo thing with like a piece of metal that comes over the head or something. Why it had to be these 4 bars that are like positioned off of what is basically a weirdly goat like fluff held together like football vest. It just we had to borrow my aunt's convertible to go to rehab because I couldn't fit in a car. I couldn't get the fucking headgear into a car. Like it was either take an ambulance every time I wanted to go to the fucking rehab and spend an insane amount of money, or hop in my aunt's, you know, convertible, just cruising down Tampa, you know, just hanging out with this fucking, you know, mostly shaved bald head, you know, and like headgear, just driving the road, blowing people's minds. They're like, what the fuck, you know, looking over at me. And also 100%, if we got in a fender bender, I'm dead. 100%. Airbag comes out, pushes the fucking rod straight on my skull. Like I'm gone, right? Just one of those things that you got to roll those dice, you know, you don't got the money to not do that. You just got to go for it, you know. That one would have been quick. That's about as, that's like a bovine kill factory level quick, where like this studs just fly straight into your frontal lobe or whatever, you know. That would have been quick. Yeah. Oh man. I still remember, waking up, like getting consciousness again. Cause like when the car was coming, when I'm like, we're turning left and I'm like, wait, like I remember saying wait, and it's like echoing, and like my hand is like smoky, you know how there's like a blurry kind of smoky like after shade effect, and then the car coming was like smoky. There was like this smokiness to it, and then it was like it went into like a black, and I could hear, but it went black, and then like I'm awake again, and I'm losing my, you know, I'm going crazy, you know, like it sucks. I'm like, this isn't happening, kind of like to myself a little bit. I went like this, and my hand was covered in blood, and I'm like, okay, because I had all this glass like in my face from all like the safety glass. Thank God it's safety glass. I guess that would have fucking sucked if it wasn't just little cubes of glass, but actually like, you know, fucking shards. I remember I was chilling. It was like my arm was just like chilling on the door. Kind of like you're just like, you know, catching the wind or whatever, and you're just, you know, the window's open, and I couldn't move my arm at all, but I felt fine for some reason about it. I looked over, I was like, okay, arm's okay. I couldn't do anything because it was just frozen in shock. It's like, you know, there's a break right here really bad. The body's like, don't move it, right? Just don't move it. It just happened to be just chilling there. And then I looked down at my legs, and I can see that, like, because you have like 2 thighs, but one of them was like super, like, it was just, I guess I should like, it was like very clearly busted. And I was like, okay, that femur is broken. But as soon as I saw that, I'm like, okay, that leg is bent inward. But then I like wiggled my toes, and I'm like, we're still good. It's just a broken bone, just a bone, you know. You know, I still got motor function. I'm not paralyzed, right? That was kind of what I was thinking, which is weird because when I couldn't move this arm, I didn't think about it, but I felt fine with it. It was just one of those like not thinking straight. And I'm just like, you know, Kara is like, like losing her mind. You know, she's got her own anxieties and things. And then, you know, this horrible thing happened. It's her boyfriend's car. And like, then he's like dying. And what the fuck? I don't know. I can't imagine the insane shit that's happening to her. There was some like priest that walked up, because I'm like coming in out of consciousness, like in waves. And there's a priest that walked up to the window and started like saying a prayer for me. And I'm like, I really appreciate the thought, but I'm just not religious. So you just don't have to, my man. You know what I mean? Then the firefighters showed up, and they're doing like the jaws of life to get the door open. Yeah, I mean, like, I really appreciate it. It is very nice to them to want to save my soul or whatever, right? And like care for me. I also remember I was able to ask a random person who was like, holy fuck, bro. Someone came up to the window at one point, and when I was like, call my mom. and then I rattled off my home phone number because we still had a home phone, right? This is 2011. And I just had it memorized in my brain. I could just say it because I wasn't able to pull my phone out and give it to them or whatever. So that was very handy to have that phone number memorized. I was definitely in my more Reddit atheist thing. I don't think I had the energy to start up a debate, you know? That wouldn't. Some people are like, there's no atheists in foxholes, bitch. I was dying. And I'm like, get the fuck away from me, man. You know? I'm like, I'll take my chances. Although, when the firemen were cutting me out, I was like, all right, you know, let's do it. But I was like, guys, just so you know, I am an atheist. I'm pretty sure I only have one shot at life, so I would really appreciate it if I could live. You know, I was trying to make it clear to them, like, please don't fuck this up. You know, I really don't want to go to the afterlife because I don't think there's anything there, so please keep me alive. It was just one of the things. And then, like, when the door was getting cut off, that, you know, was like relieving a bunch of pressure that was squeezing on me. So then, like, I could feel my right leg, the busted bone leg, just bleeding internally like crazy. I could just feel it. And like, apparently my thigh like swelled up like massive because it was just a bunch of blood inside of my body, just no longer staying inside of itself. And I was like, guys, not like a Marvel movie thing, but I was like, guys, I can feel my femur, my leg just bleeding internally. I need you to know this so that way you're prepared to save me. Oh, they are such chads. I actually went back after surviving, and I was like still in my few months of like wearing a neck brace and stuff. But I went back to that firehouse to be like, dude, thank you guys. Like we came back to like say thank you and to let them know that like you saved my life and I am here alive today because of what you guys have done. Unfortunately, they were like out on a call or something, so like some people were still there and they appreciated it. We took photos and stuff. But like we actually wanted to go back to that place and do that thing because we were like, they were fucking awesome, you know. Firefighters are awesome. No one says fuck the firemen, right? They only say fuck the firemen when they get the calendar, and that's a different tone when they say that, right? Versus the cops, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah. I was getting put into the ambulance, and I remember at this point, I think I had learned that some ambulances are real ambulances, and some ambulances are just a van that they then wrap in the white bullshit and then make an ambulance. Like these private companies just buy vans sometimes. And I'm like, that would suck if your life's in danger and all you get is the fucking, you know, Sprinter van. Because like that's not equipped to do all the different things that a much more full-on big boxy back ass, you know, ambulance is for. So I was lucky that I got a real ambulance. And I'm going in there, they're loading me up on the stretcher, you know, putting me in, and they're like cutting my pants off because they need to do all kinds of stuff. And I was like, wait! And they all kind of like stopped for a second, right? And I was like, so I'm more of a grower, not a shower. So when you see my penis, it will be small. But know that I have a decent sized penis. I remember that vividly, and everybody like then immediately started going back to their thing. A couple of them very slightly laughed because I probably weren't expecting that, but I remember that distinctly. Which I wish there was like a body camera on that. Like I wish that was a thing that existed to some degree because that was that was like one of my best. You know, that was a tight 5 seconds. It wasn't a tight 5, but it was a very good. It was incredibly great at like breaking the ice in the room or whatever. So, yeah. Also, you know, you could argue the blood wasn't where it belongs right now. So, like, why would, you know? But I feel like I only actually just drew more attention to my penis at that point because they would be like, maybe not. I don't know, bro. You know? But also, they probably just see penises all day. They don't give a fuck. You know, it's one of those things where they would never care in the first place. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I talked about being an atheist and I also talked about my dick size. This classic, you know, 20-year-old dude, whatever it is. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it almost feels fake just thinking back on it because that's so insane. But also shock is crazy because the pain didn't really feel like pain when you're in the car. Like I'm in the car, however many minutes it takes for them to show up and then pull me out and whatever. But I remember like being in the hospital and just seeing the lights fly over as you're like going through. And I'm like, my parents are there at this point, and I'm coming through waves of like falling asleep. And like as I would like pass out in the stretcher, I would like sleep. My body would relax. and then like my broken bones would move and hurt me, and I'd be like, and I'd be like tired, and then kind of, and like every single moment, I would slowly begin to drift back into sleep. Searing pain would come through, and I was like crying because I could not get out of this loop of just misery, which is, you know, horrifying. It's just one of those things you just have to get through it. There's nothing they can do. The drugs finally kicked in or something, and then I can kind of pass out. And then I remember like waking up as they finished the triage of the ICU under my unconsciousness / sedatedness, and then I'm just laying there, and they're like, you know, getting me all situated, you know, neck brace on, everything, and then I just like was like talking to them for a second, kind of like, oh man, this is crazy, yeah, you know, like, okay, you're all good, we cleaned you up, whatever, okay, and then I just projectile vomit like a fountain right on back onto myself. And then they go, okay, and they just start cleaning me up again, and I'm just like, I'm so sorry, as I'm like, just like, like, especially when you're like a young man, you're ready to be your own adult or whatever, and then you have to be like dawdled after like a toddler when you're like in the ICU or we that fucked up. It's so, because I guess like being the trauma and the drugs and everything happening, my body was like, we don't like this. Because you know, when you go into surgery, they ask you not to eat food. I guess had eaten food, you know, whatever. The delayed exorcism, yeah. Thankfully, well, I guess my head could have spun around, maybe, right? At least like 260 degrees. I could have done like a full like exorcist spin or whatever with my halfway busted off neck. Like even like being in the hospital, because I was on like insane pain meds because I was in insane pain. From all the incredible injuries, and they would give you painkillers, and the painkillers make your shit hard. They make you constipated. They make you incredibly constipated. So they would give you stool softeners to soften that stool, and there's a fine balance. You get that wrong, and then I'm just like, what I think might be a fart or something, all of a sudden I'm sitting in a pool of my own liquid shit. Yeah, opioids, yeah. And I'm just like, nurse, I'm sorry, I just wet diarrhea'd myself. And then they would have to like clean me. And I just felt so weak and pathetic because I'd never had anybody wipe my ass since I was a fucking baby. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's a crazy experience. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly that. I would also like have to ask them for the bedpan because I was completely bedridden. So I would shit in a plate, and then they would take it and then dump it in the toilet, scrape it off like leftovers, and then flush it in the little like toilet in the bath in the ICU. It's crazy shit, man. It's crazy. It's a weird life we live. Nurses, I can't believe the shit the nurses go through, man. I can't believe it. It's got to be one of the worst jobs. Like I'm like paramedic, they get paid even fucking worse, and they go through the most insane moments of the world between drug overdoses, horrible injuries, burnings, people dying, bleeding out in their arms. Like I can't imagine the stress that they go through. Holy fuck. Why the fuck aren't those people considered like heroes as much as the other people are? That's insane. They must commit suicide. They should be given the full VA treatment for what they have to go through, right? You know, same thing with firefighters, you know, probably even fucking nurses and doctors, right? Like honestly, there should be a certain level, like, you know, if other people get to have the fucking free healthcare of America, they should definitely have that shit. Yeah. But the cops get more credit. They sure as fuck do, even though their job is less dangerous than a goddamn pizza delivery boy. It's crazy. What was I going with? I remember at one point, and then again, I don't hold it against her because she's a nurse, and like an ICU nurse has got to be, it's got to be one of the worst nurse positions because it's the most intense shit. And then also the families are the most distraught because sometimes it's like the first moments that they're showing up, or their family member is going through some really bad stuff. Like there would just be screams just happening all times of the day because it's the place where the worst situations are. Families crying, all kinds of shit, man. It sucked. It was like one of the worst places. After 10 days, I was going crazy and I had to get out of there. They eventually put me to like a regular hospital room upstairs, which was nice once I was like more stable and I was able to stand and walk again and kind of. I remember at one point I was laying in bed and then a new nurse, right? His nurse comes through in shifts, and then like during the 10 days, different days of the week, you get different people, not even people you've seen before, even if it's been a few days in. And one person came in and I was like, "Oh, hello, ma'am. May I have a water or something? I'm really thirsty." And she was like, "Don't call me ma'am." And I remember being like, "I'm sorry that and this is," I was like, "I'm sorry the pronoun choice I choose was upsetting. I just want a water," or something. I remember being trying to be like killing with kindness thing. And this is before the word pronouns was like used or whatever, but I just knew that it was specifically that preface or whatever. And that's when I learned like, maybe I shouldn't call ladies ma'am. I guess that's like that's like an old lady versus like a young lady or something. So like she's probably having a fucking awful day, right? On her second shift where she just, had to like, explain to a family why the baby died or some crazy shit. And then I'm in there calling her ma'am like she's some old lady or something. And I'm like, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." But also, I'm the one laying in the fucking bed too. But it's like, I don't work this job. So, I'm just laying here. You know what I mean? Like, you have to deal with this every day. So, but it was one of those things that like, I remember thinking to myself, like, maybe I shouldn't use that word anymore. I guess people really don't like it. It has like a connotation that I never really associated with it. Like my brother's wife is a doctor at the hospital. She's not an ICU doctor, but she's like a hospitalish, whatever the type of doctor that is. I always like to think of like the Scrubs doctors, like they walk around the hospital and they, when she was a, should have catcalled her. Yeah. That is also what happens. Yeah. We got my mountain lightning. That's a follower emote. I don't know if you can use follower emotes outside of this. I think like followers only work in this chat specifically. I haven't really looked into how that works, but I thought like if you followed, you earned them globally, but I guess that is not how that works, which is kind of a bummer because, I think they're nice. They're free. All the cats are on there. Yeah. Life sucks. So I guess I should go. The raid has there's Philco. Yeah. Mew. Yeah, Philco's a kind of a quiet guy. He's like a little 16-ish pounds cat, and then ZZ is like a 9 to 10 pound cat. Ma'am is a contraction of Madame. Yeah, I mean, she didn't say I'm not old, don't call me ma'am, but she just said don't call me ma'am, and it wasn't like misgendering or something, and they just wanted to be called Miss, or maybe ma'am is not married or married or something. I know Miss is not married and Mrs. is married, so maybe I should have called her Mrs. And if she wanted to be specifically, oh, that's cool. That makes sense. They would count as emotes for being subbed or whatever. Yeah, so that might have been what it was. I don't know. It could have. One random thing that someone says is locked in my memory forever. She probably forgot it the moment she said it. You know what I mean? So I don't want to and I couldn't tell you what she looked like to this day. So not like I'm going to ever hold it against her if I ever see her again. Hell, she's probably dead by now. This was fucking 2011. So that was 14 years in January. So 15 on next January. We were, the beginning third through the Some More News video about ICE, how it lies immigration. And then I was getting really mad because Marco Rubio showed up on screen and he was being the most disingenuous liar fuck. And I was talking about how I can't stand that these fuckers, like, I have that centrist brain. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but like, when they are so clearly being disingenuous and using the most, like, they went behind the scenes and practiced specific talking points to say, oh, they're drinking margaritas. That, that discredits this whole thing or whatever. And then people got to spend time saying they weren't even margaritas, but then that distracts away from the idea of like, why is this person who's being no due process sent away? And they act like it's the biggest own in history. And I'm just like, I wish I was religious so that way this person could burn in hell. But they get to just fucking be this wrong and live a life of otherwise luxury because of it. You know, I hope they don't sleep at night. I hope they have fucking nightmares, but I know that's not the way it fucking works. So that sucks. So I guess long story short, I don't know. Be like me and almost die. So that way you can have the crumb of what is some amount of security for yourself. That's my tips. That's what I got, unfortunately.
Let me stop you, ma'am.
Suspend their right
Habeas
to-
corpus, excuse me, that's incorrect.
President
Habeas
Lincoln
corpus,
used it.
Excuse me. Habeas corpus is the legal principle that requires that the government provide a public reason for detaining and imprisoning people. If
Maybe I
not
should.
for that
Maybe it's
protection,
smarter
the
for me
government
to
can
just start a
simply
new
arrest
video, so that way it's not like halfway through or whatever. So that way people don't go like, "I'm lost. What's happening?" There's one. So at one point, I wanted to make a video on. So at first, I wanted to make a video on fluoride because I grew up in Florida. Motherfuckers here always used to tell me, "Oh, you got to get a fluoride filter, bro. Bro, you got to get a fluoride filter." And even as my normal fucking whatever dude, I knew that that was bullshit. That's just a fucking nothing. That's like a weird conspiracy thing. I never knew the details of the conspiracy, but I knew it was a bullshit thing. But now that as soon as fucking what's his name is going into office, I knew that he's going to enact anti-fluoride shit. I was like, I need to learn about fluoride now. Fuck. I need to actually look at this, and like, if I want to say why I think it's important and why there are reasons I think it's not or bad, I have to actually look into this. And I had a little, I learned the history of fluoride, and I was gonna, put that in the video or whatever. But then the idea was, look, over the years they make a number to say this much should be in the water. But then out of an abundance of caution, when new things come up, people ask questions. What if people are in states where they sweat a lot more and it's hot? Maybe that should have less, so that way they don't accidentally get too much. They go, that's a good point. And then they think about things and relook at things and adjust the levels per area. And science constantly reevaluates. And then it's just one of those like trust the science kind of things. Trust the body of science. But then I was like, fuck. That's kind of what they said about Flint, Michigan. I know that I watched parts of that, like Michael Myers documentary that had it, I forget which one. I don't think it was Bowling for Columbine, but it was like, it helps you because it makes your teeth resistant to cavities by a noticeable and substantial benefit, which is very helpful, especially back in the turn of the century when this was first discovered. So that's what it's good for. But you do put too much of it, and then your teeth get kind of this weird texture or get yellow or something. Because when you're growing up as a child, you end up having a little too much fluoride in your body, and that puts out extra fluoride in your teeth as they form, and then that can cause a problem. So you don't want to have ugly-looking teeth. And then some people are worried about weird little, like, fringe possibilities of bone cancer or something by having a little too much, calcium in your body as it forms, causing things. So again, keeping it within, respectable margins, but by reducing the amount of decay that happens in your mouths, reduces the amount of unnecessary medical fillings and costs and all that kind of stuff. It's helpful for society. It's one of those things that's, and it's also naturally occurring. Like literally when it was discovered, they went to a town where people had fucked up teeth. And there were people who had these yellow, weird teeth because they were raised in that area, but they had no cavities, but they had these really ugly looking teeth. And they go, what the hell's causing it? Then they had to slowly discover that fluoride was this element that was in the water because it came from Colorado mountains or whatever. So some places they got to remove the fluoride because there's too much there. And some places there's just none at all. And we could add a little bit. That'll help people out, And then there's a balancing act of how much, too little, whatever. Science does its thing, right? Yeah. But then, like the John Birch Society was saying that it's a communist plot to make you docile. There's a whole well of insane people. What's his name? Alex Jones was the one because like a coworker I had, he had the InfoWars sticker before I knew what InfoWars was. This is back in like 2013-ish, before he was, obviously he was popular in his own circles. He had been in like the Keanu Reeves movie, A Scanners Darkly or whatever. He was like the crazy conspiracy nut yelling on a megaphone, whatever. But he was kind of like tongue in cheek, which is why people say that he may have been a CIA plant or something for years because, whatever. But he sells fluoride filters that are incredibly expensive, as well as his brain pills and his memory shit or whatever. Oh, Waking Life. Sorry, you're right. I forgot because there was a couple of movies that came out with that same animation style. You're right. That was like a new thing, I guess. So I always knew it was kind of bullshit because this is the same like little audio guy that would like, oh look, you know, the technical director, the guy that punches the TV show. Because I used to work for Home Shopping Network, QVC, basically. But they closed the Florida plant, basically. So whoops. But I work in the live television production stuff, which is awesome. And the audio guy would be like, look, you know, you're a brand new black father. Please don't get your kids vaccinated because they do stuff to test on black people or whatever. And I'm like, that's true, like with like the Tuskegee and syphilis experiments, but it's not true that the vaccines are bad for the babies. And I'm like, you know, there's like layers to the you got to trust the experts, but also know when to not trust the experts kind of thing. Know when Obama drinking the Flint water to say, look, there's no lead in this, I would do it. Maybe the kids just ate some paint or whatever bullshit is a lie. It's a difficult line because I was trying to write this essay, and I'm not good at writing fucking essays, but I didn't know how to, I didn't want to say just trust the experts, goodbye, because there's obviously caveats to that. So it got muddled up into this, like, how much history do I do? How much of this other thing? It was, hopefully one day I'll get better at writing, whatever. But this video says the wellness industry doesn't, what the wellness industry doesn't want you to know. I had a picture of RFK in the thumbnail. Ugh. So I figured this might be somewhat similar. If billionaires get it first, it's safe. You know what? That's a decent, oh, I put it in the wrong box. That's a decent way to do it. And then I have a little thing where I pinned the video just because I'm, I do a lot of OBS stuff, effects. Like, for example, let's see. Like, another thing that I do, I think I should have done when the raid first started, but I forgot about it. Yeah, ethical reacts are always a good way to do things. Like, I have my... Joe Rogan effect, like this, because sometimes what they don't want to tell you is that robots will be in your homes before you know it. And why would they want to put robots in your home? The reason they would want to put robots in your home is because the Pentagon wants to keep you down. Now, why would the Pentagon, the thing that's supposed to protect us, actually try to keep you down? That's because fitness is a lie. That's right. Instead, you should be fitting this pizza in your mouth or whatever. Yeah, it's like a little effect that does all these different things, and it has it all done up or whatever. I enjoy making stupid ass OBS effects. I use Streamer.bot to do all these things. This little like program. I love the idea of live streaming and content creation. I make a little button that plays a random piece of B-roll I have in this giant folder. That blew your mind. Yeah, I have another one where it's like I haven't made it good yet, I don't think. But I have, let's see. Hi, welcome into the Sniff and Jay stream. Did you know that you could be sponsored by NordVPN? That's right. Why, you know, if you wanted to watch porn in Florida, you can't anymore unless you give them your ID. But if you use promo code Soulless, you could get 10% or scam, 10% off of your fucking NordVPN subscription. That's right. Not a real ad, actually. I tried to make sure that was clear. I was gonna then, I guess, go back and like, stop. Okay. I wanted to go back and like, make them fake, like, things instead of the actual brand, just because that way it doesn't have any like confusion or whatever. And then I also made one more that's like a little simpler. This is in case I wanted to be based for a moment and like look at, you know, some fucked up video where people are, you know, saying that women are not allowed to exist, and I'm like, oh, that's based. Way to go. I love that. This side, sorry. You know, I love that women should be just boobies, and women, they should be, you know, vessels for birthing or whatever. Yep. Okay. Like that can never happen, you know? Just stupid little stuff like this. You have slant? Yeah. I'm also like, I was never like a theater kid, you know? Like that's one of the things that I look up to so much. When you turn your head, it cuts off half your face. Yeah, it's like the Zoom green screen filter kind of thing where it just uses the stuff to guess. So I leave myself, like right now, I'm normal, and then I could turn on just the me, but then leave the real me back here as well. And that's when like the curtain comes in and makes it look like it's actually coming from behind me or whatever. It's neat. But it's not as good as a real green screen, obviously. And it chugs the shit out of your computer comparatively. So if you're playing like fucking, I don't know, Battlefield 6 or something, and then you try to do these effects, it might like brick your computer. But when you're just chatting, you know, watching YouTube, it's super fine. So I've also had like a big, I've always loved, you know, I'm a guy who literally was behind the camera being a tech person before, and then YouTube and Twitch and stuff is a whole new generation of things. Like we were satellite broadcasting our broadcast cameras out in like 1080i. You know, I'm like the amount of money and things that we would spend on equipment that did the most bullshit nothing, right? Was like, it always shocked me how much money they would spend on a switcher that would just cut cameras, right? And this switcher has 3 mix effects banks. Whoa. Hold your horses. This thing has 8 layers of keys. That's right. This Sony board that costs, you know, 45, you know, 400, you know, to buy like all of them, they all cost like, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, you know, insane amounts of money. Software you have to buy. You can't upgrade the fucking hard drive capacity. You know, they're just insane, right? Yeah. And I'm like, bitch, I got OBS. I have unlimited mix of effects. I have unlimited layers of keys. I buy one Stream Deck. I can control the entire thing. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't get, you know, how we did so much stuff, you know, the old way versus the new way, right? It's just like, you give me 3 gaming PCs, I could, you know, run this entire fucking, you know, facility with a 100% uptime, you know, with no problem. You give me like a 1% of the budget and I've got it made, you know. We had like the Abbey West, like kind of like the Live View backpacks, whatever, but instead of it being in a backpack, it was just like the Abbey West encoder that would have like 5 modems in it. It's the same kind of shit that Hassan and them have, which is pretty sick, you know. Yeah, I know exactly. There are certain things that are neat, like the cameras being able to be on 24/7 for like 12 years straight is impressive. You know, the full frame SLR cameras probably would not like that, but it also looks like dog shit, right? That's the problem with the fucking, you know, if you look at QVC, it looks like shit, right? It doesn't look good. So people don't watch it. Also, who the fuck is buying shit on? I don't want to get that. I don't get it. I never got it. It's just old ladies who are already used to buying stuff like that. That's how the whole network was run. So, I mean, me not working for the most boomerized version of Amazon, I guess is a good thing. I guess now I'm working for the fucking tech side of Amazon, technically, but we'll see if it works out. I might have to go back to putting the fries in the bag or whatever it is after the severance is over because I might not make enough money. But I mean, my wife still got a job, so I can just be a fucking freeloader, right? I can just eat ramen. I'll just be as low budget as possible. But one of the things I really like doing was trying to find budget IRL stuff. So I was using different phone apps to try and see, because there's ways that you can get bonded cellular on just like the free end or whatever. Yeah, Kara, that's my wife in chat. So for Android, there's IRL Pro, which is a pretty good app. It has built-in bonding, so if your phone is getting Wi-Fi signal and data signal, and you could even plug in a USB Ethernet cable into your phone, that would give you 3 lines of data for your bonding of the signal. So it's not nearly as good as a real bonding system, but it's better than just having, just only one form of data to get back to your home computer. So I have a scene on this computer that waits for that specific SRT feed from my phone, and then it sends it to it. And then I also have a program that runs that notices if the bitrate drops, it goes to one of those like, oh, look, bitrate standing by, hold on, we're coming right back. And then going back to the original scene when the bitrate's better, which is kind of neat that it's just all built in. So if I leave my home computer on, I can then stream anywhere in the world from the computer. I can use something like Chrome Remote Desktop to just go back into my home computer if I need to. And it's like, it's budget. So we went to the, so I live in like the Tampa Bay, St. Pete area in Florida. Yeah, SRT, yeah. So I tried using my DJI camera, my little action, I thought I had it up here. My little Osmo Action thing, little gimbal, little camera, because that has a built-in RTMP, which is another protocol or whatever. I'm not good enough on the super, coding side of things, unfortunately. I just find YouTube tutorials and follow other steps or whatever, or articles online. But I've, played around with it enough. So I had, that thing that can do RTMP, but that stream is kind of busted. But I could do that RTMP to an iPad, and then the iPad could run the Moblin app, which is the iOS version of the same kind of IRL Pro. The webcam feature is crazy wide. You tried setting up a server, but my brain got lost. Yeah. No, it's weird. And the DJI ones, at least the one that I bought, it's not a full action camera, but it's like the Osmo Pocket where it has a little gimbal and a little, what is kind of like a little robotic webcam on top. It's not like a full super wide frame thing, but because they have some pretty cool, small square clickable GoPro sized style things, action cam things. But they're meant to like just directly stream to the internet and not go through your OBS or your home computer, which is why instead of going straight to the website, I just RTMP to my iPad, and the iPad would go back to my home computer. But adding an extra layer of delay adds, instead of being a 5-second delay, now it's like a 10-second delay. And then if something interferes with that Pocket going to the iPad, that can cause a problem. Or if the iPad has a trouble going up, you have more breaks in the chain. It makes it more busted. But it is a nicer, easier, lighter camera than your phone you're holding up the whole time, or a phone gimbal thing. But we went to the St. Pete Pride during Pride Month, and we were able to stream. I was like driving in the car. It didn't drop the signal one time. We were walking up and down, getting rained on a little bit. And it worked. So I was pretty happy with that, like IRL example of it. I tried before, back when I had AT&T, and I think I fucked up a few settings. I was trying to use the iPad version, and that didn't work very well. So just going with the raw phone on my new T-Mobile, because I bought Mint Mobile as like a cheaper plan to try to save money as we were seeing my lack of income coming soon. So we're just trying to find ways to like tighten the belt a bit to make things work. But yeah, I would love to help people, like when Mike from PA, like a year ago now, was talking about multi-streaming, about how important that is. Like right now I'm streaming to vertical YouTube, and I'm also streaming to, like on my OBS thing, I'm streaming to regular YouTube as well as vertical YouTube. So I have a vertical version of my canvas. So whenever I switch to different scenes, it switches the scenes inside of my OBS. I guess you can't see that, but it's just a stacked version of myself. So you can go to the TikToks and all the different vertical stuff. I'm going to YouTube regular, which is also nice because even if I didn't make this a public YouTube video, it saves it permanently as a VOD. So my like live tab has every one of my Twitch VODs just dedicatedly saved. So I don't have to worry about having all the fucking hard drive space, whatever. It just goes there, done and done. So when like a 10-month-old clip comes out and there might have been more context and you don't have the full footage anymore, maybe you would have the full footage if you just did, if you just multi-streamed even to a private YouTube stream. And then as another version of that, your phone can just straight up, right? Your phone can, not that the words weren't bad on their own or whatever, but if you wanted to try to save some face or whatever, at least saying, oh wait, I misspoke or something. But yeah. If you're on your phone and you want to record a video of like a protest, but you're thinking to yourself like, oh shit, what if ICE takes my phone? They can just delete the recording or something. Maybe I should live stream it. That way it's safe and it's live streamed. Oh wait, If you live stream it, then you might be doxing fellow protesters, or, you know, seeing something that ends up being used against you or whatever it is, or your fellow, you know, whatever. That would suck. But you could go straight to YouTube as a private YouTube stream. So again, if someone shoots a rubber bullet and blows up your phone, it's been saved up to that moment. If you need to clip out a piece of it and then blur faces, you can do that. It seems like a decent, it only takes a little bit of work to like set up a live stream, whatever. It's not as fast as hitting the record button on your phone, which is probably why it's not the best solution for everybody. And maybe there's like some concerns that the Google servers will somehow, even though it's a private video, understand that it's sensitive, you know, I don't know, violent content, and somehow still flag it to ICE or something behind the scenes. Maybe Google and Palantir or some shit would do that. I don't know. Yeah. So when you make the thing, you can choose to make it. Usually it starts unlisted, and if you usually make it public yourself, or if you save it public, and then like right now, whenever I stream, I just say reuse the last settings, which then leaves that on. But it's an option to be private or unlisted, which is something that you could share to your, you know, whatever, your Discord group of your specific people that you think are fine to watch it live or whatever. But again, also just make it private where literally only your account can see it is another safe way to do it. Just as an option out there for people who might be wanting to record, but understanding that recording could come with some caveats. That seems like a decent best of both worlds. So I was like going to make a TikTok about like, hey, look, you can do it like this as an example, just to show you it could be a way that's useful, right? One of those things. So I would love to be able to help people do stuff. I was trying to help Nandre when he had that audio plugin that would like separate his audio files on his, because there's a way you can like separate this mic, the browser, the alerts, everything to separate audio sources. So when you save a file for video editing later, it's not all merged together. So if you wanted to snip out just your voice, you can keep it clean or whatever. But there's a problem with that thing where it would not volume voice banana, whatever it is, but like the VB audio banana something voice meter thing. But there was one where like the virtual audio cables is definitely a pain in the butt, but there was just like this thing that it would make the audio sound weirdly crunchy and like distorted for a few seconds. There's a fix that you can do for it in StreamerBot because there's some like cache that builds up and causes that glitch to happen. And then this thing could like for like 1 millisecond, reset your cache every 10 minutes or so to keep that from happening. It's a stupid little fix, but when Nandre was saying that he was going to get StreamerBot, I wanted to help him set it up if he wanted to help. If he wants to do it on his own, I understand, but I know that streamers don't like, they may not want to go in blind on things. But I think he ended up fixing it without that help because he just ended up deleting a bunch of old scenes and that ended up saving the memory or whatever. So, you know, I'm always trying to find ways to like be not just like another streamer, but just I want to be useful to the community of people. So I'm editing videos for Cinemarxism here and there, little shorts, one of those longer videos. Willing to edit people, and then at the end I might just have to be a silent, you know, Hasanabi / Mike / Carter / whatever clips channel that just tries to upload stuff to make some money on the YouTube algorithm. I don't know how realistic that is. I have 3D printers. I'm Mr. Hobbies over here. I got so many fucking interests in hobbies. Another problem with being an ADHD person, I guess, is that I just think things are interesting, and then I hyperfixate and then super learn about it. Like at one point we were thinking that for hurricanes and shit we should get a generator. Kara was like, we should get a generator so that when we lose power, we don't have to like, you know, empty out our fridge. And then I'm like, I don't have the mental bandwidth right now to just because I would never be able to just buy a generator because they're so fucking expensive. I would feel dumb buying a generator without knowing enough about it. And then I would need to like learn all about generators, you know, which wattage to buy, how many amps, what are the pros and cons of different models? Should I get the old model? Should I get the new model? All the different, I'm like, I don't have the space for that right now. So like, I just ask you, if you want a generator, could you do all that research? And she's like, fuck. And then we ended up just buying like a battery backup thing instead. And like, you know what? I'm cool with that, right? How many projects have I still yet to finish? I mean, my brother, I'm 3D printing like a Warhammer 40K Power Fist. I have like 100 parts for it. I need to sand some stuff down and get the gluing right so then I can prime it so that way he can paint it in his Rainbow Warrior scheme. And I've just been like delaying doing that. I just finished printing out a bunch of extra little finger joint pieces for some ASMR hobby interest stuff. I got two. I have a resin 3D printer sitting in the fucking garage right now. I had to eventually just empty the bin because you're not supposed to let the resin sit in the tank for too long because it can cause damage to it. I was like printing out a bunch of fucking models for playing games and shit. This is the finished project. If you see,
I will show you how my Power Fist works. Hello everyone. In this video, I will show.
Basically, this is the end here. So it's like fully finger articulating. Bought some metal springs, which are basically just pieces of metal, just little strips of metal off the internet. So I have all the pieces printed out. Yeah, the sounds of the things popping off of the plate is awesome. Add to the pile. Cheapest mobile live stream setup. Pretend you're leaving a box someplace. Think Raspberry Pi, battery bank, webcam, USB modem. And you get to Linux. I have never Linuxed. I had a friend, well, one of my brother's friends from high school was a big Linux guy. He was like an insane clown posse enjoyer, very goth, but also very like computer hacker. Ended up getting some crazy good job, very little, you know, knowledge or like official training because he like was able to bust him, get his stuff out there. I just got a YouTube comment. Splendid engine. I don't believe all the planes you see. They are Tupolev. They are not real. 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 Interesting. Splendid. Just to make sure, would you mind for 1 second? What was it? Was it this one? This. Would you mind saying what you see on the screen? Just in case. Do you mind reading this out? Just so I know that you're not a bot and you're here. Do you mind? Just in case. I have some built-in like web bots that block a lot of the basic spam that comes through Twitch, but I don't have that for YouTube. So they're giant birds. Wait, I thought birds weren't real. Wait, I'm confused. Wait. If you're talking about the one that Carter was just looking at with the 3D printing in the little resin gel thing, that was kind of neat. I thought that was cool. Hopefully, because resin printing is really good for certain detail levels, at least on the current like ones that peel off the plate thing, which is why they make much better minis than traditional FDM printing does. But I wonder how strong it is. An analog horror monologue, yeah. It's one of those. No, yeah. Because that was from not the Neil Red guy, but a different YouTube guy, yeah, who does a bunch of science stuff. And he loves doing experiments and then explaining it. I'm thinking this guy might not be real, unfortunately. I have not, you know, they've had plenty of time with a delay, so I guess I'll just give him the old banner. Wait, did it not work? There it is. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, hobbies are great. I think like because people are like, oh, what are you gonna do if you don't have a job? And like the you know the shit's off or whatever it is. But I'm like, I have so many things to do. I have endless things that I could do. I could always entertain my brain with some other bullshit, right? There's endless amount of life. I want to live forever. I want to be in the fucking Futurama jars. Like there's literally already an endless amount of fucking movies that I'll never watch. Like I kind of stopped watching traditional media around 2011-ish, somewhere around that range, where like we didn't have cable anymore. I guess we closer to 2013, but we didn't have cable anymore. I was just watching YouTube exclusively or Twitch. I kind of just ended up like I missed out on a bunch of shit. I never watched Mandalorian. I know Andor is really good. I should watch that. It's on my list. I have a bunch of movies I'm supposed to watch. I never watched one John Wick. I haven't seen any of them. Right? I know, like, he's a gun shooting guy and someone killed his dog, right? I know John Wick, and I'm sure it's great, but I don't know. Maybe it hasn't aged well over time. I don't know. So I was trying to do a thing where I would watch at least one movie or something on the weekends, but that's been inconsistent just because it is. I don't know. Maybe people today still are able to balance regular media and non-traditional media, but yeah. I mean, but I'm just saying, like, there is an endless amount of content. There's always something out there that you can enjoy, and then, like, if you're worried about living forever, it's really easy to die. It's one of those things that's like, even if you're a brain in a jar, dying is probably still scarily easy. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like one of those like monkey's paw scenarios where like you watch all your loved ones die and then you end up living, endlessly in the void, like the Hulk or something where you never age and you're alone in the heat death in the universe. Like, that's not going to happen. You'll die some point, but I would just like to have the option to live as long as I want, I'm never going to be able to watch every YouTube video ever. Probably wouldn't want to anyway, but I wouldn't be able to. And that sucks. I would like the option. I'm probably going to die when I'm like 67 or something, or, from like a congenital heart disease or something. I don't know. It sucks. It is, you only get what you got, hopefully I can have helped the movement some percentage points. Cause I don't think I'm having kids, right? I'm already kind of old enough to not have kids anymore. So I want to make an impact in a different way. So this is a way that I could maybe do that. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see what the wellness injury doesn't want me to know. What is just one simple trick, just one weird trick. Having watched all the YouTube, man, you just be like doing like the big pointy face and red arrows. Like you would just be perma like fucking. I guess you're just gonna be a Gen Alpha person. I guess is what that's good. That's what you're gonna become. That's all it would be, for better or for worse.
The healthcare system is in rough shape, but the wellness industry has never been healthier. You can find any treatment for any illness or annoyance, whether it works or not. Wellness influencers are the new celebrities. Everybody's got something to sell.
I'm going to show you all the supplements.
These are the wellness routines that I actually think are some of my favorite wellness products that everyone has.
We sold so much fucking shit. I've heard, I think it was Denims that was going over like her healthcare routine about retinol and stuff. And I'm just like, I've watched so much HSN. Like, it was literally my job. I watched so many beauty presentations. I just don't know that beauty care works. I think it's all a scam. There's some certain things that people think is important. SPF is good, whatever. Some of that stuff makes sense to some degree, but I'm like, a vitamin C or something that you put on your skin you put it on top of your skin, on your mostly dead skin to somehow make the underneath skin better. Like, it makes more sense to eat an orange than to put vitamin C in your face if it's important for your skin. Because that's what makes your skin or something. I don't know. Like, I guess I'm not a fucking doctor. I'm not a scientist, whatever. But just one of those things where, like, I just watch us sell all this garbage. And I just know that they're just there to hawk. They're not there to actually help,
Because in the wake of a
what the hell?
global pandemic, Americans are losing trust in doctors and embracing influencers, juices, powders, and coffee enemas. And now it's coming from the top down.
We need to stop trusting the experts.
So how did we get here? How did the wellness market grow to about quadruple the
That's a banger clip if I'm going to make that RFK video. That's a banger clip right there. Shit.
size and financial value of the pharmaceutical industry? And who's ultimately profiting off the public's embrace of healthcare hacks and homeopathy? We went down the rabbit hole and through the cluttered algorithms, spoke with experts, influencers.
I had no idea the numbers were that crazy. Global wellness economy versus other major industries. I guess this is in billions of dollars, right? But like, pharmaceuticals is only 1.6 billion compared to fucking. I mean, sports and tourism, I still think I would imagine to be less than pharmaceuticals, but wellness is goddamn crazy. Then I don't know what this one is. Health expectancy. I don't know what that is.
and doctors, and even broke into the industry ourselves.
There's a new one, Deep State Detox. Deep State Detox. It's a new supplement for patriots.
To figure out how this movement started, who's funding it, and what it means for the future of our health.
Vitamin E. Vitamin C is citrus. Vitamin D is the sun. vitamin E is just this, I guess, a different vitamin, whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what I should associate when I think vitamin E. Eels, seafood, maybe apples still or something different. Maybe vitamin E is still inside of like regular like oranges and shit. But you had issues with allergies and had to wash with oats in a stocking. The vitamin E helped clear the rash all over your body. Oh, interesting. So putting oats inside of a stocking and then use that to washing on your body. That's interesting. Trying to think, because I guess like when I think of allergies, I think of your body fighting your own skin after being exposed, you know, like kind of like how your esophagus closes up when you have, you know, a seafood allergy or something because your body thinks it's a negative thing. So you just like eat your eel pills. Yeah. Like your body like swells up with blood, and like that's the problem, is that it's like fighting itself, and then it's like creating all this fluids or whatever that then makes you can't breathe and die or something, or just inflammation, other you know, annoyances / serious health problems. So then using oats in a stocking to kind of get the weird milky goop out of the oats. Maybe the oats have like a particularly base element that comes out of them, or a soothing softness or something that is supposed to then help alleviate some of the swelling. I mean, because like there's like goat milks that people use to like try to rehydrate skin. I know oats are like in like milk substitutes, but I guess it could be, if it's in a milk substitute and goat milk is used in soap, I guess oats could be used on your skin similar to how goat milk could be used on your skin. So yeah, I guess that makes sense.
There have been skeptics.
Obviously, it was given to you to make it work, and then it did work. So it's definitely different. Yeah, it's in a lot of oils like avocado too. Yeah, interesting. Kara loves her avocados. It's one of those things that like it's like a big beautiful green inside, but then I expect it to taste like a kiwi or something, like a fucking, you know, sherbet or like a key lime pie, and then it's just like this very mild, flat, wide, savory taste, and I'm just like, that doesn't seem right. It's like, you know, I almost want this thing to be sweet, and then like the subverting my expectations makes it like not good. Like at one point, I thought I was gonna eat a brownie, and then I ate a piece of pumpernickel bread, not realizing what pumpernickel bread was, thinking that it's just a brown square. That's got to be a brownie. And then I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, I don't like pumpernickel bread. Probably because I was like tricked by myself. Stay away from your milk. Yeah. You're not supposed to give milk to cats too much, even though they do love it, but it gives them the runs. And then you're going to have a cat with a bunch of shit all over his legs, and then you got to clean that up. And that sucks, because the cat does not want to be cleaned by you. But it's like, dude, you want to lick this off your fucking fur all day? No, you don't. What the fuck? That's crazy. Yeah, dogs are the same. Yeah. I never realized how many things are not good for pets, which made me think that humans are just built different, because we can eat fucking everything. Like we eat things that are supposed to be poisonous, and like, spicy, nice, I like that. What's this? Alcohol? Literal poison? Go, 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 go. I'm addicted to this now. I need the poison. Give it to me. I will die without the poison now, right? It's like, goddamn. That's impressive. But then again, we eat one wrong berry and you die like fucking that guy in the van and Into the Wild. So, you know, we have our L's. It's just as many as we have as many W's.
Of modern medicine ever since Louis Pasteur discovered germ theory. But the irony is that the more advanced we became in medicine, the more Americans began to doubt it.
There were huge leaps in medical progress in the 20th century.
Speaking of germs and pasteurizing, I have to finish my slightly colder than room temperature cottage cheese that I've, accidentally forgot to finish.
And also big leaps in the pharmaceutical industry, but it also, from the very beginning, was kind of an ivory tower vibe.
From the 60s up through the 90s.
That's true. Although I think your house pets can't eat raw meat. Like you can't just take a chicken breast and then splat, put it on a plate and say, here you go, kitty. Because like their body and their enzymes or whatever aren't ready for that raw meat the same way that a wild cat is given the raw meat nutrients from its mother's milk or whatever. So that way it has the, biodiversity or something to fight that off. I think. Again, I've never given a cat raw meat, but I've just the thing I've like read online somewhere. Does that mean it's right? I don't know. I got to be careful with that. Love the forgers that think if birds can eat it, we can too. Yeah, I mean, that works until it doesn't work, but it works while it works. So you got to know your high brush and low brush cranberries. Oh, yeah, I'll just not. It's like one of those things where it's like, look, you know, black and yellow, that's a fellow. Yellow and black, you better watch your back, Jack. And I'm like, I don't know the rhyme that well that I'm just going to not touch the snake. You know, I'm just going to let the snake be. I'm not going to just, you know, bet my life on a fucking, you know, mnemonic device. Like, it's just one of those, like, it might help me on a test, maybe, but I'm not going to touch the snake. I'm just going to let the snake be, you know? Like, I don't know enough about it. You've given Philco sushi salmon. Right, but that's salmon that's safe even for us and our human insides to eat. So that makes sense, right? Your pets have never had a problem? Well, there you go. I guess maybe they just naturally have some, and maybe they had, you know, a little bit of indigestion for a little bit, like, oh, what the fuck? This is different. And then they were fine, right? And then they got their body adapted or something. So cats don't tell you when they have gas, you know, they just kind of like slowly fart in your house and you may not even notice.
These legit alternative practitioners and downright fraudulent healers built businesses on the fringe, collecting adherents who were often desperate for cures.
Medicine has limits. There are things we know and there's things we don't know. There's things we can't do. There's holes. And I think that is where alternative medicine fills the gaps.
Some of them will tell you that you can beat cancer by injecting yourself with baking soda. Others of them think that you can cure cancer by zapping tiny little cancer-causing parasites with something that looks like a car battery that runs an electric current through your body.
In 1976, Congress passed the Proxmire Amendment, which made it much easier to sell unproven supplements. Around the same time, a group called Committee for Freedom of Choice in Cancer Therapy told people that they can cure cancer with a concoction made out of apricot pits. It's soon.
I mean, to some extent, apricot pits might give people a little bit more hope. And technically, a lot of medicine is just distilled versions of nature or something, right? So keeping an open mind and doing proper testing to keep, you know, new ideas available, that makes sense to have a balancing act where you allow that. But also, you don't want someone just swindling cancer patients who are desperate with complete fake nothing that's not tested properly. So, like, it requires proper fucking, you know, regulation. It has to be like open to new idea regulation, but also not just letting it all through and letting capitalism figure it out.
It emerged that the group was backed by members of the John Birch Society, a secretive yet influential hard-right organization of ultra-rich, conspiracy-minded libertarians. Members included Fred Koch, the father of Charles and David Koch.
Yeah, the Koch family lineage is related to this thing. That's one of the things I learned. I was like, this is crazy. It was in the movie Dr. Strangelove. The guy is like our precious liquid fluids or something, and we have to keep it pure from the John Birch Society. That was a thing. That was in that movie, which shows you how deep and real, you know, that's like the same Alex Jones bit, but put into that movie, you know.
Like father, like sons. Maybe they believed in apricot pits, but they definitely had a political motivation.
The John Birch Society's embrace of certain alternative medicines was really part of a broader political effort to push the government out of all spheres of public life, which is an appealing argument if you're somebody who's trying to sell a product that's...
That makes sense, right? To put things that you're not 100% sure about, like, you know, the experimental phase things, that's regulated to those who've tried other things or whatever, or at the discretion of a doctor's board or whatever, right? At some point when COVID was like popping off and people were like fighting with these security guards about masks and things, they're always like, I have a doctor's note. And I'm always thinking to myself, like, is there just like one doctor that they all go to? Or is there even a doctor that they just say they have a doctor's note and then no one's going to like fact check the doctor's note to see if that person's actually an accredited doctor or not? But which is why It'd be nice if everything was done by, I guess, a board of doctors. You know, with the fucking, toothpaste, you need 4 to 5 dentists before you can get that toothpaste sold to the American public. You can't just get that one dentist, that one quack out there selling fucking, I don't know, baking soda, like, although maybe baking soda would be good for your teeth because there is Arm & Hammer. But anyway, it'd be nice if that was always a part of the regulation, but I guess maybe that's not realistic. I don't know. But it seems like that should be a part of it.
It's not safe for the public.
The John Birch Society was considered a fringe group at the time, but its pro-corporate, pro-conspiracy, leave us alone ethos has shaped American politics, as well as the nation's healthcare system. Their mission was aided by the 1976 Supreme Court decision in Buckley versus Valeo, which paved the way for corporate involvement in politics, including special interest groups eager to push U.S. policy toward deregulation. Around the same time, people were finding new, erroneous reasons to distrust doctors.
The birth of the modern American anti-vaccine movement was in 1982 with a film called DPT Vaccine Roulette.
For more than a year, we have been investigating
I haven't heard this before.
the pertussis port of the vaccine. What we have found are serious questions about the safety and effectiveness of the shot.
The parents all told the same story. My child was fine, and they got this whooping cough or pertussis vaccine, and now look at them.
The connection was eventually disproven.
They got a vaccine
Most
injury.
kids were born with a genetic defect, but it still spawned a crusade that metastasized slowly until the 1990s. In the meantime, the health freedom movement, first articulated by the John Birch Society, continued to grow thanks to strategic investments from the business and right-wing communities.
Conservative libertarians began pairing with the supplement industry.
Is that, what's his name? Ron Paul? It's happening. That's Bush era liberalism right there.
To host a series of grassroots forums and trade shows and expos that courted alternative medicine practitioners and users and believers to sort of consolidate behind an idea that,
within moderation, I'm sure. I've heard of, isn't peroxide the stuff in the brown bottle that makes your like wounds fizz, right? I assume you don't want to like swallow that, but I guess you're not supposed to swallow toothpaste either because it's got a bunch of shit in it. You just spit that shit out. My brother was really into the Something Awful forums when we were children. So that's where I would learn about Ron Paul and how funny he is, or making fun of him is funny. Even though I wasn't actually a political person, I just knew that he was like an outsider. Yeah. Deluded. It's like whenever people are like, do you know what's in the vaccine? There's like mercury or there's whatever, but it's like in like the very specific amount to be used for this, that, or the other, where it's like there's cyanide in a fucking apple core, right? Like it's kind of one of those like, sure, it sounds bad, but also do you understand the strengths and differences to these things? Because you sure don't seem like you do. Everything can sound fucked up. I remember, oh man, there was a science fair project I saw about dihydrogen monoxide, about DHMO, dihydrogen monoxide, and how it's super deadly and like it kills people, and it's, if you get it in your lungs, you die. Sure, right, yeah. I guess that's a bad example to use. And I remember seeing that thing and I was like, damn it, I want to use that. But I knew that if anyone ever saw that I was making the same study, that they'd be like, you stole this, you son of a bitch. So I was never able to use it, but I really wanted to. So I guess I was like, I can't steal it. You only can twist it. But, obviously dihydrogen monoxide is H2O. Haha, that's the joke. It sounds bad. You can get people to sign a petition to say, let's ban DHMO in schools. Let's ban it from soft drinks. Why is DHMO in your soft drink? You don't need that. Like all these different things. So it's one of those like, sure, having a big backing and people being mad about it is one thing. And it's important to get people activated. Obviously, it's the whole point of activism and shit. But also, it should come with like some legit fucking research behind it. Not just one random quack. It needs to be peer studied, peer reviewed. The body of research should look into it. Even if fucking, I don't know, Copernicus got made fun of for being right and then later on they all realized it. For every one Copernicus you miss out on by not getting in early on the ground floor and take his fucking meme stock to the moon, you're going to avoid a bunch of fucking charlatans, right? So it's one of those, like, I'll take my odds, right? That's that was supposed to be the end, the consensus of my video before, fucking sometimes the consensus, or at least the represented consensus, because I think like the Flint, Michigan thing, like real experts knew it was a problem, but the government was trying to cover up, or like the Republican government in the area was trying to cover it up or whatever. So like there could have still been some solid research that you could have found, or they should just make things more open source than being closed down. Like in Florida, we were closing the books on all COVID stuff and then making it a black box and then being told to cook the numbers. And then that one lady's like, they're cooking the numbers. And then they bust into her house and try to arrest her at gunpoint with her family in the house. And it's like, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's Florida for you. But like that should, so when a government's doing that shit, you should go, wait a minute, I don't like this. But when it's open source, that's where you can then go, okay, nerds, look at it. What do you think? Tell me what's good.
That would advance their agenda. And the idea that they sold them on was that Americans have the right to choose their healthcare options. The FDA had responded to this increase in public appetite for supplements by ensuring that every supplement that was on the shelf had to first meet minimal safety standards. They had to demonstrate that there wasn't, arsenic in their pills.
Many supplement and alternative medicine manufacturers did just that. And there are millions of people who find these products useful parts of their healthcare regimens. But others in the industry resented the government's requirements. And when the Clinton administration's FDA proposed stricter labeling standards, it was simply a bridge too far. The industry showed its muscle by pouring millions of dollars into the Save Our Supplements campaign, which produced 2.5 million letters to Congress and this commercial starring Mel Gibson.
Freeze! Drug enforcement! Oh! Guys, hey, it's only vitamins.
Only vitamin.
Only vitamins.
The next year, the industry dropped millions more into lobbying Congress to pass the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act.
Oh, Mel Gibson. Can he do anything right? People like the movie The Patriot. Maybe. I don't know. People like Braveheart. Was The Patriot bad? I remember being a kid and I liked it because I like guns. And like, I thought it was sick because they're like, yeah, we're Americans. We're doing guerrilla combat. Yeah. I guess if you're too young, Mel Gibson wouldn't hit. I was around for like the later Lethal Weapons. I wasn't around. Mad Max is the best thing. Right. That's true. He was wasn't he in the original Mad Max too? Like the original, not like the, obviously not the Fury Road new ones, but like the Mad Max 1 before they had like the much higher production value, when it was like just kind of like weird, disheveled. Yeah, the first 1, 2, or yeah. Because like the first one was like, it just looked like it was Australia. You know what I mean? It just was kind of like, I guess it was supposed to be like very shortly after the apocalypse happened, but it was obviously because it's low budget and they couldn't just, not have like a storefront somewhere or whatever. That's what I remember from the movie specifically. And then that was cool that the guy who played the original bad guy came back as a Morton Joe or something like that in the later ones. So that was cool. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I remember watching those movies back in the day. I had such terrible media literacy. I was the kind of guy who was like, wow, Starship Troopers, shooting bugs is cool. What a cool movie. Like that was it. That's the takeaway I took away from it. Right. I'm dumb as bricks, I never quite understood anything. I didn't realize X-Men was about, people being closeted or whatever. And I didn't get that. I just thought they were like cool mutants. What the fuck, There's like there's symbolism and like all kinds of things that I would take it at base value. I would watch fucking Breaking Bad and I'd be like, Walter White is the main character and I am rooting for Walter. Skylar is a bitch. How dare she cheat on my main man, Walter? I'm so mad. Like I was like one of those like guys who was mad at Skylar, the most typical ass dude. Apolitical. Yeah. Star Wars. Yeah. Wars aren't political. Don't make it political, man. What the hell? Sometimes wars just happen. So I would watch the fucking, the new trilogy and I'm just like, a lot of politics going on, just kind of looking at the pretty shapes and colors and then waiting for the lightsabers to come out. I'm like, oh, hell yeah, neat. And all I remembered was the lightsabers, completely forgot all the politics. When I was much older, I watched them again and I'm like, wow, There's a lot of talking. There's a lot of whole like background stuff going on in these movies. Interesting. Huh. Why the fuck did Jar Jar Binks say that the guy could be the emperor? That's fucked up. What the fuck is going on in these movies? Like, there's a lot of things happening I didn't realize. Why the fuck do you want him to be the chancellor? What the fuck? That's crazy. Why would you dissolve your own Senate, you dumbasses? That makes no sense. I am the Senate. I would like to get better at media literacy. When we did actually do the movie night, we watched Parasite, and I was like, try to understand, make sure you don't miss something, think deeply about it. And I think we ended up doing a pretty good job, but there was like some Reddit posts that we, after the movie, were like, what does Parasite mean? Trying to find out, some like making sure we didn't miss anything. And some people had some pretty good, I won't spoil or whatever, but some people had some pretty good, like short, but very like witty analysis specifically. That was like, that's an element that I did not quite attach to it directly, but that's a good way to look at it or something. But overall, I think we did a pretty decent job. Not that that movie is like, it's pretty obvious, I guess, technically. It's not one of those, like, you really have to, like, read between the lines kind of thing. But, or maybe it is a read between the lines and I completely missed it still. And even the Reddit comments also missed it. I don't know. I would like to get better at media literacy. It's a part of being illiterate, I guess.
Act of 1994.
Really loosed this alternative medicine industry
to source. Grok told me so.
Make at least claims that sounded like this really could work for you. Now, they couldn't make specific claims. You couldn't say things like, this product will shrink your prostate, or this product will prevent heart attacks. But you could make vague claims, supports heart health, supports prostate.
You can say, reduces the appearance of wrinkles for free. You could have, like, this is not intended to treat, cure, or prevent any, disease. That was a good disclaimer we ran all the fucking time over all kinds of things. We used to have lawyers sit in the room with one of those big Ethan Klein mute buttons that would mute our shit off of the delay. And they would say something like, this cures cancer. And they go, oh, fuck. And they hit the button. They eventually got rid of that. And they just don't have it anymore. I think it's because when HSN was his own company, before QVC bought them out, they had their own legal team that was very careful about the claims of the brands that came on the network. Where QVC is like, bitch, that's you. If you say that, you get sued. We don't give a fuck. Which is a bold strategy. I don't know how often lawsuits happen or whatever, but they just had a whole different methodology behind the idea. So, interesting.
Prostate health, supports immune health. And that really helped to launch the industry.
The industry has grown exponentially since 1994, powered by some of the world's biggest corporations.
You want to get big.
Hell yeah.
And some of the world's shadiest, most fly-by-night hucksters.
Goddamn, them dudes are huge, man. They built them bigger back then. What the fuck, man? Back when you could take actual horse testosterone, Back when you had a heart attack at the age of 29, like that shit fucked you up, man. God damn.
To prove how easy it is to get in on the action in this barely regulated industry, we too have become shady fly-by-night hucksters. Introducing Deep State Detox, our brand new formula designed to help your cells thrive in a world of big government toxins, including heavy metals, Wi-Fi signals, and seed oils. Plus, it'll invigorate your subconscious. Seriously, we Googled custom supplement manufacturer, chose one of the countless companies that offer the service, and sent them a few emails asking for a blend that fights heavy metals, Wi-Fi signals, and seed oils, and
I'm not dead right now. Just need to move and get in a better position. I'm not dead right now. So that rock is definitely doing something. I can feel it doing something, that's for sure. Maybe I should lay, I don't know. With that suppositive life-supporting stone shove up your rectum.
inspired subconsciousness. Their response, we can definitely do that. Then they pitched some ingredients and sent over some samples. And legally speaking, we're free to sell these largely with any promise that we want.
As long as it's a vague promise, right? One of those, like, not a very specific, this will give you 3% better scores on your blood test or something promise.
We're hardly the first people to get into health, diet, and wellness with absolutely zero qualifications or expertise in health, diet, or wellness.
And we're back with Gwyneth Paltrow revealing her all-natural tricks to revitalizing your body from the inside out.
To think he could have been the fucking senator, right? I think he's still involved in some shit, right? increasing your prostate chakra and your cocktra. You know, you want to increase that cocktra. Yeah, Goop is one of those, like, I feel like has anyone ever met somebody in the wild who's like, I trust Goop, I like Goop, I think Goop is awesome? Like, has anybody ever seen somebody that doesn't just think of it as a joke? Because obviously it makes a fuckload of money. Unless it's just like a gigantic loss leader where she just has this fun project that she wants to have. It's like, you know, somebody that pays the domains for their like personal website because they just think it's nice to have and it doesn't cost them that much. But I've never, you know, I guess in Florida, maybe like in LA or something, you might run across that more often. But like, no one, you know, buys into the Goop shit. Maybe we're not the right audience for it, though. I have a very specific bias. Yeah, yeah. Goop enjoyers, nowhere to be found, at least not on twitch.tv. So I guess that also makes sense, too.
Gwyneth Paltrow cannot say, I'm just like you, to most people in any kind of believable way. But she can say, I don't trust medical science, the medical establishment, the pharmaceutical establishment either. And what makes me feel healthier and better are these things. And you can access those things too.
Actress Jenny McCarthy.
She's like, don't trust the medical scientists. Those people have jobs that make money. Of course they're going to lie to you. Buy my thing instead. And it's like, wait a minute. The same logic applies to... No, never mind. You're fine. Yeah, you're fine. You're good. You're fine.
McCarthy applied her deep medical expertise as a figurehead for the anti-vax movement.
Together, the tag team of WWE and Generation Rescue can and will lay the smackdown on autism.
Carrying the torch that was
That's kind of a fire clip. I mean, that's kind of a laying the smackdown on autism, you know, with some fucking Fox News blonde or whatever. Like, that's kind of a banger. I mean, I just obviously bad and dumb, but Jesus Christ.
Sparked in 1982.
Was she the one that married Jim Carrey? Was she the anti-vax lady? I don't know enough about the history of it. When I was a kid, I liked what is it? I liked the see you later autism. Yeah, they give autism the Cold Stone Stunner or whatever, the rock bottom of autism. You know, Tombstone autism, back to the Stone Age. I'm trying to think of other wrestling moves that I know, but there was a very specific era. Yeah, I'll drive it to hell. There was a very specific, you know, Hell in a Cell, yeah, cage match with autism, Mankind versus autism. I think autism's gonna win. Unfortunately, that bro uses a sock to fight people. Okay, like he's not gonna beat autism. Unfortunately. He likes pain too much. That guy is not, he's not gonna make It's weird to hear how many Americans don't get that places like the Oz doctors aren't given money to push things on us so we can trust them. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, also their bullshit TV show where they want to do clickbait, but for like the Oprah era, you know, they want to have that fucking killer soundbite after like the second to last, you know, commercial break in the Oprah show to keep you watching the network. It's the goddamn, you know, it's the algorithm giving you might also enjoy these videos things, and you got to click to stay on. Now autism's going to take over. Yeah. This must be a clip from the website, because it has the WW before the WWF. I don't think in the 80s. I think they still had when I was a kid, it was the WWF still. So this must be like a archive clip or something. But which I guess makes sense that they would put their new watermark on it. I guess there's a certain level of skepticism between the like it's your own freedom of choice thing, and then also the contrarian, where like everybody else trusts the doctors, but you know better because you're cool and hot and sexy and smart. And it's like, I am. That's right. I'm special. I'm the protagonist kind of shit, right? I'm not a sheeple. I'm a wolf or whatever. My dad's very like that. I don't think I could. I think if I asked my dad, have you ever been wrong about something? He would struggle to think of an example of a time that he was wrong. Because he would take it as a personal slight that he can grow and learn or something, especially at his current age or whatever. Feeling like he has to be the smartest person in the room is a part of his personality. So I guess that's kind of where it sort of starts. And then they have the ability to do it. And how dare you take that ability away or judge them for using that ability?
And truly ignited in 1998.
In 1998, Andrew Wakefield, a British gastrointestinal surgeon, published a paper in The Lancet of 8 children who had recently received the measles, mumps, rubella, or MMR vaccine.
Wait, really? I thought it was the World Wildlife Federation with the little panda logo. It looks kind of like Panda Express, but not quite. How did I fuck up my thumb? Interesting. That's like at least what the narrative was. Like, God damn those animals, people, right? They were like, how dare these motherfuckers, do this thing? I want my WWF. I mean, honestly, I do think that like I wouldn't have cared if they both had the same fucking logo, or not the logo, but the same like 3 letters, like whatever. It wouldn't have mattered to me. But I guess when SEO is a thing or whatever, it's technically important, but it worked out fine. They ended up doing okay with it. So whatever. But it was weird that there's like a very specific like wildlife charity thing, conservation thing that was just like had smoke for the wrestling group. And you're like, what? That's weird.
Within a month or so of that, developed signs and symptoms of autism. And he then believed that the MMR vaccine caused autism. The scientific and medical community responded by doing the easy studies. That study now has been done 24 times in 7 different countries on 3 different continents and has found the same result every time. The MMR vaccine does not cause autism.
It was later revealed that Wakefield's study was not only paid for by a lawyer who wanted to sue vaccine makers, but that Wakefield himself had applied for a patent for his own vaccine and medical devices. And it would have made him tens of millions if it weren't for those meddling scientists.
This is one of those things that I feel like, I don't know if there's a way to actually do it other than to have like a government organization of scientists or whatever. But studies should be open source. They should not be behind, like when the oil and gas foundations hire scientists to do studies, they then go, oh, look, we're doing this thing called climate change. Let's keep this under lock and key and already start spinning up counter arguments about how we're not doing it. So that way they're ready for our primed arguments. Like that shouldn't be allowed. That should be opened up to the public so we can all know it. When fucking Duke Energy, so like in the local area, my power company is Duke Energy. It's a big power conglomerate company that I think it's one of the bigger ones in America, technically, as far as a private power company. And they have like a big thing up in North Carolina as well. They had done a thing where they had a bunch of coal ash leaking out of old things into waterways, and they're supposed to be testing the water, and they have their own private studies that prove that things are leaking, but they say they haven't noticed certain leaks of a certain type. So they have these private studies that understand the information, and only eventually when public studies finally notice it, do they realize that they've known about it for a long time. And it's like, you motherfuckers, you can't just hide that. That should not be allowed. Like science should be not privatized behind a paywall. Science, papers should not be required to have a fucking login or whatever. Yeah, that's right. I forgot it because he wanted to have 3 separate vaccines to make money. Oh, thanks for the follow, Booger Main. I don't know how realistic it is or whatever. I'm not a member of the science community, and it seems like if the government pays for scientists, some companies like, hey, scientists, you're pretty good. We'll pay you double the money you're making there. Come on over. They're like, oh my. And they would just, sure, why not? But then they're locked behind NDAs, and then they lock up all their research. And I don't know how you beat that other than saying you're not allowed to hire scientists. And then the scientist was like, come on, man, I'm just trying to make my nut or whatever, right? Like it's one of those, I don't know how realistic it is, but it's one of those like, I want China to come in and just like take over. I just want something that just makes fucking sense for once.
Regardless of the facts, we still ended up here.
Without a doubt in my mind, I believe vaccinations triggered Evan's autism.
Well, she believes it, folks. So you can just wrap that one up. We're good. We got to figure it out.
People like McCarthy parlayed their anti-vax activism into new careers, while lawyers such as RFK Jr. made millions suing vaccine makers. TV producer Del Bigtree pivoted to anti-vax media, funded generously by reclusive and anonymous donors in New York. And just like in the early 90s, this all got wrapped up under one big right-wing health freedom bow. In fact, Andrew Wakefield himself, chased out of England, showed up at Donald Trump's first inaugural ball with girlfriend Elle Macpherson, owner of her own supplement line. Wakefield eventually moved to Texas, where he became involved in the conservative medical.
Perfect. That's a perfect state for him to move to. That makes the most sense. It's either Florida or Texas. It's got to be one or the other. Texas was the big grift back then, I think, at that time period. So he might have to, when everyone's leaving, he might come over to Florida at that, fuck me. He might come over here. Not that, I don't know. Florida obviously is very weird for a lot of reasons. Some really bad ones. But we're trying to organize some stuff here. Like in the morning and, at 9, so like what is it, 4:30-ish right now? At 9 a.m., I got to meet up with our local DSA people because we're going to have a little pre-meeting, and then we have 2 city councils we're going to talk to try to convince them to get a feasibility study to allow us to have publicly run power instead of city-owned power, or have city-owned power instead of private power. And we have to convince them that they should do a feasibility study. And I'm like, why even do a feasibility study? Just I have the I don't know what version of, I don't know if it's Lenin or Mao. Or I just want to use there's a rule, eminent domain. I'm just take it over. Just tell them you and what army, bitch, right? It's ours now. It's our, those wires, they were ours to start with. You bought them fucking pennies on the dollar. Fuck you. We built them. You never even fucking took care of them. They're ours. All right, get out. That's what I would want to say to them. But that's never going to fly, unfortunately. So we got to pay for a study. They go, if you exchange ownership of these, I don't know, deeds of power poles or whatever the fuck it is, there's certain things they have to make sure it works. Hopefully the numbers are good because Duke has paid for their own feasibility study. And what do you know? It's just not feasible. It wouldn't work out. You shouldn't bother with it. Just sign another 30-year deal with us exclusively, and we'll continue to raise your kilowatt price every fucking 3 months for the next 30 years. Cool. CRISO, or is Oz Gov Science guys. They get paid royalties for Wi-Fi device patents, so fun's part of the science they do. Oh, Oz as in Australian. I thought you were saying before about Oz. I thought you meant Dr. Oz. So I thought it was Oz doctors. I get you. No, that makes total sense. Is the Australian science guys, they get paid royalties for Wi-Fi device patent. Huh. Yeah. That makes way more, obviously, because, Dr. Oz has very little to do in Australia specifically. One of the things, the little factoids, and it's probably shifted a little bit in the numbers, but within 10% or so, the Florida population is almost the same as the Australian continent's population, which I'm like, damn, that's crazy, because that's an entire continent, and Florida is just one of the states. Now, Florida is one of the more populated states. It's the top 5-ish populated states. Obviously now it's not in New York or Texas or California, but it might be the 4th biggest or something. But it's right around 30-something million people on each place, which is oh, neat. So whenever I think about the amount of land that exists in Australia, it's just Florida but spread out. I'm dang. And then all the different politics. It's just the state of Florida as the nation entirely, So it puts into a different perspective. Not saying that it's a small country, they don't belong in the same field or whatever it is, but it's just a way to contextualize it or whatever. And also, the collecting of guns can be done even in a state the size of Florida, right? That's a thing that they did in Australia, which is I guess they're an island, but even then, we just make all the guns. We are the island of making the fucking guns, and we just stop making them. Way less guns all of a sudden, right? So it's pretty easy. some of your capitals have less people than some U.S. towns. Yeah. I mean, yeah, because you have, I guess, like, there's like Queensland, and then Melbourne's a city. Because I used to, like I said, it was before I was watching Beagle Rush, the XCOM guy. So he would tell me a little bit about Australia's like geography to some extent. You don't even need to collect them; just stop selling gun oil. Yeah, there was one. Was it Chris Rock who was like, all you need is bullet control. You don't need gun control. Just make it so that way bullets are like incredibly expensive, or you can't buy them at places, and then eventually the guns become kind of useless, right? But I guess people can make their own bullets easier than they can make their own guns. But making your own bullets is one of those like. It's kind of scary. Darwin in small numbers, humid and hot. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, Chris Rock. Okay, yeah. I know all about humid and hot. Although I forget how, because like there's the Tropic of Cancer, the Equator, and the Tropic of Capricorn. Florida is a little above the Tropic of Cancer. I don't know how far from the Tropic of Capricorn Australia is, but then I guess also the angle and the tilt of the Earth might make the summers more intense or whatever down there. I know it's obviously in the opposite time of year, but the angle at which the sun rays come in changes because we're actually closer to the sun during winter, but because the angle's worse, and then it means it's less hot. Like there's all kinds of science and shit. I only know enough to be, confused.
Freedom movement. It was already well established, thanks to work done by both
I
Congressman
sweat
Ron
so
Paul and supplement makers in the early 2000s to make alternative treatments a cog in right-wing media.
And they did this by demonstrating that they had a freedom message that was tied to a money-making message. The offer on the table to politicians from both parties was, you can make money by selling products, alternative medicine products, to your followers.
There's a company called Manatech, a maker of nutritional supplements.
I did a couple of speeches for them. They were paid speeches.
Let me tell you that diabetes can be reversed. That's why I'm strongly suggesting that you look into this product from Barton Publishing, and I should know it works.
I think type 2, the fat kind of diabetes, can be reversed, but type 1, the one you're born with, is not reversed, right? So I guess that might be partially true, or I could still be wrong, but I mean, when I got into keto diet, back when it was Atkins diet, that was one of the big claims, was that people with certain types of seizures can get like help by not having carbohydrates because it fires in the brain a certain way. So there's some like crazy claims about what it could do. And then also certain diabetes things, because again, insulin, sugar, carbohydrates, helping your body manage things better. They're supposed to be able to help with that as well. And I was able to lose a decent amount of weight. I almost got down to I was like 205, 204 pounds at one point, which was, as my adult life, the first time I was ever close to breaking that 100 pound, 199 pound like threshold. Because I've been 200 plus ever since fucking, I don't know, sometime in middle school probably. I don't remember the exact moment, but I've been getting fatter and fatter my entire life. So losing that much weight felt great, but then like as soon as I eat carbs again, all comes back. So whoops. But I got plans to do some exercising and dieting and stuff. It's on the docket. I have to help my liver be less fat, because according to my blood tests, my liver is kind of fat, and my liver is too fat for too long. It can cause damage or scarring or something, so I'd rather not. No, yeah, I mean, I tried to get a bunch of weird things. I was making, like, I would buy these certain, like, wraps that are supposed to only have 5 grams of carb per wrap, but they're small and they taste like shit. I tried a bunch of different things. I would also just eat a package of bacon as a snack. In the oven, I would have a tray, like a baking tray, line it up, double line it with tin foil because I hated coming to clean it, lay all the bacon out, cook it in the oven. It tasted so fucking good because it would like just cook in its own fat because it's like kind of all pooled up. And then I would just lean the tray on a slight angle, like kind of like prop it up on something, and all the bacon would drain, all the grease would drain to the bottom section of the tray. Then all the bacon I'd kind of push up because it shrinks a shit ton once it's like all like cooked. So they would kind of like sit at the top of it and they would get all super crispy and amazing. It was some of the best bacon I've ever had in my entire life. But probably gonna fucking kill me if I kept eating it. Like I've eaten so many fucking Subway style sandwiches, Wawa sandwiches, and then I find out later, like, oh yeah, deli meat causes cancer, just so you know. And I'm like, what? I've eaten, like, when I was on keto, I would go to like a Publix, which is basically a supermarket in the South, and I would be like, hi, you know, I would just buy a pound of salami and a pound of pepperoni, just like the big ass deli slices, and I would just eat it. I would just roll them up into little, like, you know, long rolls and eat them. And it was amazing. I loved it. It was like, I was super happy to eat that food. It was super salty, super fatty, but like it didn't have carbs technically, haha. Or only had like 1 gram per however much, you know, because there's always some very minor additives or something. But I must have eaten so many nitrates that my body is like shutting down or something. So I'm trying my best not, you know, it's a rare treat to have like a Firehouse sub or a Wawa sub. Like I don't make it a daily occurrence anymore. We don't buy it as our like traditional groceries just because like, fuck. Oh, I would. As a part of a very similar random snack for myself, I would get those like little like zipper bags of pepperoni that have like the round ones, like the nipple sized pepperonis. And I would just lay them out on a plate with like a bunch of layers of like paper towels and just microwave it. And they would turn into these like potato chip things almost. Soup. They were like probably crispier and more nuked than people would want to eat them. But I was lazy and didn't want to cook them on a cooking thing. But they were nice. And they were really, when you fry them up like that, they get super spicy. I don't know what science is to make something that is something like the pepperoni when it's wet, it's almost nothing. But when it's fucking like nuked like that, at least for my white ass, I'm like, ooh, it's spicy. You know, it's like, what happened? It's the same shit. I guess, you know, heat made it hot, I guess, you know, but a different kind of hot.
Now that we're in the biz, we wondered just how easy it would be to get our own right-wing endorsement. And it turns out it's really easy.
This is a new one. Deep State Detox. This is going to be fun. I saw this. I thought it was really cool. It might be something some of you guys would be interested in. This is from Deep State Detox. Let's check this out.
For just $150, we got a dozen hosts to read an ad for Deep State Detox on the Rumble shows.
Bro, they went to Streamlabs and said, we got a deal for Rumble people. And they're like, you got it. You know, you give us 150, we'll give you out so many promo codes or whatever. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, also, I don't get this. I see this so often. People have a Shure SM7B, and then they want to have the branding of having a little like thing underneath the microphone, so they just make a block to shove on the back of it. I don't know. It just looks dumb to me. Maybe I'm too much of a TV guy where I'm like, that's dumb. But I just think that's dumb.
The modern world fills us with chemicals and takes our freedom. So that's what Deep State Detox is here to fix.
It's filled with all kinds of stuff Big Pharma and the government don't want you to know about.
It sent visitors to our website.
Well, you cut soda out by pouring sparkling water over ice. There's a little fruit juice I can stand. And there's little fruit juice you can stand in a big glass. The only time I drink soda is root beer floats. Ooh, I do love that. Oh, is that what, did they call it a flag? That makes sense. Yeah. I forget if I have, let's see. But before the tariffs kicked in a while back, I was on AliExpress, and then I saw that they had these little plastic things. I guess I could also have 3D printed them, but they were like super cheap. They have little pieces of foam in them. So I made some with my channel's face on it. And then some with the Dump Duke thing, because we ever do interviews with people about their Dump Duke story, about how they don't like Duke Energy. And then also just I had an extra, a third one. So I put the DSA for the St. Pete area spoonbill thing on it, just to have, in case we do random DSA stuff. But yeah, these things, these little boxy things that just sit underneath it. Oh yeah, I was able to do some stuff with the DSA. Like I was running helping do the videos for the campaign, because we were running a city council person from our DSA. Unfortunately, it was like the most Republican out of all the different mini districts or whatever in this area, so he didn't win. But we just still have our first person that was elected before I joined, named Richie Floyd, who's I think the first socialist elected to St. Pete City Council in 100 years or something. I don't know. They have like a whole thing about it, but
which abided by the flimsy FDA regulations.
Can't sit there and say a lot of this stuff on here and it be fake. So go try it out. See how you guys feel.
You don't have to consent to taking your pills. It's your right to take these capsules and embrace health freedom over mind control. Oh, you got to click on this one.
If we'd made this stuff a decade ago, we probably wouldn't have been so overtly political in our branding. But today, putting government conspiracies front and center aligns with the big new alternative medicine producers, which have seized on an unprecedented rise in public cynicism since the pandemic.
With the virus spreading like wildfire, a battle is raging over one of the key tools used to fight it.
Mainly here today because I am standing up for health freedom.
We shuttered schools, we restricted travel, we closed businesses, we isolated, quarantined, masked, social distance, and people saw that as massive government overreach.
It created so much distrust. It just opened up just tore open this gap, between people and experts. So if you could fill that gap, which, misinformation purveyors very readily did, then you have an audience that is set up to believe you and set up to buy your stuff.
From the very beginning, even before the virus reached American shores, Dr. Joseph Mercola, a physician turned alternative health guru, was there to fill the gap, peddling misinformation.
Nobody's made more money off of selling swill than Joseph Mercola. He was such an effective marketer of these products that his website soon became more popular than the CDC's website. He was getting like significantly more hits than any public service agency. And so this not only made Joseph Mercola a very rich man, but it also put him in a position to fund and support a lot of the grassroots groups that would eventually go on to become power players in this movement.
Mercola's early posts during the pandemic.
Sometimes, people have, medical issues, whatever it is, and I want to be, understanding of their stuff. And I just looked at my Google Photos real fast to find, like, I was a fat ass using my Steadicam at HSN. And I would be double masked back when that was the CDC guidelines. This is back from 2021-ish, something like that. And I'm up there huffing and puffing through a double mask, the traditional little like doctor one, and then the cloth one on top, always over the nose. Never, all these motherfuckers let it down, and they're just breathing out. And I'd be all fucking annoyed, looking over my cubicle at them. But I'm like, you think you can't breathe? I mean, like, there's probably some people who have actual breathing issues, and that's a thing. But like, I feel like most of the time, these motherfuckers did not have a problem. So I don't know. That could be my I'm built different kind of bullshit coming through, but also like, when these right-wing fuckheads start saying shit, it's one of those things where I just like, I know you're fucking lying. And you're the person that always hates it when people lie to get fucking extra treatment or whatever, right? Like that you're the one who never wants anyone to have special treatment, but then I need my special treatment, please. I can't go into the Dollar General with a mask on, I'll die. I can't.
Earned him the distinction of being the most influential conduit of COVID misinformation on the internet, which he, of course, parlayed into selling tons of books and liposoma vitamin C on his website, claiming that it could prevent COVID. He also insisted that actual COVID vaccines were a medical fraud. It's worth noting that 3 years before the pandemic, Mercola stated that his net worth was already in excess of $100 million.
It's estimated that the online misinformation business, disinformation business regarding vaccines, is a $1 billion a year industry, in large part supported by the alternative medicine industry. I mean, it's certainly a much better industry than the information business.
Spent a ton of money on random wellness junk this year.
The modern wellness industry relies heavily on social media influencers to fuel its growth. And other than a barely enforced FTC regulation that requires sponsored posts to be labeled as such, there really aren't many rules of what you can sell or how. It's a symbiotic world. Loads of new wellness companies, like say Bloom Probiotics, throw big money at well-known.
That annoys the shit out of me that people would do stuff like this. I actually have an ad, but they just record it straight up with the flipped camera. I mean, I got over the turn your fucking phone sideways when you film stuff thing that was like a big movement back when Vertical was kind of first trying to make its step out. But the fact that things are mirrored like that always pisses me off because it's like, especially if you're trying to show me something, I can't fucking look at it.
Influencers to pitch their products regardless of the product's efficacy. A recent study found that nearly
That's how you do an ad.
40% of young people trust medical advice from social media influencers more than they trust the word of actual doctors and medical professionals. The result is a market worth more than $4 billion a year. And that leads us to today's reality, where arguably one of the biggest health influencers, RFK Jr., is in charge of running the Department of Health and Human Services.
All the folks that RFK and Trump are putting in there are making money from these alternative medicine and wellness products that we've been talking about. Casey Means and Callie Means, RFK's wife, Marty Makary, they all have their fingers in this cash cow called the wellness industry, right? And now they've come into power. The folks who are supposed to be protecting us from the alternative industry are now making money from that industry. It's sort of like the most naked form of corruption that you can imagine.
There's so many problems with the pharmaceutical industry, so many problems with the healthcare industry. I think that in many ways is what made Robert F. Kennedy Jr. so attractive, his Make America Healthy Again movement. He's right, we are more obese in this country than in other countries. We do have more hypertension and type 2 diabetes, it's true. I think all that's true. I don't think he's going to do one thing to make that better.
Yeah, it's like it starts off true, and there's a legitimate issue to be seen, both in health outcomes for people. So it's one of those, like, it starts off making sense, and then the solution is just the worst possible solution. But people are desperate. This is a person who's been told that, like, oh, I'm on the outside, I'm different. You want something new and different because the old shit never fucking works anymore. The blue shit, yeah. I forgot about the blue shit a little bit. Oh. Yeah. I mean, and I guess it's been a slow trickle, like they were saying before, with a little bit of like, oh, look, in the 80s this started, or I guess back in the even before then, with the vitamins are done, but then more the temperature gets turned up more and more, and then, like, it's one of those, like, it is the accelerationist one. The craziest motherfuckers are doing shit, and I'm hopeful that the only possible upside is they're just so incompetent and make things bad that we can still buckle down, hunker down, and survive it just long enough to then hopefully have a whiplash effect and actually get people who can do something. Because, I mean, honestly, more Joe Bidens, more Bill Clintons weren't going to fucking help either. And without it exploding, it would take a lot. I guess it is possible, maybe, if it wasn't Trump and if it wasn't, because, like, there's a point when lying and doing blatant corruption would get you in trouble, and you wouldn't be able to do it this open. People would not pay attention to it, but if it was this obvious, the news would get on it. They make a story out of it. You would be in trouble. I think Trump, I guess, once Trump entered the scene and was not able to get pushed out, even after losing once, that's when the accelerationist thing was kind of a requirement, because they're going too crazy, and the Democrats are not able to go crazy in the opposite direction, or even crazy in their own direction. They're just feckless. But maybe if the world was just Bush's and Obama's back and forth, you could have done organizing and education through a slower process to get people without the accelerationist thing, maybe. Again, I just hope that they're so incompetent at it that the damage done, all the different regulations they strip apart, aren't so irreversible that we can actually still manage to recover and pick up the pieces when it's all done with, Presidents AOC or Rashida Tlaib or somebody. You know what I mean? Like, I just fucking hope. I don't fucking know, man. Like, just seeing that blatant corruption go unchecked with the dumbest motherfucker swimming in a goddamn bacteria lake or something. And it's just like, he's like, don't trust the experts. As he's like gargling fucking, still water out in the goddamn swamp. And it's just like, what the fuck is happening? I
I think all he's going to do is make vaccines less available, less affordable, and more feared, and cause children to suffer unnecessarily. That will be his legacy.
Yep. I mean, I can buckle down because I already got vaccinated. You know, those fucking kids are going to have a hard time with that. So that doesn't necessarily work out great, but I don't know the solution. I mean, I just don't know.
So what happens now? Where do we go from here? Vaccine rates are down. The U.S. is shattering measles records. And
Oh my
profiteers
God,
are
the
running these
graph.
chains. Like a fever, we may just have to sweat it out.
Medical institutions need to undergo the sorts of reforms that they've been talking about for 50 years.
What the fuck? That's crazy. What the fuck? All I can see is that guy. I'm like, huh? Wait, the fuck? I'm fucking broken. Oh, is that Sim City or some shit or what? I forget what that was.
They need to be more transparent. They need to be more accountable. They need to provide more access to the American public. That's a start. And we need to get corporate interests out of government decisions.
People are going to declare their own truths, and they're not going to believe what they're told from scientists or clinicians. We'll pay a price for that, and it'll be a big price. And eventually, I think that as people...
I don't know why this interview is so echoey. He's wearing the lav mic. Maybe they forgot to hit record or some shit. It sounds like he was picking up on a fucking shotgun on the camera. I mean, it's possible the room is so goddamn echoey, but usually a mic that close would not sound this thin. Had a severe rash from chickenpox. Yeah, I mean, usually chickenpox is one of those diseases that, as far as I know, once you have the immunity to it, either from having it or getting the vaccine for it, you should be good. Although, when you have the chickenpox virus in your blood, you will have the shingles virus in your blood, and you can get shingles at any point. Although I believe you can get the shingles vaccine to stop that from happening. I think, or maybe it's too late if you've already had it and you can't get shingles vaccine, but the kids can get it or something. I forget. But I guess in his 20s, he has a severe rash from chickenpox. That means he must have gotten chickenpox as an adult. That's usually scarier because when you get chickenpox as a kid, it's less severe than when you're an adult, which is why they were like, look, get the kids. I mean, there's a chickenpox party where everybody fucking hangs out and plays in the sandbox together, and they try and spread chickenpox to everybody. Interesting. Oh, then you got shingles? Okay, yeah. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know then. I guess in a rare case you can still catch it, so I don't know what the I imagine there's like a best practices for like any surfaces that they touch. You should make sure not to touch it within X number of hours or just do like a thing. Yeah, I mean, even with like chickenpox, I have like a weird little dot somewhere. Yeah, this little scar right here, this little dot. That was like a chickenpox thing. It's kind of hard to tell because it's so zoomed in or so pixelated. But yeah, there's a little thing there that because I also had like a really big chickenpox that was like big and it like spread out and I got like around my eye. My mom was like taking pictures of it with Polaroids, and she was calling because like we couldn't send it to the doctor, but she had photos of it on Polaroids, and then she would call the doctor and be like, "Yo, it's getting bigger. It's the size of, you know, I don't know, $50, and then it's the size of a fist. Now it's the size of this. Now it's covering half his face." And then they were like, "Yeah, it's just a big one. Just one of those ones. Just, you know, keep putting the fucking, you know, pink lotion on it or whatever, the calamine lotion." And then it didn't make a huge scar on my face, but the little one, I guess I scratched this one so much it fucked me up. So that sucks that you got it on your torso that bad. The closest thing I had to that recently was just getting sunburnt like crazy and then being insanely itchy from all the skin peeling off, but something that's nowhere near the same thing.
Realize what that price is. They'll come back to what has been so helpful for us.
I mean, so they kind of had a very similar idea of the video of basically they didn't like go deep into the trust the science. They were just more about like, look, things are fucked. What's the history of how fucked it is? Which doesn't necessarily match the video content that I was going to make, which I guess is good that I wanted to make something more unique. It's just I'm not necessarily the most equipped person to write it out. I had a couple of Hakeem videos I put in here as a thing. There's some of the other ones that are longer ones that might be a little too, or they might be a little long. But you know what? What's the big deal? This was one that I had on my list that I did not watch at first. It's a Big Joel video. I started watching Big Joel at some point, and I was like, this is great. This guy's great. It's an older video from 4 months ago. He always seems to do video topics that are about something that's like not the most concurrent thing, but I'm interested. Rheumatic fever from the hospital, which meant I was allowed to play. Oh, wow. Let's see. I gotta add this. Okay.
So I'm sure that there are a good number of people right now talking about Beast Games, the record-breaking Mr. Beast Amazon Prime reality.
I have not heard of this. I don't know. 4 months ago, I guess that would be when I was still at my job and maybe starting to do some Dumb Duke stuff. I don't know. I guess I was not plugged into this at all.
Reality television show.
If I win $5 million, I could use that to make passive income for the rest of my life.
And I'm sure that much of that conversation is tied in some way to the show's creator, you know, the Beast. Mr. Beast, aka Jimmy.
He usually kind of sits in weird little spots in his house or whatever, or he's on vacation or whatever. He just sits there with his, and he holds up the mic. I think I have a mic that's very similar to that. I think it might be a different body, like an AKG. That might be an AT2020 or something, but I think it's an AKG.
Donaldson is not an uncontroversial figure. The world's biggest YouTuber, he's been at the center of his fair share of drama and scandal, and that's even the case about the production of this very show. I'd broadly say that among adults who have a strong opinion on him, most don't like him very much, and I'm guessing that this aversion will be a very relevant factor in the way that people digest and discuss Beast Games. That stuff, scandal and controversy, it's not really what this video is about. I don't say that to imply that I'm superior to those conversations. It's just that I'm not a journalist or anything, and there are certainly many other videos you can watch with that kind of discussion. No, personally, I'm interested in the games. I am interested in Beast Games. I'm interested in the games that this man has his contestants play on the road to $5 million.
I do find stupid ass, like, I guess like Japanese game show style games. I find them interesting. They're kind of fun, right? Especially the watch on the sidelines. Like, I could do that Ninja Warrior thing, no problem. And then your uncoordinated ass gets out there and you would just immediately flop over. There was that like Total Extreme whatever show that had like the dubbed over announcers that would play on like fucking, I don't know, one of those reality channels that was very funny at one point. MXC, yeah. Have you seen the skateboarding one? I don't think so. Is that from the Beast Games? I'm sure it'll come up, I guess, if he's going to cover them. But then, like, during that one Twitch Rivals where I first started watching the Hassan thing, and they're like, oh, look, they're like in real life, and they're doing, you know, trampoline Velcro thing. They're jumping into a thing full of foam. I guess maybe they stopped doing that or somebody fucking broke their spine in a foam pit that wasn't properly built or whatever. And it's like, okay, I guess we're not doing this shit anymore. Now Twitch Rivals is playing fucking Marvel Rivals. It's no longer what it used to be.
Because they are genuinely fascinating to me. Let me cut to the chase here. At various points watching this show, I truly felt like I was going insane, that I couldn't believe or accept what I was watching, and I want you to feel that way too. I'm going to review every game in Beast Games, from the good to the bad, bad, and we're going to come to some conclusions. Conclusions about games and reality television and storytelling, and about Mr. Beast. And with that,
I forgot it was Spike TV, the channel for men. It's got Stripperella and what were the other fucking the original content on Spike TV? There was Stripperella, which was Pamela Anderson voice acting a spy. Was the Man Show on Spike TV? Because the Man Show was on Comedy Central to start. which is where, oh man, I liked the Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel. Oh yeah, some Robot Wars shit, right? There was some of that stuff. I feel like there was more weirdly sexual stuff specifically, but yeah, I mean, what a fucking network, man. Oh, it's like this is body wash for men. So we put it in what looks like an oil bottle for a car because it's men. And it's like, cool, sick. It's soap, dude. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, the Girls on Trampolines was the man show for sure, which was a whole running segment. This is back when they had like, you know, and twins. And it's like twins who are like half making out with each other. And I was like, that's incest. We're watching potential incest fetish right now on live television. Just like on every commercial, like it's no big deal. It's kind of weird, you know. What a weird time in the 2000s. It's still an SD, but also like, you know, on a, you know, night on somewhat of a weird TV. Yeah, it's just like Win Ben Stein's Money. That was a thing from Comedy Central, but that was a weird one too because I had Jimmy Kimmel on it as the weird little question guy. I like Ben Stein. I find out later all these fuckers are like insane conservative freaks. And I was just like, everyone talks about the culture is all, you know, liberals or whatever. But like, these are some of the most like conservative voices out there that I was watching for, you know, content specifically. It's just like, I remember listening to Loveline with Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla after, you know, I stopped watching some of that TV stuff and I was just like, these guys are cool. I was so close to going down the fucking pipeline. I just was in an age where it wasn't as willing to fucking trap me in that like event horizon to get me just over the edge. I was able to just circle it long enough to stay alive.
Let's do this. Episode 1, Small Beast, Huge Money. Wow. Our show begins with a sweeping shot of 1,000 contestants. This is truly a massive number of people to start a show with, and there's something vaguely impressive about seeing them all. Mr. Beast stands amongst his people, and we begin. Game 1. The contestants can choose to press a button. The ones who press it leave the show.
I appreciate the shooting style. It looks like, I guess if it's made for like actual streaming websites and not just YouTube, they used a bit higher grade cameras and stuff because they seem like they have actual like big sensors and depth of field and stuff.
And split $1 million.
Those of you that eliminate yourselves will evenly split this $1 million I'm standing behind.
In the end, around 50 people leave and they each get like 20K. So Mr. Beast has always been money first, right? The spectacle of his YouTube channel has always been that he gives away massive amounts of money.
And I've trapped each of them in their very own glass cube. The last one to leave their cube is going to win $500,000.
There was a kid from that thing? Oh. I forgot about... Was that Andy Milonakis specifically? Because that was sort of the timeline when he was kind of like new and weird. Because he's like weirdly crude despite looking like a child. But maybe it was just a kid and I'm misremembering, or, you know, I'm crossing the streams of my fucking memory at this point.
And here I take Beast to be nodding to that aesthetic tradition. Money in and of itself is engaging, right? It's fun to hear the words $1 million, and it's a bit audacious for him to give away so much so quickly. For these reasons, I'll give this introductory game a pass.
I wonder if the 20,000 is a decent guarantee comparatively to what people would win otherwise. Because maybe people get nothing if they get eliminated along the way. Because usually game shows, when you get somewhere around the top 5-ish, there's some payout. And there's always scale for working on a show. So people always get something. So, oh man, like especially if you get scale per episode and you're like able to stay in for a while, maybe that would actually equal out closer to 20,000. But if you get eliminated in the first episode, all you get is a 20,000. So that's another like layer of the calculus you got to decide. And also you don't know how many people are going to quit, so you don't know how much you're going to split by. Yeah.
Yes. Sure, it's not fun at all. Sure, there's nothing really to it. Just watching a bunch of people you don't know, press a button.
Got our first taker.
But if Jimmy doesn't rely on this gimmick too much, if it's just a one-off thing, and really, why wouldn't it be? I think it's fine. I'll give it a 5 out of 10. Game 2. Mr. Beast splits the room into rows of people and tells them one person out of every row must sacrifice themselves, leave the game for the rest of the row to keep playing. The last 3 rows where nobody volunteers to leave are eliminated.
In order for your team to move on, someone must sacrifice themselves.
So this is the first game in the—
That's crazy. What the fuck? That's crazy. Me Beast breakdown? Is it like one of his like food things or one of his other things?
This show that really shocked me, that made me feel like I had to write something about this, because I just think it's so busted and incoherent and strange.
Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast is—
I've seen some of the ones that are like, oh, look, this person, you know, I'm one of the people that was in the show and I was desperate for money and I did it. And even though he says that I, you know, was consenting, it's kind of hard or whatever. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of videos breaking down the Mr. Beast stuff in some ways. But there was a few different like big takedown videos specifically. I remember they were coming out. I think there were supposed to be multiple parts, and then I kind of fell off after one of the other parts came out or something. But I can go look back on it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like the solitary confinement stuff, like crimes. That should be considered a crime, right? It's like you can't do it in medical studies, and then you just did it to a person. That doesn't seem like it should be allowed. Like even if you get their consent, they should not. Like, you can't consent to let me kill you. Now we're getting back to the consistent suicide conversation, but no. But I'm just saying, like, that's normally like how laws work, whatever. So why the fuck is that not considered a crime? How the fuck is that just like, well, you got paid, and what do you want, you know?
It's very clearly trying here to tell a story about self-sacrifice and the greater good. One woman says this:
someone for the greater good of the whole team has to leave.
And another, this really sad lady, says,
I feel like I have to sacrifice myself.
I mean, that's kind of one of those things where like I would feel like, man, somebody has to go. Nobody else wants to go. Maybe somebody here needs it more than me. I guess I have to do it. But it's just like, what the fuck? Because you all get eliminated if you don't. It's just like oh my God.
I just want people to know I really do care about them. And I wish more games were like that.
Here's the problem. He didn't put any work into making that story make sense. 3 rows have to go. No matter what happens, the same number of people are going to be disappointed. And probably more importantly, there are no teams. These people are sacrificing themselves for their teams, but, you know, they're just a row of people, right? What makes saving your row better than saving another one?
No, yeah, because it's not like you get a cut of the money for your team or some shit, right? It's just, hey, you know, good luck, you guys.
We're supposed to be giving these people row solidarity. Who cares about the rows? I literally feel pity for those people who press that button because...
Oh, wait, we meant rows, not columns, actually. So you didn't help those people. You helped these other people instead. Oh, what?
They sacrificed themselves, sacrificed their chance on a show they worked hard to get on, and they did it for nothing. They didn't even get the pleasure of acting altruistically. It's no kinder to press the button than to not press the button. And I really don't think that's the energy that Beast was going for in this show. Tragic, not...
Wait, so 3 rows would randomly get eliminated if... no matter what? I thought there were 3 rows where nobody hit the button, so the whole row was doomed. If there's always going to be 3 rows that get cut, then random people falling just means that your row is more guaranteed to be safe, but that doesn't mean shit. Why the fuck would you hit it?
Nihilism. I thought he was trying to make it fun or something, but, you know, what do I know? 1 out of 10. I don't like it. Game 3. The contestants have to build a tower. The first 100 people whose towers fall down are eliminated from the show. So I feel like it's time to take a step back here and talk about the obvious inspiration for Beast games, Squid Game. You know, the whole show has this weird dystopian aesthetic. Guys wear masks and look like Squid Game type people. It's not rocket science, right? Mr. Beast's most successful video ever was his recreation of Squid Game, so he just decided, you know, I'm the Squid guy now. That's my thing. Both this game and the last feel indebted to Squid Game mechanically. In the case of the row sacrifice game, we might recall the scene where the old guy seems to sacrifice his life for the...
I never watched season 2. I just watched season 1. I guess season 2 may have been a little different or something I've heard, but it might still be good. I don't know.
Protagonist. You know,
and by good, I mean, I enjoy slop. You know, I watched the fucking new Star Wars and I was like, that was fun. I don't have media literacy. I just watch things and go,
show is a bit like that scene if, instead of characters we've come to care about and love, the old guy laid down his life for the row, for his special row.
고마운데. 자네 덕분에 잘 있다가 가네.
And this tower game, yeah, it feels very similar.
I hate when you get the desire to do something, but it's dark out and I can't do the thing. Yeah. In Florida, that's one of the things that's like, oh, when it's dark out and the sun's not out, it might be cooler. Because if I want to go sand my fucking 3D print outside, it's better to do it outside. You don't want to do it indoors because of all that fucking plastic dust. You don't want to breathe that shit in. But it's hot as balls out and the fucking, sun's up. But then you go outside in the night and then bugs get all over you. And then that's no good. It's like there's no winning. You know what I mean? Like it needs to be like raining and cloudy outside where I can open the garage and then there's no bugs and it's like maybe okay, but it'll be humid as nuts because that's just, you're never going to escape that. Like, and if you need the filming with like lighting and stuff, like you might have to wait for golden hour. That could be a very specific thing. Like it's a whole different bag. What are you recording?
To the Dalgona candy scene, a small task done by a lot of people with very high stakes. But I can't help but feel like Mr. Beast has taken the wrong lesson from Squid Game, right? See, that show is good because it's written good. It's not just fun to watch people lick a candy or stack some blocks. You have to make it interesting. And Jimmy doesn't really even try to do that. We never focus on the mechanics of block laying. We don't feel connected to the game and its optimal strategy. There are no good block laying stories. No, we're really just watching some people stacking blocks. Sometimes a tower falls down and you think, okay, 3 out of 10. Game 4, another bribe game? Another row-based bribe game? Let's go. That's crazy. Mr. Beast breaks the contestants into rows yet again. There's an increasing pot that each player can choose to take with the click of a button, and if they take it, their entire row loses.
The bribes will keep going up, and we will keep eliminating rows until we have 500 people.
So okay, this does work better than the second game does. It's at least rational now for players to choose to press the button, and I can understand, in theory, how it's sad when a player selfishly chooses to take money and doom their row. Still,
it's literally the opposite of the previous game, I guess, because instead of taking nothing to help your row, you are dooming your row so that way you get a guaranteed something. Yeah. A series about Irish and Aboriginal helped shape your culture. Huh. I guess Irish prisoners and then the Aboriginal people. One of the things I heard a long time ago was Aborigines or Aboriginal people had like dark skin but blonde hair as like a weird comparatively to the ways that we think of other groups or whatever. Which is like, that's like, oh, that's a really neat little like side thing. It's incredibly unique as far as like, what I think of when I think of, indigenous hairs or whatever. So interesting.
Still, I think the game is quite bad, and it's bad because it fails to understand the difference between player stakes and audience stakes. If you're playing in Beast games, this is a pretty high stakes event, right?
Hey, wait, what? Somebody took the 20K.
There are all these players next to you who might choose to take the money, so even if you might prefer to stay in the game and compete for $5 million, it's just game theoretically incorrect for you to do so. So there's a tension between desire and reason, between some vague sense of ethics and cold calculation. Will the rest of my team stay loyal? Or will they betray the row? It sounds like all of this would make for some pretty good TV, but the problem is, from the audience perspective, there's really not so much of that tension. We don't know any of these people.
Yeah, there's not like the Big Brother show or something where you can understand the different wants and desires of all the different people. They would have to do all these like random cut-ins of like behind the scenes stories of number 657 and see her children and what she wants to do with her little art project or whatever. But you wouldn't have time for 1,000 of those. And then it would just give you a giant bummer when they just get fucking, eliminated. And you're like, wow, that sucks. I hate this show.
There are around 600 in this room, and we know that somebody is going to take that money, right? So really, who cares who presses?
Somebody has to take the money because there has to be 500 people left. So it's one of those just like, what the fuck? Like somebody has to push the button. I don't want it to be you. It needs to be me. So goodbye. There was a game, Friend or Foe, that was on the Game Network show. That was a whole channel I used to watch. My mom would watch it, and I would then see it by proxy. Because it's one of those like you could just leave it on kind of shit things. And there was a whole show, whatever, questions, bullshit, and it comes down to the final two people, and then there's a ultimatum situation. You've earned the money with your partner. You beat the other partner teams, whatever. Now, you both have a button you can push secretly. One button is friend. If you both hit friend, you both split the entire pot of money. If one of you hits friend, but the other hits foe, the foe kills the friend and takes all the money for themselves. But if you both hit foe, you both leave with nothing. So game theory wise, the only answer is you hit foe and hope that they hit friend. Because if they ever hit friend, if they ever hit foe, you get nothing either way. So you might as well hit foe because that means more money for you. And it just depends upon if you can convince them to hit friend. That's the only game theory element of it. But I don't think I would have the heart to do it, right? Because I'm like, in practice, if I'm actually sitting there looking at a person in the face and I'm like, I'm gonna say fuck you and give you nothing, like that's so fucked. So I would probably get fucking rinsed. I would hit friend, they would hit foe, and then it'd be like fuck, like that would probably happen. Is it really? Yeah, but it just seems like it's just too much of an automatic like. If I'm just selfish, the only thing I should do is hit this. But I guess if you're both selfish, then that just sucks for both of you. But if the other guy's selfish anyway, I'm already gonna get fucked. If anyway, I should say fuck you and make sure you get nothing too. It's just one of those like, I feel like there was just, I felt like it was so automatic that basically every show should end with no money won because everyone would just know the right play and then everyone loses. I guess that's and then in the end, the fucking prison wins. What do you know, right? Yeah. That's a fair point that it doesn't always work out that way in reality. Because I was also like, I can't look at that person in the eye and be like, come on, man. We did this show. Neither one of us wants to leave with nothing. It makes no sense. Let's hit friend, right? Donkey's back equals age is back. I wasn't sure that was a typo, but I was like, that's so specific. It can't be a typo. But, context clues. I was like, either way, I don't understand what you mean. Yeah. Yeah.
Is the button, which team goes against his row. It's kind of a prisoner's dilemma for the people playing the game, but from my perspective, it's just a pure game of chance. Everybody's screaming, no, don't press the button, please don't press that button, and it's like, that seems pretty crazy for you guys, but I just don't relate to that. Somebody press the button, that's what I'm thinking. Mr. Beast can only take 500 of you to Beast City, so I guess a few of you are gonna press the button. This game also happens to have one of the funniest lines in the entire show.
But sometimes, the people who you think you can trust the most are actually...
Oh my God!
...the people you can trust the least.
I thought I could trust the row with my life. I thought row 7 had my back. What the...
It was like... really bad writing. It's not even AI writing. I think it's just bad writing. That's just one of those things. It's kind of neat to see some of the slang because like I only know I don't have one of those colorful accents where like I can just slip into like incredibly impossible for a fellow English speaker to understand me. There are certain British things where you can just go heavy and then you get lost in the slang without finding it. You know, I guess like super deep, you know, I guess there's like some hillbilly accent, or there's some parts of like Louisiana. You can just hit this incredible line that just is like, what the fuck? I honestly don't know what you're talking about. Like, too many layers deep, no context left. I'm just from Florida. Florida, at least in like the cities of Florida, obviously if you get to the fucking random country ass shit, you end up with a bit more coming for you. Well, I don't know if you have the deep accent version of, I guess it depends. In Appalachia is a large swath, right? So, but I know that there's an element of it. But yeah, like Florida is a bit of like, because like my parents came from New York and New Hampshire, so like they moved down deep woods. I would like, we're talking like, what is it? Deliverance deep woods, right? Is that like a proper mental image? Maybe the movie's image is a bit more fucked, but like, just like, I've never even seen the movie, let's be real. I don't even fucking know. Yeah, that's the classic. That's wild to me. I mean, the thing, I've never seen the movie either, you know. But that's wild that you don't even know what Deliverance is. Squeal like a pig or whatever. Like, it's like these guys get caught off of on a raft or something down the river, and then they get like sexually assaulted by a bunch of murderous hillbillies, basically. It's an old horror movie about kind of like The Hills Have Eyes, but like of Appalachia, basically. Was Burt Reynolds in that movie? That's crazy. I never really knew who was acting in it. I don't think I ever really remember seeing clips of it. I know that there was like some jokes about it in, I think maybe The Simpsons to some degree, but that might have just been Pulp Fiction. Or maybe Pulp Fiction was making fun of Deliverance with like, what was it? There's like that, you know, in the back of like a gun shop, and there's like the GIMP coming out of the box. Like, I don't know if some of the references come from that or not. Like, these are like layers of reference on top of reference, because I'm thinking of the Simpsons parody of the, you know, Pulp. Yeah, it is a classic phrase. Yeah, or cult classic.
고마운데 자네 덕분에 잘 있다.
That might be sort of the
incredible moment, but I'm gonna have to say it's a 2 out of 10 game, just in terms of game quality. Not.
That might be, well, also, what they must have like an aircraft hangar or something that they fucking retrofitted with all these lights and shit. That's kind of an insane studio. That is kind of insane. Like, that's just like, as far as like a stagecraft, like, damn, they got the DMX controllers out there. They have like all those fucking things laid out. How much XLR cable is laying down in that fucking studio right now? That's kind of insane. Yeah. That's a lot of stuff. I don't know if they really touch on the communist side of things. There was a thing from a different video, a creator that actually Carter was watching earlier before I started up the stream, from that interview channel that had a thing about specifically. I must have saved it somewhere, but anyway, yeah, it was one of those things that might be one of these. I don't know. All these damn things. Or I guess not. Oh yeah, Roku News. That's what it was. They had a thing, and like their first video on their homepage was, which I thought it was, about the hillbilly movement, and then what it looks like now, or whatever it was. I guess they go around a lot of different places, sort of like unseen places. So that was another one that I wanted to watch at some point. But we'll finish.
So hi. So that's the first episode of Beast Games, and I feel like I can anticipate some criticism here. Big Joel, how is he supposed to make any interesting games for 1,000 people? The show gets way better later on, so chill out, bro. You know, eat a lunchly. That's what I imagine a Gen Alpha Mr. Beast fan is writing in my comments as we speak. Why are you so pressed? Just grab a lunchly, dude. Interestingly enough, Mr. Beast seems to share my opinion on the quality of the early episodes. He's tweeted multiple times that it gets way better later on. Just hold on the fort, he says. Episode 8 is gonna...
That's just the Mr. Beast formula. That's the YouTuber bullshit formula. Like, don't worry, stay till the end because you're not going to want to miss what happens. Hold on, the good part comes, you know, around the 80% mark. You want to keep that viewer retention high. Hold on. You might think it's good now, but please stay to the, you know, it's
going to be crazy. There's 16 rows, and every time somebody leaves the row, they get kicked in the balls, but also the rest of their team gets kicked in the balls, so it's like, why would you even leave the row? But people literally do. And look, we'll see later on if the quality of the show improves. I haven't seen it yet. But either way, why did he make an episode of TV that was almost designed to suck ass? Did someone hold a gun to Jimmy Beast's head and force him to have 1,000 contestants? You know, if he didn't have any good ideas for the episode, why did he put it on TV? No, I'm here to speak objectively about the quality of these games, and I'm not interested in any excuses. And with that, let's move on to episode 2.
I have not gotten into One Piece. I kind of stopped watching anime sometime. Like, I watched anime when Adult Swim had it on. Lupin the Third, Trigun, Cowboy Bebop, Foolie Cooley, whatever. And then there was like a little bit of like Paranoia Agents, all the different stuff that they would try out. I would see a couple of things would maybe from outside the loop. Like, I guess even like Death Note. I don't know. That was like the era where I watched stuff. And then every time I would watch things, I would get kind of, maybe I was a bit too overly pious about things, but like other times like the fan service would just creep me out. It was just a little weird. Yeah, it's been a very long time. And I know a lot of people, obviously Hassan, Gremlo, they love their anime to some extent, and I'm fine with it, but it's just like, I'm just like, I don't know, man, it's not for me. It's just one of those things that maybe, because like when I was into anime, Cowboy Bebop or whatever, I appreciated how it was a different form of art. It had a whole different, there's a whole new culture that can, but even if it's still somewhat, you know, American inspired or Americana inspired, not expired, elements, but there's a whole new, like K-dramas, I guess, are kind of a thing that people like. And there's a whole new world of shit. The Chinese video games with like the myth of Wukong and a whole new world of mythology that is fleshed out and has a robust amount of background is a whole new story for minds to enjoy, right? But yeah, and then like even the ones that are supposed to be good still have something in it that's like and like the fact that I'm watching so little things already, it's one of those like, I'm definitely good. I'm good on that. Thanks. I'm fine, you know. It's fine. No thanks.
Becoming the Beast. So we start the second episode with a move into Beast City, the real, genuine city that Mr. Beast built for his contestants to have fun.
Bunch of crazy lunatics who have all turned down $100,000 to be in a city that was built for us to have fun. Like, ridiculous.
That's what some guy says anyway, and I guess...
I didn't realize there was a fucking actual
in this episode,
city.
Mr. Beast splits the players into 4 groups.
And we think we can't have affordable housing. You know, we can't have infrastructure, but Mr. Beast can build a goddamn city and a fucking mega center. I mean, I realize this might be, you know, a bit of like stagecraft and like plywood and it wouldn't hold up to a hurricane, but you get the idea, right? This is just a fucking TV show.
And has those groups play different games, and the games are game number 1. It's a ball dropping game. Mr. Beast.
The original Spawn movie is anime. I remember watching the live action Spawn with, I don't know, there's an actor who I guess was famous for being fit or kung fu or something. A black guy. I don't know his name because Spawn, I think, is canonically black. Although I guess, is Spawn DC? Did it get bought out, or was it like Vertigo or some weird other thing, some other brand? Like an indie thing, Dark Horse or something. I only know a couple. Yeah, I mean, John Leguizamo. That was animated. Oh, cool. What'd you think of it? Was it? I mean, I don't know, because I know that Happy Goat is a big comic enjoyer, DC enjoyer stuff. I wasn't sure if the Spawn would be interesting because a very boy. I think there may have been Dark Horse. Okay, yeah, that sounds right because it was, you know, Spawn was very successful, so it being one of the more successful indie places would kind of make sense. But it's also possible that could have been gobbled up and bought up by something. I think, was Dark Horse also The Watchmen? Was that also gobbled up by one of the two at some point? Yeah. I was very into the dark, evil-looking shit, and I loved Spawn for that. And he was an anti-hero, and he had guns and a big flashy cape. And Violator was a crazy fucking demon, and you would go down to hell and fight people or whatever. I thought that was cool and amazing, right? I had the Spawn toys. Watchmen is DC? Oh, okay. That was one of the ones that we read in the class, because it was like maybe the ones we didn't read in the class. At one point, I took a comic book history class in college. That was my literature class. It was much better than like the fucking French poetry class or something I was trying to take instead. And I was just like, or maybe it was like some kind of literature or something. It was like I couldn't handle it. It was too much like stuff for me. I also took a mythology class, which was really interesting, to learn a bit more about the really in-depth Greek mythology. Don't remember too much about it, but I remember it just being kind of an interesting class one way or the other. But I remember getting the Spawn toys, and they were really cool, very artistic, painted, you know, rubberized, whatever. But they would kind of break a lot. Like, they weren't necessarily made for durability, and I'm a little boy playing with them, so arms would snap off. I got to super glue them. They don't move anymore. And collectors, you know, full-grown adults, I guess, people like me now, will be in line at the Toys R Us buying the Spawn toys alongside my dad, and they'd be like, hell yeah, you got the toys too. And my dad's like, yeah, my son loves these. And he's like, oh, you let your son open them? That's crazy. You know, I keep them on a shelf in their boxes. And he was like, you're crazy. These are toys for children. What are you doing? Maybe I would be, I don't know, a fucking millionaire. Probably not. I don't think Spawn toys are like that collectible or whatever, but I love the Spawn toys. Never really read the comics. Never really learned too much about the deep lore. I just thought the toys were cool. It was very edgy, dark, crazy, you know.
He takes the first quarter of contestants and splits them into two groups, white and yellow. Then he drops balls on them. First team to drop a ball loses.
I mean, he might have, the guy could have been, in my case, he could have been much older, but someone that collected the comics and figures. That's cool that you got to read the comics at the very least.
And at any point, a red ball touches the ground on your side, your tower will turn red and your entire team will be eliminated.
So this game is a bit peculiar because everything that's like suspenseful or interesting about it comes from its failure. See, it looks like the white team wins after the yellow team drops its fourth ball. They even celebrate and have a good time. But then, oh no, it turns out that a guy on the white team dropped his very first ball. And now he has to stand there like an idiot and everyone yells at him.
The first one came down and I bobbled it and it dropped.
But there's no reason to talk about it. Right, let it review.
And the Beast team goes through their footage.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, it's like sports. It's one of those things where you go like, nah, I caught it. Touchdown. Yeah. That's crazy.
And reverses their decision. It's horrible. So I appreciate.
Wait. Oh, not Danny Phantom, which was the show that was animated like Fairly Odd Parents, but the Phantom or something. Whenever I think Phantom, all I think is the car from Twisted Metal, which was like a ghost. That was Spectre. Sorry. Totally different, right? Yeah. The guy in purple. Oh, right. The one with the ring? With a little skull ring? I remember that. I forgot that movie. I forgot entirely about that movie. I don't even remember what the fucking thing was. Did the ring like shoot lasers? I think at one point he put it into a thing that like it fit into or something. And the art was like him like a phantom, and you can see his big skull ring. And I think I had a skull ring from the movie coming out because it was like a big deal. I forget how, maybe with like every ticket you got a fucking ring. I don't know. I don't remember. I forgot all about that. But yeah. And it was like a suit that like went over his head, right? It was like a full on purple ass thing. That's right. I feel like that must have been in the show or something where people would get hit and they would leave a mark of some kind. Yeah. He looked like one of the guys who's like the old fucking, Filthy Frank or whatever, where people are like screaming in their little green screen suits. Like it's kind of crazy.
The drama of a broken game. I mean, it's fun in a way to watch something this nasty, but I just want us to appreciate how lame this viewing experience would have been had everything gone as planned. They have all this set up, they take everyone to the roof of Beast Building, Beast Tower, and then, oh, the white team loses in 10 seconds flat. Just seems like a not very fun game to me, one that would have probably benefited from more testing, or from making it so that a team had to drop like 3 balls to lose.
Slam,
as things stand,
evil.
I can't really award this fail game many points at all. 3 out of 10, honestly. I can't give it higher than that. Game number 2. Beast takes the next quarter of contestants and once again splits them into 2 teams.
Okay. It seems like the people at the beginning, the first 50 people who took a cold 20K and walked out, they were probably smart, because out of the 1,000 people were getting fucking eliminated left and right for nothing. I guess if you were able to wait until you can just fucking fuck your row and get $100,000, obviously better. But your chances at the very beginning of the game, guaranteed to get something. That's kind of sick,
The team where more people voluntarily choose to leave the game wins.
Whichever team has the least amount of contestants at the end will move on. You guys will have to convince your fellow teammates to eliminate themselves.
Another self-sacrifice
eliminating yourself challenge. Yeah, this is kind of lame.
Challenge. Even Jimmy seems to realize how much this sucks.
Wow. It's a self-sacrifice challenge?
I know you guys aren't happy about another self-elimination challenge.
And unfortunately, it has precisely the same problem that the last self-sacrifice challenge had. Why are these people supposed to care about their groups? Why am I supposed to care? At the beginning of the episode, Beast tells us that the contestants are all making friends with each other.
And players remember that friendship is not the reason they're here.
This is a way of communicating to the audience that actually there are some pretty important relationships emerging between these guys. It's not all competition. They're forging some intense bonds. But the thing is, we don't see any of these relationships, and probably more importantly, the contestants here aren't paired with their supposed friends. They just got randomly given a white or gold jersey. So then, why are they invested in which team wins? Why are they choosing to leave the show? What greater good are they fighting for?
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
He was proud.
You sure you want to give up your shot at $5 million?
I'm good. I want this team to go far.
Beast.
What? That's crazy. I want this team to go far, and maybe not win in the end, but they could go far.
James is so committed to treating people sacrificing themselves as some selfless act, but once again does absolutely nothing.
I wonder if there's a bit of meta gameplay going on in our heads, like maybe everybody that self-sacrifices, Mr. Beast will give us some money because we're so good. And it looks like we're kind of fucked out here, and you never know when you're going to get nothing. And maybe I can get some 15 minutes of fame if I'm one of the self-sacrificers, and I can make a YouTube video about it. I'm going to do it, I guess. I don't know. I'm hoping for something. Like, that would be some extra layer.
Nothing to earn that feeling. It sucks, and it's boring. 1 out of 10. I would give it a 0 out of 10 if that was legal, but it's not. It gets a 1 out of 10. Game number 3. Ball and hole. Beast takes the next group of contestants, puts them on teams, and has them compete to see who can land the most balls in a big bucket.
Your goal is to hit these balls in that cup.
There's one twist though, because Jimmy also places a bucket further away and with a smaller hole. And if you sink that shot, you get $250,000, but that ball score doesn't contribute to your team's overall ball count.
You can aim for the gold cup and win $250,000 for yourself.
It's another selfishness challenge for some reason. So look, I'm not going to tell you that there's no joy in ball and hole.
That vampire slash, you mean like the underworld, right? I remember Underworld. I remember being a guy who's like, sick, cool, hell yeah, nice. I like those Underworld movies. I was pretty easy. When I was a child and I went to a movie, I'm like, my parents were like, did you like it? I'm like, yeah, it was awesome. Doesn't matter what the movie was. I'm like, it was great. That was like kind of like, why would I be rude to my parents? They paid for me to go to a movie. They bought me fucking snacks, and I got to watch a movie. It was a good time. I had no complaints. Oh, the Twilight ones. No. Gotcha. Yeah, Twilight, New Moon, Saga, or the one where they like fuck the child or something weird, right? There's like that one where it's like their offspring he marries or something. I forget. There's something weird about the werewolf. Team Jacob versus Team Edward. Got it. Dug deep. There's weird thing. In Breaking Dawn, Jacob imprints on Ramsey when she's a baby, meaning that he will look after her until she's legal adult so that she can be his romantic partner. There is no joke. This actually happens and people are just okay with it, apparently. it's like it's crazy that the turf who's making a book series in the same timeline, ended up making a less, pedophilic book. Even though that book had like people like counting down the legal age of Emma Watson or whatever, this ended up just jumping past it and going, nope, we're more of a pedophile. Hold on. Yay. I was a dude, so I never really cared too much about this. And I was also not cool enough to date or whatever, so I was never like encouraged to go see it with a group or whatever. My group of friends would play Dota and just say slurs in chat to each other or something on Ventrilo. So it was one of those like I was edgier than watching Twilight. But I remember Kara when she was in high school, unrelated to me at the time, obviously. We went to different high schools, so we never cross-pollinated until we were both working at the same KFC/Taco Bell restaurant. But she hated the glitter vampires because she was like an Anne Rice vampire enjoyer. She was a bit more traditional goth, in the background. Yeah. I mean, it was a big deal. I mean, I've never even seen Titanic, which was the biggest movie of all time when I was a child. Like in 5th grade, everybody played piano and they all played that like theme song of like Titanic. Where even like something would be Beethoven and then it would slowly morph into Titanic with like Celine Diaz or whatever the hell as like the singing thing. Because it was just very popular. But I was always like, I know what happens at Titanic. The boat sinks. I'm good. Okay. The movie's ruined. I'm spoiled. I already know what's going to happen. I don't need to watch it. And then it became like a thing where like, I have never seen it. Everyone else has seen it, but I haven't because I was so counterculture even when I was like 10 years old. Oh, me.
I like seeing people throw balls in holes just as much as the next guy. We all like ball in hole. Well, it's pretty basic and boring. It's definitely the best game so far, right? Which is pretty tragic. Still, I'm really not a fan of this Golden Cup. I think it's implemented very poorly. If Mr. Beast really wanted to test people's selfishness, as he seems almost pathologically obsessed with doing, he shouldn't have made it so difficult to take the selfish option, right? The Golden Cup is way further away, and the hole is way smaller, and the effect, it seems, is to make landing a ball in there just almost impossible. It doesn't seem like almost anybody tries for it during the game proper, and even at the end, when one team wins and everybody just wants to land the 250k, nobody's able to. So what's the point then? It's just kind of a useless mechanic. To be fair here, I suspect that Mr. Beast didn't include the Golden Cup for any entertainment purpose. It seems like it's really just there to segue to his sponsor, MoneyLion.
Even though they may have lost, by using this MoneyLion QR code, one of you at home still has a chance to win $250,000.
An online credit and lending app that's currently embroiled in a multi-year lawsuit with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau over their allegedly providing illegally high interest rates to military service members and their misleading customers regarding cancellation policies. But to be extra fair, that obviously makes it worse, right? That's not better, is it? I would give Ball and Hole a 5 out of 10, but I'm gonna knock it because of the Golden Cup thing. 4 out of 10 game. Game number 4, trivia. Mr. Beast takes one final group, puts them on
It's like watching any like mainstream thing, and then like all the fucking sports gambling ads just flood in. There was a point right before I got Twitch Turbo or something, or I was and like I was just bombarded with like, hey, sports betting's now legal in Florida. You can now do sports betting, and it was just it's just dystopia shit, just nonstop, and it's not going to get any better with the Crypto.com arena, sponsored by Shitcoin, sponsored by fucking Polymarket Bets. Bet whether or not your fucking coworker will get enough PTO to cover their cancer treatment. Polymarket Bet. Like, it's just like, oh my God, what the fuck is this? It's just parody doesn't exist. It's an old fucking adage, but it just
teams and has them play trivia against each other.
What is the biggest animal on our planet?
Look, I'm not going to tell you this is a great game. A lot of the questions are really easy.
This is definitely the hardest question so far. The number 100 is represented by what letter in Roman numerals? I'll be honest, I don't even know.
Okay, my dumbass. 1. V is 5. X is 10. M is 1,000. See? That makes sense. Kind of, because a centimeter or something. I don't know if it's related in any way, but that makes sense.
Know the answer to this one.
I've obviously seen better trivia, that much is obvious. What this is, though...
All I know is Arabic numerals, baby. Get that Greek shit away from me. I need Arabic numbers. Thank you. Also, fuck me. A dyslexic person does never want. When the Super Bowl comes out, I'm like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? This, Super Bowl logo. Like, it's just. I don't know how to read this. LV. What the fuck? I don't. What? Logo conspiracy. What? No. I don't. I guess it's not that complicated. Some of them have more letters in them. Yeah. XLVI. Like, I don't. And then there's like a weird addition thing where like a 1 before the V means it's subtraction. So that it's with like 6. I can't tell. I forget which one, the grouping. And then once you add other things in X, like a C, like, oh, fuck. Like, it's just, I'm too dumb. I'm too dumb. I'm sorry. I'll be smarter eventually. Okay.
Is a normal, peaceful, functional game. Nothing goes wrong. Nobody's tested to see if they're willing to sacrifice themselves for some meaningless group. It's just some nice trivia. 5 out of 10. At times like this, it really does feel like Beast City was built for all of us to have a good time. Game 5. Mr. Beast takes all the contestants, splits them into 4 teams, and has them nominate a captain. The captain has to decide if they want to take an ever-increasing bribe, and in doing so, doom their entire team except themselves to a crushing loss.
At any point, any one of these captains can press the button in front of them and eliminate their entire team in exchange for that money.
In the end, no captain takes the bribe. 4 people turned down $1 million.
These 4 people, who are all here to win money, just said no to $1 million.
It's pretty interesting. So
that's crazy. The show so far has been so willing to fuck you. You finally get an option to take some money, and then they go, nah.
So yes, this is another Mr. Beast selfishness test, and that does predispose me against it, but I think that for the first time, the Beast actually made it work. Looking at this game, it's easy to assume that somebody would want to take the $1 million, right? I mean, there's a huge amount of money, 1/5 of the show's grand prize. And in any case, while it might feel bad to take the bribe, it is, from a strict utilitarian sense, just not all that harmful. All but one of these contestants are going to be eliminated at some point, right? Why is it so virtuous to keep them in the game now? You know, get your bag. Still, people are not strict utilitarians. They're very disinclined toward that kind of thinking, and I really don't find it so strange that nobody took the money.
You know, that is kind of a beautiful thing to think about. Despite the incredibly greedy and dystopian game that this is, provided with fucking DIC violating companies, people are still willing to be polite to one another when they're there face to face looking at a person. Another great reason to have like communities and like, because like one of the things that like I never got to experience with a church was a third space. Churchgoers seem to have a third space. Maybe they're still kind of encouraged to buy something, aka tithing or whatever, but it seems like it's almost like a little mini DSA where a bunch of people seem to work together as a community, do a minor bit of political action, but mostly just kind of like do their own thing. They kind of just thrive in their own little fucking pod. That's cool. I don't love the fucking religious indoctrination / guilting / other problems, but like I definitely appreciate the old adage, it takes a village to raise a kid, because sometimes your parents are dog shit. Sometimes your parents are actually horrible people. So the fact that that's your fucking lot in life and that's the parents you roll, that sucks. But if you're in a village, if you're in a group, in a community, maybe your parents, become drug addicts or whatever, then you could like have families that are willing to take you in. That used to be more of a thing whenever people would have a problem. And then you get additional perspectives on things. You don't just become clones of your parents inside and out. You have a much more robust network of support and influence, and it helps guide people to stronger, better connections and just better outcomes overall, instead of just rolling the dice on whatever you have to start. So seeing these people connecting face to face, living in this city or whatever it is, for whatever little amount they're actually doing it, that seems nice that they ended up doing the good thing. Because I'm over here thinking they're dumb for not taking the money, but I'm also the same guy that thinks I would hit foe, but also kind of know for a fact I would fucking hit friend, because I couldn't look another person in the eye and do it. So I guess the more recent version is me having the DSA thing, which is nice that I can go to something once a week or once a month, and or meet up with smaller groups to do more active things and have that extra layer of just a little bit of friendship. Because when you're an adult, where do you make friends? You either make it at work or you make it at home. You make your own children that are your friends. I guess you go to the bar, but like in a big city, the bar is never really going to be the same crowd. It's not like Moe's Tavern. There's like 3 guys are always there. And then you got to spend money. That's not a good third place. So that's kind of a nice humanity reassuring element.
Imagine yourself in this position. You promised to do right by your team, to not take a bribe if it was offered to you.
I would be betraying you. Everyone here has a reason to fight. Hey, listen up. And I would never, ever take that from any of you.
There are 3 other people who'd be more virtuous than you if you took the cash. Everyone's screaming at you, and you're looking at the people that you'd be eliminating.
Whoa, that's a lot of money. No!
Even the fact that taking the bribe doesn't eliminate you from the show, what Beast presents as an upside,
But if they press the button, they are not eliminated, just you guys,
is actually a huge problem for the bribe taker. It's not fun to be put back in a group where everyone hates you, right? It's just embarrassing. All this to say, even though I think somebody probably ought to have taken that money, I kind of find it neat that they didn't. Wanting to be a good person on TV, wanting to stand by your word, is just a really strong social force. And I enjoy how this game reveals that. It's entertaining. I'm going to give this game a 7 out of 10, I think. It's the first time I actually enjoyed watching Beast games. Anyway, on that note, let's jump into episode 3, where things, I'm guessing, are gonna get serious.
Whoa.
The first game in episode 3 is a potato sack race. The winner gets access to the T-Mobile house. Hell yeah.
The prize for this next game will be that T-Mobile VIP house.
And also immunity in the next challenge. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. It's a potato sack race. One thing that kind of confuses me is that Mr. Beast...
I was thinking this is the most high production value potato sack race I've ever seen. Just in the filming part of it. Not even like the sacks, like fucking sacks.
Keeps on reminding the audience of how much fun this is, how delightful it is for the contestants.
And just as I predicted, after everything they've been through, all these players really wanted was to have some fun.
The thing is, I think I intuitively understand how fun this potato sack beast race would be, and the answer is not that fun. I mean, I've been in a sack race before, and it's okay, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't rise to my own personal favorite activity, a nice soak in the tub where I get to read on my phone. I mean, honestly, it doesn't even come close to a tub soak, so I don't know what the fuck Mr. Beast is talking about. Anyway, as things stand, 3 out of 10, I think, for the sack race. It would be hard to convince me that it's worth more than that. Game 2. So episode 3 is actually a bit strange because it only has one real game. Mr. Beast takes the groups of 3 established in the sack race and puts them all into separate cubes. Each group has 5 hours to figure out one person to voluntarily sacrifice themselves.
You guys will have that time to decide which 2 of you are moving on and which one of you will be chained to the wall of the cube, thus eliminated from the show.
And if nobody does so, all 3 contestants are eliminated. This was the whole point of the sack race, by the way, to get people to team up with their friends so the cube elimination could be dramatic.
The whole purpose of this game is to trick them into pairing up with their closest friends.
So all this sounds horrible, doesn't it? Another quote-unquote game where people are just expected to leave for no reason. But honestly, it's a little bit better than that because the contestants are able to play games of their choosing to determine who should leave. Really, it's just a remake of that one episode of Squid Game, and I guess that's fine. Was that episode interesting because we care about the cast of characters? Yes. Is it interesting now when you don't care about or know any of these people? No, of course not. But it's not as bad in principle as some of these other self-sacrifice games. For the most part, contestants just play a game of chance or Monopoly or Jenga or whatever to see who goes home, and that's kind of it. Still, there's one big problem facing this game, and it's that Mr. Beast is just not a very good storyteller. There are 3 kind of interesting cube stories to be found in this episode. There's a guy who loses a game to the other 2 players but refuses to self-eliminate.
Are we fair? Yep. Are you sure? Yeah. Actually, no, I lied. Hey, bam, we're all gone. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm deadass. I'm not kidding.
A woman who does something similar loses a game but doesn't leave.
I just feel like we should play another game.
No, that's just blood.
And 2 brothers who manipulate a woman into an unfair game. Instead of competing against both brothers, one of them just refuses to play.
You want to do the card game again?
It's just gonna be us 2. Whoever gets
Really?
whoever.
And you're not doing it?
These things all seem engaging enough, and in an episode where so many contestants just play a random game and have no real conflict, there was no reason we couldn't have zoomed in on them, but we really don't. Why did this guy refuse to leave? They must have had a conversation about this, and I'd like to watch a bit of it, get a sense for his motivation, even if it doesn't make sense. There seems to have been some kind of hug-related drama, and I'd like the chance to hear more about that, frankly.
You are a piece of for doing that. Legitimately wasting time in here and hanging out and chit-chatting and talking. I didn't waste your time. I was walking up to you to give you a hug.
This woman who lost a game of Uno and is playing against friends, as it turns out, those friends cheated. Was the woman aware of this fact? Did it cross her mind? What was the room like after she refused to obey the rules of the fraudulent game? These 2 brothers who manipulate a woman into leaving are the worst offenders, I think. They inform us at the end that they were talking the whole time, that this was all part of the plan.
We played, me and my brother were secretly talking to each other the entire time. And basically, she doesn't know that.
Whoa. Whoa.
But what happened exactly? How were they communicating, and how did they get the woman to accept odds she no doubt knew to be unfair? Was she really convinced by this guy saying that a 33% chance is worse than a 50% one?
I am saying, why not one of us sit out and it's you and I play, and now it's a 50-50 for you.
Let me think for a second, because I see what you're saying.
I'm just me in the middle.
It doesn't seem like she is, but we have no idea. Other reality shows...
A 50% chance you win versus 33% chance you lose. Isn't that better? Bigger number. Like, no, that's not better. There's a fucking car salesman pitch. What the fuck?
Use confessionals for this purpose, right? Let the contestants speak directly to the audience about their experiences and ideas. And while I'm not saying that Beast Game strictly needed to do that, it did need to do something. Because if I'm watching this show, watching this drama unfold, I want to know what's going on. I want to be able to track the characters in the story. If you've ever seen a MrBeast video, you know that he's big into what YouTube type people call retention editing, keeping people watching at all costs.
You need to go touch that box of money, but you touch a laser, you lose $250,000.
Because of this, he doesn't tend to linger on things. A MrBeast video is usually just big flashy spectacle after big flashy spectacle with no real sense of pacing or narrative. Now, honestly, I think this form...
And I've only really watched MrBeast videos through other people watching them back when that was happening more, before a lot of the curing blind shit happened and people were like, this is weird, and then kind of backed out.
Formula works fine in a YouTube video. It can be fun to watch random bullshit for 20 minutes. But clearly, that's not the goal of Beast games. Jimmy keeps reminding us of the friendships being made, drawing us into the human drama and psychology of it all.
Because the game following this one is the most psychological game I've ever done.
But even so, he's not willing to actually tell a story, show rising action and conflict.
Also, some of the things like, oh shit, man,
friendships being made, drawing us into the human drama and psychology of it all.
Because the game following this one,
like, this is very clearly CGI boxes. They're just walking and then they put them small. Like, this is, sometimes he has like really bad CGI because it's just YouTube CGI, whatever. And it's like, okay, this is faked or whatever.
is the most psychological game I've ever done.
But even so, he's not willing to...
Which is also like the train video or something was like, you know, is going to a pit or something, and it was clearly like a fake train or something.
Actually tell a story, show rising action and conflict, give the audience information we need to connect to the contestants.
Well, she's number 1,000. That's crazy. That's kind of a cool, like, oh, look, I have all 4 digits on my jersey. Wow.
Instead, we just do the MrBeast thing, show the bits that Jimmy finds most interesting, and ignore everything else. In the end, this is a bad game, not because it's designed so poorly, but because MrBeast refuses to give it stakes or structure.
And I guess maybe that room is real when they were doing that, like, that crane or like drone kind of like on a cable shot, but there's some things about certain parts and scenes that just, there's a weird smoothing to it that just makes it look extra fake. I don't know.
Out of 10, I guess. Better than the sack race. And that's it for episode 3. That was an easy one. Let's move on to episode 4. I thought the show was crazy before. This is probably even more wild. So episode 4 has a lot of tiny little games. 148 people compete for 60 spots on a helicopter that takes them to a private island. Everyone who doesn't get a copter goes home, and the battle is going to be fierce. Game 1.
60 people fit in that fucking copter? God damn. It's just like a fucking, like, you know, fall of Saigon copter? How the fuck they fit that many people in there?
MrBeast hides a ticket to a helicopter somewhere in the city. Everyone has to race to get it.
Good luck.
The winner gets to choose 5 people to come with them to the private island. So I don't know what exactly I'm supposed to get out of this challenge. I thought maybe Beast hid the ticket in a really secret spot so that people would have to strategize with each other and talk or whatever. I don't know if it's fair to have wanted such a thing, but in any case, it doesn't happen. Instead, it's just 20 seconds of bedlam as we watch a crowd of random people scream and race around.
If I were you, I would run fast.
Not even really a game, but it does have a lot of energy, so I'll give it a 3 out of 10. Game 2. Everyone wears a blindfold and has to drop a ball as close to 10 minutes as they can.
Whichever 6 of you drops your ball the closest to the 10-minute timer ending without going over will be boarding the 3rd helicopter.
As you can no doubt guess, this is kind of a hard episode for me to talk about. Like, I understand that I gave myself the job of reviewing every game in this show, but really, what do you want me to say about this? It's pretty boring, you know? It's just a test to see how well you can internally measure time.
So my job a lot for a few of the year, most of the years, I think in a row, I did AD, assistant director. And one of the jobs I would do in the control room is just count videos. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, like I'm just counting down, and I can see a clock usually, but then sometimes I have to do other stuff and waiting 10 seconds to get the next thing ready or whatever. I'll like start a count, turn over to the side, type something on the other computer, get this thing ready, then come back and then look back at the clock. And I've just been counting in my own head, and I come back and I'm pretty close, but not 100% perfect. But I found that I got a lot of practice getting a rhythm of counting officially 10 seconds. Now, it's been a while since I've done it, so I'm probably kind of off or whatever, but this is where I go, okay, well, I guess I'll do it, and then I'll drop it extra early just in case I've fucked something up. Hope for the best. That's all you can really do. What the fuck?
But I guess to its credit, it's about as good a version of that test as I can imagine. You know, he doesn't do a bad job or anything. It's a ball drop game. 4 out of 10. Game number 3. So this one's a bit interesting. Every contestant is given a coin, and in order for a player to win, they must be given 100 out of these 110 coins.
If one of you can collect 100 of these 110 gold coins within 10 minutes, you will claim a spot on this helicopter and pick the other 5 people that go with you.
So I'm kind of obsessed with this game because even more than last episode's Cube game, it reveals just how far we are from the contestants on Beast Games. How little we can understand them. The second the game starts, everyone's chanting Jeremy, Jeremy.
Wow.
And you know, who's Jeremy? As it turns out, he's one of the 4 people who turned down the $1 million bribe, but you know, 3 other people did that too. So why is Jeremy so special? Why do they all love Jeremy? So as we're pondering this question, another bomb drops. Apparently people don't want to vote for Jeremy because he's religious and said that he won't invite any woman to come with him in his helicopter out of respect for his wife.
Jeremy is not picking any women based out of respect.
Well, he's Tyler Blevins. He won't play video games with women because that would be like cheating. Okay. Women are wives only. Thanks.
For his wife, pass it down.
He won't pick any girls.
He won't pick any girls.
So is that rumor true? Did Jeremy say that?
Oh, it's a crazy if it's fake.
Jeremy, how are you going to choose?
I'm gonna pray.
As I said, this is the first time we've seriously engaged with this guy, and the show doesn't give us any background info or anything. And so as an audience, we're just left completely in the dark here.
Not Jeremy. Jeremy sucks.
I can't deny, I find something
Jeremy.
kind of entertaining about this. As I've talked about before, there's a flatness to Beast Games, a refusal to engage with or care about the experiences of the people it's ostensibly about. And while that usually sucks, it kind of works here. Like, I'm watching this show, I'm witnessing people navigate this strange religious conflict, one where Christianity is at once the force that draws people to this man,
Jesus, 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 Jesus. Have you given it?
and the force that repels them from him.
Look at that congregation. That is manipulative.
It's like a cult. That guy's like a cult leader.
And I, you know, the guy watching, have no idea what's going on. I'm just sitting there numb and confused.
Nice.
And the effect of this is to make me feel like an alien, feel like I don't inhabit the world these people live.
At one point when I was trying to reduce stress for my anxiety and stuff before I ended up doing the neuropsychology, because I was like, I'm clenching my jaw so much. I'm actually like gnashing my teeth and like fucking up my teeth and like pressing. Like there was some kind of like weird satisfying pain. It's almost like scratching an itch where like my teeth, if I squeeze them together, it's like, you know, which is why sometimes gum is nice. That is a thing too, I think, which is tolerance is kind of like a you know, you can kind of get overexposed or whatever. And then my friend who's very addicted or not, had different addiction problems with weed or whatever, talks about, you know, kind of like detoxing and then going back and then getting back into it again. And it's kind of nice again for a bit. But oral oils or whatever, to know that there's like THC patches, but those didn't seem to do very much for me. 25 is probably a lot, right? That would be because like a 10 ounce or 10 milligram gummy would either do nothing for me or put me into the floorboards, right? It's like kind of one or the other for me, which is why it was kind of annoying. Because sometimes I would take half of one and I would go nuts. Sometimes I eat a whole one and nothing happens. And I'm like, what the fuck? But then I'm like, well, when people make gummies, you know, how much is the milligrams? Is it just a few sprinkles? Do those sprinkles end up on one half of the gummy? Or is it just kind of mixed in a big pot and maybe most of it is left in the fucking rim when it's dumped out into the mold? It's like, I don't really know how well tested. Each individual gummy is measured to see how many 10 milligrams are per gummy. Like, it's kind of like a really fucking weird industry. At least in Florida, it is. Interesting.
Live on. I don't know, it's just kind of weird and unsettling enough to make for watchable TV for me. 6 out of 10, I'll say. An aesthetically novel experience. In the end, by the way, Jeremy does apprehensively let one woman on the copter with him. That's what prayer led him to, I guess, which... good. Game 4. The contestants split up into 10 teams of 6. The teams are given a...
You are the most masculine looking woman, so you're allowed to come. Because I don't have any feelings for you whatsoever. I would not be tempted by you. You're too butch for me. And beautiful. Wow.
A tenuously balanced ball on a stick thing, and they're supposed to pass the ball to the other end of their line.
Your goal is to pass the ball all the way to the end of your line. However, if everyone's terrible at this game and breaks their glass ball, then the last 3 teams balancing will move on.
So this game sucks, and I honestly wonder if anybody play tested it before trying it out on TV. Nobody can do it. Almost every team just flops out immediately, and the 3 teams that win are the ones that basically don't even attempt to do the challenge.
They're gonna drop it, yeah. They're gonna drop it. Just relax. Don't pass. Don't pass. Don't do it.
I'm sorry, but that's not a fun game, right? If you're playing a ball balance game, it should test your ability to balance a ball, not your ability to awkwardly stand there.
They started to wait it out.
One more.
Risking it all on their self-confidence and relying on their opponents to fail.
It's not self-confidence, Jimmy Beast. Stop coping. You made a shitty game. It's just bad, lazy design, and I feel like it could have been better so easily. Just make it so the ball isn't glass. Make it so that if you drop the ball, you have to pick it up and start over again. That way the contestants have a chance to get better at the game and an incentive to, play it. 1 out of 10. Unbelievably bad, in my opinion. Game...
I guess I love the idea of it smashing or whatever. One of the things I've learned or been told about THC is that it can cause worse sleep, whatever, but it might help you calm down for sleep in some ways, right? And then also, like, you don't dream very much when you're on it, but then when you get off of it, sometimes you get a flood of dreams again, because I guess, if I don't know, all the pent up, semen retention of your dream or whatever is stuck in your mind. I've only done my my medical marijuana stuff in like little bursts or whatever. And then, like, it's interesting. Oh yeah. I mean, isometric exercise, I guess technically, right? Where it's like almost like doing like a plank where you're like, kind of hold that thing steady, where you're like trying to hang on something and just hold still, or balancing on one foot, one of these things where, but I guess you could get it as close as possible and try and just keep your breathing as still as possible. But eventually, like, even just holding your arm out, like, you'll be like, it'll get to you.
5. Everyone stands in a circle with a blindfold on. If one person steps into the circle, they get to go to the private island. But if more than one person steps out, they'll all be eliminated.
Oh, I thought you were like F. I'm like, oh, stream. What? It looks okay. Maybe.
If more than one player crosses the line, everyone who stepped into the circle will be eliminated.
In the end, someone walks out alone in the second round and wins. So this is an okay game. Like, I enjoy the idea of this kind of prisoner's dilemma thing, but I have to be honest, I'm not totally sold on the way it's executed. Like, yes, the contestants are wearing blindfolds, but their other senses are intact, right? And I feel like I'd be able to hear someone stepping forward, hear the difference in their voice when they're closer to me. Like, by the end of the round, the woman who wins is standing toward the center of the circle, and I'd be able to hear that, and so wouldn't want to step out onto the circle myself. This could also explain why the editors don't seem to want to show the winning contestant. If she made it obvious that she was in the circle by, like, yelling and walking around and stuff, they probably wouldn't want to include that in the episode, right? Anyway, this is just speculation, and in any case, it's a largely inoffensive game, but I'm just not buying it. And if I am right, if the game was fucked up like that, that's really funny. 5 out of 10. Game 6. The contestants have 10 minutes to decide if they'd rather continue being on Beast Games or split $250,000 with everyone else who chooses to leave.
If you've had enough of the competition and want to go home with guaranteed cash, you can eliminate yourself.
In the end, 18 people leave, and they each get like $14,000. So I don't know if this experience counts as a game. It's kind of treated as one, though, and honestly, I just find it a bit sad. Why does this show need so many off-ramps? Why does Mr. Beast keep bribing people to leave? It feels like Jimmy implicitly understands that he made a stinky show and feels bad about it. It certainly doesn't make Beast Games feel fun and exciting, right? Really, it just casts a negative, pathetic light over the whole thing. All these people saying, actually, I think I'm gonna go home now. I didn't take a bribe in the first round, but that was a mistake. I don't want to be here anymore. What?
Based on how the games are, like, that seems like cope, because they almost never really even focus on people all that much. I guess maybe somebody was particularly boring and specifically trying to never say anything or whatever. I guess, but like might just be like them coping or whatever when people were like, this thing sucks.
Whatever, 2 out of 10, I guess. What do you think this deserves? Game number 7. The players stand on top of a building and they have to throw a ball as close to a golden briefcase as they can.
After every contestant has thrown the red
It's dude perfect, just...
ball, the closest one to that golden briefcase will win a ticket on the helicopter.
I'm getting upset, man. I'm getting a little antsy. I'm starting to wonder, was this video of mine a bit of a mistake? In the advertising for this show, Mr. Beast really hyped up Beast City. This is a real amazing city, he said. I constructed it, and it's gonna blow your mind.
We built a city in the middle of nowhere. There's just a field.
What?
And
that's just Burning Man.
And we pulled up. No, we built like an actual city.
That's what they do at Burning Man.
And
the Man-Spreading Con podcast. Holy shit, KSI is like, couldn't be more spread other than doing a split. Jesus Christ. Yeah. True. Honestly. Yeah. I mean, I guess you would think that they would still be able to wiggle in some producers and or people who know how to make more of a TV show than just the Mr. Beast formula of a show, because his videos don't really have continuity. There's not a reason to keep you sticking around for longer. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. His videos always have a very weird ass concept, whether it's like the top 10, the cheapest or the richest of this, and like that, you get through it and you go, that's fine, whatever. It's not enough to keep you through back to back kind of things. So that's where you need that drama, the human element, to have characters that you root for from different tribes or whatever, I
guess it's impressive that he got Amazon to spend money to build dorms for people and to construct this tower thing, but I can't emphasize this enough. Nothing has yet happened in Beast City. There is no spectacle to be found here. It's just dumb backyard barbecue type games. Do you know what?
Even like the housing isn't Big Brother style. Even Big Brother has weird ass little games and things that they would do for their show that are more interesting. Like Australian Survivor members versus the world cast of Survivor, like Survivor the show.
What 10 minutes feels like? Can you balance a water balloon, throw a ball close to a hole?
All right.
Why didn't he invest in the game part of the games?
All right.
Why didn't anyone suggest that? 3 out of 10. I have to give it a 3 out of 10 because I give the bribe challenge a 2 out of 10. So now I'm screwed. This is the standard for a 3 out of 10 on Beast Games. Game number 8. The contestants are split into 6 teams of 6. Each team has to choose one person to go to the island. Everyone else goes home.
Each platform must choose only one player to move on.
I'm bored. I don't want to make any more games. That's my Mr. Beast impression. You guys just choose who you want to win the show, and the rest of you pack it up and go home. Just play rock, paper, scissors, or flip coins or whatever. I mean, that was pretty amazing to watch last episode. So why not play it back?
All right, so you do heads or tails, right? And if you get it right, you move to the next round.
On 3, you release. Okay. 1, 2.
Oh, interesting.
I pay for all these people.
Is the Australian Survivor just like they're just fucking Giga Chads or whatever? Is that why? Or maybe because it's the Australian Survivor show that then like we are the Australian Survivor show, so we're gonna have our original winners versus the newcomers, the menagerie, if you will, you know.
People to come to my show. I built a city for them to sleep in. I built toilets for them to piss in. Now they have to play rock, paper, scissors to determine who wins the show that I'm supposed to be making. It's busted, dude. It's busted. It is a busted television show. 1 out of 10. Worse than the bribes. We're on to episode 5. Okay, so episode 5 has this kind of interesting structure. Mr. Beast brings the contestants to a private island worth $1.8 million, and he gives them an option. You can either compete to win the island and potentially be eliminated from the game, or you can just sit this one out, go on a nice vacation.
We are going to ask each of you if you want to compete for this island.
In the end, 9 people choose to gamble on the island. I actually think this voluntary game structure is quite clever. I mean, one thing that's stained...
Win an island. That's a weird one. Do you pay taxes to own an island? How do you own an island? Is it like owning land inside of another country, or is it its own country? What the fuck? It must be land within a country, right?
Beast games, more than anything else, is the sheer number of contestants, right? And so taking an episode to just focus on 9 people is a welcome break. In the end, though, I guess we'll see if this structure pays off, if the games, the precious games, are any good. Game 1, hide and seek. The contestants have to find somewhere to hide on the private island, and
well, what's with the fucking tactical guy? What the fuck?
Former Navy SEALs chase after them.
These players may look terrified, but remember, they chose this.
So honestly, this game was a breath
also they're wearing like bright blue fucking things.
Of fresh air for me, because it has 2 things that no other game on the show has thus far.
And what state did they buy this island from? What country, what municipality, what does owning this look like? How the fuck does that work? You know, what the hell? Some people barely even own a car. Now they can potentially own an island. What the fuck are they gonna do with that? They don't have a boat. How are they gonna get there? Does they have a fucking helipad? How the hell are they gonna get there? Because like that could be cool to own something, but then again, like, what part of the world am I in? How far away is this? How can I get here?
Number 1, a sense of place. The contestants have to make use of this interesting island setting, and that's profoundly novel compared to every other game on the show, which is literally...
Also, the contestants will have a camera crew following them around, pointing a camera at them as they're hiding, which make it really easy for a Navy SEAL to find them.
It just involved standing in a square and shouting that you want other people to go home. Number 2, any kind of spectacle. Watching these Navy fucks chase after people, it's something, you know? It feels like an episode of TV. I can't express to you how little episode 1 through 4 of Beast games felt like an episode of TV. Still, like...
There was that show Manhunter, where there's like some like Texas guy on a horse tracking down different fugitives for the chance to win money or something. They try to get like across some kind of like line.
I do have a problem with this game, and it's that it's just too short. The Navy SEALs only find 1 single person before the game ends, and I really don't understand why. If 3 or 4 people had to be eliminated, it would really test people's hiding abilities, their willingness to wait. It would also test the Navy SEALs in a more profound way. As things stand, the result of the game just feel a bit random, like whichever person the SEALs happened to find first lost, and that could have been anybody.
All that hiding for nothing.
Anyway, it's fine. I'm gonna give this one a 7 out of 10 because I enjoyed seeing it. Game 2, it's a coconut throwing game.
You're each going to take turns rolling or throwing your coconut, attempting to get as close to the red line as possible.
So I guess we had our taste of the sun. We watched a normal show for a little while. Now we're back to backyard barbecue type games that cost $3 to produce. I feel like we just did this. We just watched these people throw balls close to a briefcase in the last episode. What's the point? What is the actual point? We are watching this instead of watching Navy SEALs tracking people down and shooting them in the head. 3 out of 10. Game number 3. Mr. Beast brings back all the contestants who chose to take a vacation. They have to vote on which player on the island they want to eliminate.
But it's gonna be a vote from you guys.
So, have you seen reality TV before? Have you seen the hit Emmy Award-winning show Survivor? One interesting thing about that show is that every episode ends with a vote. All the contestants have to choose which person they want to eliminate.
Natalia, need to bring me your torch.
And the reason these votes are interesting primarily is that the people know each other and have strategies and alliances. It's exciting, you see, because it
Get rid of the people who can beat me in a challenge, keep the weak people so I can beat them in a challenge, keep the mean people so I can beat them in the end vote. All the different elements.
represents the climax of a story. Now, I'm not saying Survivor is genius or anything, but when you compare it to Beast Games, it is genuinely a work of art. Because this vote sequence that Mr. Beast puts on, it sucks. It just sucks. There are too many people here, and none of them know each other that well. In the end, it seems like a lot of folks just voted for the person they knew the least, and it's like, okay, why should I care about that?
I wish I would have met you like everyone else, but I didn't. So that's why I voted for you.
He's funny. I like this nice guy. But I know all the other people.
Why are you wasting my time asking a group of 50 people which person they haven't talked to very much? It's especially problematic because the guy who gets eliminated, 895, I don't know him any better than the vote people do.
895 receives 17.
Jeez. 895, you're eliminated.
I have no earthly idea who this man is. Who is he? Why is the show like this? 2 out of 10. Game number 4. This one's kind of annoying to describe, so bear with me. The remaining 5 contestants...
Wait, the dude who hosts the Australian one? Or the one that hosts the actual United States one? The, what's it called? I forget his name. But he has a very, like... I think that's all he's ever really done, as far as I know. Oh, gotcha, yeah. My dad was super into it. What the hell? Which Assassin's Creed? The Valhalla still? Goat's been playing Assassin's Creed. Goat probably appreciates the raid just because it gave other people in chat, so that way they could just play Assassin's Creed and chill. So... Well, there's a lot of them to play, so that's handy, I guess, right?
choose a captain. The captain gets to rearrange 5 boxes, one of which contains an X, and if you choose that one, you go home. The remaining 4 players don't know which box has the X, of course, and the captain can choose how much or how little information he wants to give to each player.
So which one will you choose?
Which one would I choose?
Yes.
I'm gonna look down because I'm not gonna guide you. I'm not gonna guide you.
I don't really have that much to say about this game. It's not great, it's not terrible. Obviously, it would be better if the contestants had a stronger relationship to each other, but at this point, what are you gonna do? This is Beast Games, baby. This is the real world, you know? I can't just keep saying the show would be better if I knew who was in it. The one thing I really do enjoy about this game, though, what frankly saves it for me, is the fact that Lil Yachty, the rapper, features in it.
Little Yachty.
All right.
He seems confused as to why he's there, and I am too, and it's honestly pretty good. The one time this show intentionally makes me laugh.
I didn't know who he was when he was looking up at him like that. I didn't know. I'm not a music guy, you know, at all. My family would just talk in the car as we drove. Like, they didn't really put music on. We always just had conversations. We did like Simpsons trivia questions or whatever, you know. My dad would point to the guys digging a ditch and say, that's why you got to stay in school. Otherwise, they're going to be digging a ditch like that, loser. And we were like, oh, you know, the classic dad stuff. The don't turn the light on in the car. It's illegal. Everyone has those memories specifically. Pointing at a fat person and saying, if I ever got that fat and disgusting, you should strap me down to a bed and only feed me bread and water. And I'm like, all right, it's a moral failing to be fat. And then I got fat. And then I felt weird about it my entire life. I would, because my mom fit, not like muscular, but just like, you know, blonde lady thin. And then My dad, big, strong, 6'2", muscles, charismatic or whatever. So my friends would come over and they go like, "Whoa, what happened to you?" I was like, whoa. I don't know. I just like playing video games, Okay. I keep buying French bread pizzas, and that's nice. Honestly, he said it. I strap his ass down. He said it. He made me promise when I was a child. He's gained a bunch of weight now, so time to reap what you sow, old man. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any advice for him?
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty tough. Yeah.
Do you have any advice? Yachty?
Oh, advice? No, I don't.
6 out of 10, I'll say. Redeemed by Lil Yachty. Game 5.
Based on cricket, depending on the color or type of vehicle. If it was runs or abs. Oh, wow. That's kind of interesting and complicated. That's much better than the crappy games we would try to play when we were like on a long road trip or something. Huh. That's kind of like it's like a sports by numbers kind of thing. I guess we were too bad at sports to actually have a thing like that. So my dad, his hyperfixation is sports, right? If I'm a little touched, my brother's a little touched, I look over at my parents and say, "Where did we get?" Oh, it's one of those like, I see. Interesting. Yeah. And that's definitely more complicated than the Simpsons trivia thing where we just make up random things. Or think of random bits and go, okay, what episode was this from? Everyone has to guess. But now I'm trying to think back on the weird. Yeah, there was some weird memory or something that I was going to say a story about. I'm sure it'll come back to me in a second.
Contestants go to a pirate ship, and it seems like there's going to be an interesting canon-related game.
And if you look...
Got it. Sorry. My dad now is so interested, because he was always a random sports enjoyer, like sports of almost every type. He would even just turn on the bowling thing in ESPN. He would say he's just reading the ticker to stay up to date on the other sports. But I think he was watching because he's a sports enjoyer. He loves understanding sports. Hockey. He's like, I actually appreciate Olympic hockey better than like regulation NHL hockey because it's a bigger thing. There's a different offsides rule. It's a whole different, he never got into soccer. That's one thing he never got into because he's an American, damn it. But football is his, baseball. He knows a shit ton about baseball, but football, I guess, is his number one, like top. And every year he makes his big book, which is some kind of like NFL draft thing where he looks at like every person in college in the top 1,000, writes out all of their information, watches clips of all of them, keeps all their combine stats, writes a little biography, and writes about their gumption and what they do well and what they don't do well and what he would see. Even though they play this position in college, they should play this position if they get drafted. And he has like a whole breakdown of quarterbacks and cornerbacks and linemen and everything. He writes these out every year. It's like a fucking giant book. And he goes and pays some printing company and prints out and binds these things. And he sends one to the Jets, which is his favorite team because he's from New York. And then he sends one to the Bucks because it's local. They probably immediately just put it right in the shredder, probably, because they probably get a bunch of those things. He has like 50 fantasy teams at any one time. He used to hate the idea of fantasy football because he's like, that's too much about the flashy players. I like the fundamentals. I like the full teamwork of the game. But then I guess at some point he was too addicted to online gambling and like the scammy offshore gambling websites for poker online. So I guess he needed a new way to play a gambling game. So he ends up doing like the different fantasy websites or whatever, I guess. I don't know. he writes on Gangrene Nation, which is like one of the NFL like forums boards. He writes for it so much they end up making him a paid writer on this blog for the thing. The dude that runs the blog has a podcast he's been a guest on a bunch of times. He's very invested in this. And I'm like, Dad, you should just make a podcast or whatever and just talk about your shit, because you just have an endless well of this garbage in your head at all times. I just feel bad that, like, I don't share this, you know? Whenever we have, like, a Christmas dinner, like, you know, he tries to talk to the other adults about sports, but I'm always like, oh, sorry. Sorry. I'll play Warhammer, okay? Yeah.
Look right here, you will see real cannons that you will be firing at each other's ships.
Sounds pretty fun, I guess, but they don't do it. Instead, I shit you not, Mr. Beast is just like, does anyone simply want to get $450,000 and go home?
Inside of this treasure chest is $450,000.
And the first guy who's given that offer takes it, and that's it. That's the game. Why? Literally, to what end? Actually, I think I have some idea of why Mr. Beast made this strange choice, and it's
he's getting closer and closer to retirement age, specifically somewhere in his like mid 60s ish. So once he gets able to do that and gets to collect Social Security, and also his I think he gets like half of a pension, because like FedEx was doing pensions at that point when he was first employed, but they did some weird thing where they kind of like changed it to a slightly different 401k structure or something like that. So he's got a few different, like, you know, methods to keep himself somewhat solvent in the years to come, hopefully. Unless he's, I don't know, done something with it. We'll have to just figure that out. But that'll be probably the thing that he's able to spend his time on. I've tried to get him a bunch of different microphones and different equipment and tell him like I can help him do recordings or whatever it is he should do, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how well I would be able to help him with certain commentary, but who knows? You know, I used to listen to Behind the Bastards, which was, I didn't stop for any other reason other than the fact that I just kind of don't listen to podcasts as much currently. But it was a great podcast where this one guy would read up on Stalin, and then eventually people like the guy, Dr. Kellogg, who invented cornflakes, whatever. And then these people are bastards in history. They're rough and tough. They have a, you know, oh, look, Stalin was bullied and he was a fighter and then he robbed banks. Wowee. There'd always be a guest that they would invite on who's either a fellow comedian or just a comedian or a historian who would also understand and provide context. There's just someone to sit there and go, huh, and just kind of react to the story and then either add jokes or add actual additional information. So that would be kind of, I guess, the closest idea of like, sports information. I guess I would have to just be funny and just have to make random jokes about shit. But they're like, oh yeah, his wingspan's this and he can catch a ball and run this fast. I'll be like, yes. Well, here's a joke I have that has nothing to do with that. You know?
Because this is once again an ad for MoneyLion.
But this was brought to you by MoneyLion. And to make things even better, we're also giving away $450,000 to those of you watching at home.
It seems pretty weird to me, but I guess it led to a pretty dope Beast game. So 2 out of 10. Game 6. Another sick mind game is on the table for these effing contestants. Basically, the 3 players each choose a number, 1, 3, or 5, and move that number of spaces down a path. The thing is, if 2 players choose the same number, neither gets to move. The first person to get to the end of the path moves on to the
This is kind of like a Mario Party game.
next round and gets to choose which other person moves on with them. So in principle, I think this game is fine. There could be a lot of strategy and suspense in choosing the right number, and it could have made for a pretty fun game. The only issue, though, is that the contestants don't really play it. Instead of competing against each other, the 2 guys just let the woman win and hope she'll choose to bring them to the final round.
They're both helping her win, banking on her choosing them. I'm picking 5 again.
I'm also going with 5.
And this makes the sequence quite dull and uneventful for obvious reasons.
I'm gonna do the right thing. Trust me, I will.
I trust you. I trust her.
Perhaps it's unfair to blame Mr. Beast for this. After all, he didn't know that the players would essentially refuse to participate in the game he'd crafted, but I'm not sure it's that simple. Consider for a second what an interesting run-through of this game would have looked like. The players would probably lie to each other a lot, say they were choosing numbers they weren't so as to lead their opponents astray. People would leverage their relationships, try to convince the other players that they were trustworthy. They'd have to come up with a strategy, not just for making one choice, but for making like 5 choices. All that is really hard. It requires a lot of cognitive effort, and it's not even clear how it would pay off. After all, if another player succeeds, they're less likely to choose you if you backstab them multiple times. Given all this, I'd argue that the optimal strategy really is to just do what these boys do. Decide on a player to win and try to convince that winner to choose them over the other guy.
I'm okay with us canceling each other out. If she wants to do the right thing, she will repay me back.
It's not fun, it's not exciting, it's not really a game, but it gets the job done, and does so in a far less effortful way. I don't think Mr. Beast is very good at understanding player psychology, is really the point I'm trying to make. He puts a lot of the work of making the games interesting on the players, and doesn't give those players enough motivation to interact with the games in interesting or exciting ways. I'm gonna say 4 out of 10 for this one. You know, it's not horrible, could be a lot better. Game 7. So I'm gonna let Jimmy explain this one, and that's because I actually find his explanation a bit telling and interesting.
You guys will open up your briefcases and place the deed in one of them. I will have you shuffle your briefcases while the other person is blindfolded. After both of you have mixed up your briefcases, the opposing person will get to choose to steal one of your 2 briefcases, and vice versa. After that occurs, if you only have 1 deed, and you only have 1 deed, we will do another round. But if one of you has both the deeds, you will win the island.
Even more than the last one, I think this is an obvious situation where Jimmy fails to account for the way you can realistically expect players to engage with high-stakes games. Jimmy goes through this long, 30-second process of explaining the rules. He obviously wants the contestants to use strategy, deceive each other into picking the wrong case. But of course, they don't do that. Why would they? If you were in this position, if you had $1.8 million on the line, what stock would you put on the words of the other guy trying to convince you which case to take? He has no reason to be honest with you whatsoever, so why even care what he has to say? The players recognize this. It's not hard to recognize, and so they just don't play. They take their 50% odds and move on.
I don't want to put you in a position where you feel like you have the need to lie, so I'm going to leave it to fate.
You're not going to ask her anything?
I'm not going to ask her anything. I know which briefcase I'm going to pick.
Do you want to tell him which one is the deed's in?
I don't.
Mr. B seems, I don't know, a little bit disappointed.
You both chose to give very little information to each other, basically leaving it up to chance. And we're about to see if that paid off.
What looks complicated and designed here is, for all intents and purposes, just a coin.
But even the other one, like the friend or foe, that one has an option for split, 1 win or no win. This is just only one can win. You just keep re-rolling until one of them wins. That's it.
Coin flip. Another coin flip in a game filled to the brim with coin flips. 2 out of 10. By the way, the woman wins this game and gets the private island, and good for her. You know, I was rooting for her. Episode 6.
Hold on. He's getting invested. Hold on.
Back to be.
There was only so many players, so you got to watch that person over a time period. Now, when she comes back to here, assuming that she does come back, or maybe she just wins this and that's it. I don't know.
City. So in episode 6, the remaining contestants voluntarily decide.
I would almost assume that those players would be like, look, like when I would play Magic the Gathering, Friday Night Magic was like one of the things you would do. They would play Swiss, which is like a bunch of rounds, and you get like a win-loss record for the entire group. And then after that round of Swiss, however many games you'd play, they would find the top 8 players out of that entire pool, and then they would play top 8. That's single elimination at that point, and then 4 players play, 4 pairs of players play, 4 then move on, and then 2 pairs play, and then 1 final head-to-head. But players, all 8 can say, look, do we want to split all 8 together and just split the winnings across all 8 ways? maybe somebody wants to play it out. Okay, so then they go to the 4-way. Then sometimes the top, 4 are like, you know what? 4 is fine. Let's split that. But definitely in the last top 2, those players are like, look, let's split it. Because in that game, it's just winner take all. So winner can then, you can bundle both, just split it. So when they're both down there at the end, they go, you know what? Fuck it. Like, why don't we just agree to sell this island and split it? And then just not play this game? I thought that might have been the angle. The outside play, but
to do one of 3 kinds of challenges: something intelligence related, something strength related, or something chance related. In the actual show, these challenges are all mixed up together, but for the sake of convenience, let's just talk about all the strength related challenges first. Game 1, do as many push-ups as possible. The 2 people who do the most get to be team captain in the next game, which Mr. Beast tells them will confer some major advantage.
And what better way to pick team captains than to do a push-up contest?
No.
You guys did pick physical.
So look, I get that the women involved in this competition volunteered to do the strength challenges. If I was a woman, I probably would not have made this decision. I don't think Mr. Beast was ever very likely to craft physical challenges that provided an even remotely fair playing field to the female contestants. Still, I can't...
That's also been an issue with Mr. Beast in different videos I've seen, where like men versus girls thing. There's some weird plays going on behind the scenes and some other elements, Mr. Beast is like I don't know, some kind of like physical truth person or some shit. Like, I don't know.
Can't help but think that push-ups are a particularly lame choice. Most women don't have chests and triceps as strong as most men. Upper body strength in general is a comparative disadvantage for them. And you can see this in action in this game, where almost all of the women just drop like flies.
Down. Up 2. Okay. Oh, we have 2 people out?
I'll reiterate, they signed up for this competition. They were not forced to do all of these push-ups. But my point is, isn't that a bit boring to open up games to everybody but slant them completely against one of the sexes? Why not squats? Why don't they have to balance on something for a while? That's physical too, right? Whatever, 4 out of 10 to the push-ups. I mean, they're push-ups, whatever, who cares? Game 2. The main advantage that the team captains get is the ability to pick their teams. As it turns out, there are an odd number of players, so the last person left unchosen goes home.
So, it pains me to say this, but
that's my ass.
We need an even amount of people on each team. So whoever does not get picked will be eliminated.
So 2 problems here. First, Mr. Beast lied. Being captain is not much of an advantage at all.
And trust me, you want to be a team captain.
No guy who's reasonably strong, who did 30 push-ups instead of the winning 75, is gonna get sent home. Whoever the captains turned out to be, they'd obviously all just nab up the biggest looking men, and so these guys were never at any risk in the first place. The last 4 people standing are all women, and of course they are. It's just really stupid. Second problem, this isn't a physical game. These people all signed up for a physical challenge, and now one of them is being sent home for just like looking the weakest, I guess.
784. Unfortunately, you've been eliminated.
Thank you.
Bye, Dana.
That's not fair. That's not fucking fair. As much as I dislike the push-up challenge, I'd honestly just prefer it if the person who did the fewest just went home. At least that would make sense, right? 1 out of 10.
Honestly.
I don't like it. Game 3. So now the teams have to face off against each other in a series of 3 games, and the first game here is quite simple. They have to get together and pull a monster truck.
The first team to get their monster truck to the finish line wins the first of 3 physical challenges.
So this shit rocks. I like to see big truck. I like to see people pulling the big truck. At one point, it seems like one of the teams is going to win, but then they get to a speed bump and they can't get over it, and the other team wins.
They did it! They come back
That's good to know.
They come back up!
And it's fun, it's actually pretty fun to watch. 8 out of 10. Probably the best game so far in the show for me. Who can pull the truck?
I guess like adding a couple more elements of, like they have like a speed bump. That's cool, because it's not just pulling. Because I feel like the team that pulls the best off the jump gets that initial momentum going, feels like they're just gonna fucking steamroll. But then having the bump adds another layer, because then maybe they use up all their juice to get the thing rolling, just get over that static friction, and now that they got it moving, they can then kind of relax and take their breath. But then the speed bump, they got to get it over the hump specifically So then maybe some other like, some like rolly floor stuff or something makes it slippery or hard or I don't know, something, right? But whatever.
Pretty good. Game 4. The contestants have to race each other. That's the long and short of it. Go! 5 out of 10 maybe for the races? I don't know. It's okay. Game 5.
God, I'm
the
so
final
bad at running.
game. Each team has to nominate one member to hang on a bar for as long as they can. This one's for all the marbles. Who can hang the longest?
This is where being a woman is the best, generally.
You know, it's not
Because usually, at least according to Survivor I've watched, it seems like on those endurance challenges like this, because the men have like so much weight pulling down, that the grip strength of a woman's similar enough to the grip strength of a guy, but the gigantic difference in body weight makes it significantly less fatiguing to do. So,
not that I hate the bar hang challenge or the race challenge, and I even really enjoyed, watching them pull Big Truck. But at some point, I gotta ask, why are there no games? Why no obstacle courses or set pieces or theming or anything? It's just so pared down. Like, I know I made this point already, and I'll try not to make it again, but put some games in the show next time. Beast Game Season 2, try adding some fucking games. 4 out of 10.
Beast Game Season 2 now with games. Wow.
So now we're on to the group who chose to take on the intelligence-based challenge, and you're not going to believe the first thing that Jimmy Beast has them do.
I need to know which one of you is the smartest and which one of you is not the smartest. And what better way to do that than to have you all take an intelligence test?
Wow.
Yes, they take an intelligence test. It's not even a fun intelligence test either. It seems like Mr. Beast literally hands them like a Ravens Progressive Matrices IQ test.
I don't even know what this means. Like, there's just patterns in front of me, and I don't know.
Yeah, you solved the patterns.
And the person with the lowest IQ has to go home.
Which means, unfortunately, you scored the lowest and are eliminated.
We don't even see the questions. We don't even know what these people are.
What the fuck? That's crazy. You don't even see the questions, really? That's true. That's true. I was thinking, like, why would it be easy to do a mirror maze specifically, but easy to set up? But that would be, yeah. I mean, obviously with the budget and the stuff that they have, right? But also, I feel like a pattern recognition, isn't that one of those things where it's like there's some very small differences in, like, oh, look, men are better at finding an outlier in a pile, whereas women are better at this other thing or whatever. And also IQ tests are fucking kind of dumb as fuck or whatever, in general. But I guess Mr. Beast not knowing that shit, right? but not showing the questions seems like an easy thing.
Experiencing. It's just like 2 minutes of watching people quietly take a test. It's as good as that sounds.
Wait, really? Is that quiet with the pencil sounds? I thought that was him editing it in. I was gonna say he must be adding this in. That's so fucking silly.
I don't know, a 2 out of 10? 3 out of 10 because it's kind of funny. Game 7. What do you think they're gonna do for the intelligence game? Duh.
A quiz.
More trivia.
Animals, sports, or wild card?
There wouldn't be much to say about this game if not for a very odd sequence that it has. So this guy, Akira, stands up and he says, actually, I'm on a mission here, and that mission is to defeat the player 406.
A lot of you know what that mission was, and I'm here to finish it off. If I go home, I at least know I tried.
Okay.
So I'm going to have 406 come up to the table. I've heard a lot of things from other players in the cubes, and I feel like some players didn't play with the same honesty and integrity that everyone else did.
So 406, you might remember him. He's a Habibi brother, one of the 2 brothers who manipulated a woman into leaving in the 3rd episode. Akira's vendetta against this manipulative F goes so far that when he's offered $50,000 to face him for another trivia question, he turns him down.
Not here for the money, Jimmy.
What is happening?
I know what I want. I want to eliminate. I've had a mission since I got off the island.
He's furious. So, I mean, I like a vendetta. I mean, that's pretty fun.
But it would have been amazing to see that whole setup from before, right?
So I have to admit, I think it would have benefited from some narrative development, right? Like, what if we'd seen Akira talking about how much he hates the Habibi Bros before, so that it's all the more satisfying when he fulfills his mission? What if we'd been told a bit more about what the Habibi brothers actually did? Like I mentioned this before, the third episode really doesn't give us details on how—
Do you mean this, or do you mean a different thing? Oh, the game. I got you.
How these guys were so manipulative, and that's way more of a problem now that I'm supposed to really care about it. It's just not a good thing that the contestants on the show know so much more than I do about this obviously important information. Still, revenge is revenge. The game is certainly more watchable because of this plot than it would have been otherwise. I'll give it a 5 out of 10. Game 8. Okay, so we're on to the final group who wanted to play a luck-based game. First, Beast spins a wheel to determine how many contestants are going home, and it turns out, oh my god, 12 out of 16 players will be.
Dang. Wow. Whoa!
This section of the game is another Money Lion ad, which, at this point in my viewing experience, started to kind of excite and intrigue me.
Obviously, the wheel didn't land on this $500,000, which means we're...
I chew gum a little too aggressively sometimes, and I go, ugh, and I like bite my cheeks. I gotta know when to calm down, because sometimes once you start doing that, oh fuck, it just keeps getting worse and worse. Because now my cheek is like bit, and now it's swelling up slightly, which makes it just that much more likely to end up in those fucking teeth again. And the first time, ow, that sucks. The next time you do it again into an already hurt mouth, now that sucks. That's extra bad.
Giving the $500,000 to one lucky winner watching at home thanks to Moneyline.
Anyway, all the contestants stand on platforms, and every round some of those platforms open up, and if you're standing on one of those, you obviously get sent home. So let me tell you something I like about this challenge, and something that I don't like. I like the way that Jeremy is eliminated. He was the guy from the 4th episode who everyone loved because he's a Christian, and when his platform opens up, he, this kind of important character on the show, just goes. We don't hear another word from him or about him ever again. I don't often think that Mr. Beast's apathy toward the contestants on his show makes for good television, but this is the exception. Like, it's fun, and it contributes to the show's nasty, apathetic energy in a way that feels intentional for a change. Here's what I don't like. The game is over-designed. I didn't mention this before, but every 5 rounds, players are allowed to change platforms, and Beast seems oddly confused that only one person does this, that people aren't changing platforms whenever they can.
You are now free to move to a different platform.
What's the difference? Yeah.
No one?
She's like, I guess, man, whatever. Okay, fine, sure. Okay, are we done? It's not a Monty Hall problem, right? It's just like a different number now, would you like? Because I thought when you have, because it's like, 1 out of 100, right? They pick a few. Now, when you pick a new spot, you're picking 1 out of 90 instead, or whatever it is, right? That should be better odds. But because they're not saying, technically, well, because my brother's more of a math guy than I am by a long shot. He could take an AP stat exam, which is like, AP is like a college kind of like credit in high school shit. And it's a very hard class in general. And at the very end, you take a big fucking test, and you can score a 5 to a 1, and you got to get at least a 3 to get a passing score. And almost everybody generally gets a 3. But a decent number of people actually end up getting a 2. People get a 4. But my brother went to his AP stat exam and just forgot his special graphing calculator for the class, which is, a thing that you're supposed to have. They give him like one of those like little like, checkbook, tiny ass little like solar cell calculators. It just has like the 1 through 9, multiply, divide, whatever bullshit on it. And he's able to get through that entire exam and get like a 4 or a 5. And everyone, the teacher was always, kind of negging on him because he's a guy who did do his homework a lot. He's one of those incredibly smart guys, but also weirdly lazy. And like, he brushes his teeth, and he's looking at his teeth while he's brushing them and doesn't notice that his hair's all messy, like an Einstein type or whatever, I guess. So he knows when the Monty Hall problem is and isn't. And I thought I knew, like I thought in Deal or No Deal, when they open the cases, you always take the final last case, but that's not even accurate because it's not actually giving you new information or something. So I'm like, fuck. I thought I knew something and I didn't know, actually.
Okay.
Why would they? Why would they change platforms? That doesn't increase their winning odds in any way. It's not like a Monty Hall problem or whatever.
See, there you go.
Jimmy just weirdly wants these people to move from one spot where they could be eliminated.
Okay, I forgot. GOAT is not old. So Monty Hall, let's make a deal. 3 doors. Pick your door. The person picks 1, 2, or 3. Monty Hall's like, all right, well, let me show you a door that is bad. And now you can either keep your door or go with this other door. Monty knows the thing, right? So there's something about that element that makes it a new thing. It's not quite Jeopardy. It's specifically like in that part of the game, there's just the 3 doors. I guess I could probably pull up a math thing, but yeah.
To another spot where they stand the exact same chance of being eliminated.
This might seem crazy, but even though we made the same offer after every 5 doors, this was the only time anyone decided to move platforms the entire game.
Very odd, very confusing to me. There are, as you've seen, many luck games on this show, and this is probably one of the better ones, so I guess that earns it 3 out of 10. Not a great episode, honestly. Not a super fun one for me to talk about. Let's move on to episode 7. Who's got Train Fever? So
Whoa,
episode
wait a
7
minute.
essentially only has one game. Mr. Beast brings the remaining contestants to the railroad
Trolley
tracks.
problem?
He has the players elect a captain, and he makes that captain do trolley problems that involve eliminating players.
This is a game of the trolley problem.
And they repeat this process over and over until only 10 contestants remain. It's going to be brutal, that's what Mr. Beast says.
But this game we are about to play
What is going on?
is going to redefine the word brutal.
So let's get into it.
They
In
get
the
cut in
first
half,
trolley
what the fuck?
problem, the contestants elect Akira, the guy with a mission from the last episode, and he's told to choose the 3 players he likes the least to put on one railroad track.
I need you to pick your 3 least favorite of those 20 people.
He chooses 3 black women, by the way, which everyone is immediately baffled by.
Whoa.
Seems like it's all black females. What did that tell you?
What the fuck?
He's gonna
Yo.
have some people very upset.
It's the microcosm of America. The black woman is always last.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think that's why he chose them.
I don't think Akira's like that.
Anyway, now Akira has a choice to make. Does he want to protect these 3 women or get a Lamborghini?
He can pull this lever over here, sending the train down the red track, thus saving his Lamborghini, but eliminating those 3 contestants.
So you just might be able to catch a problem here. See, normally when we see the phrase trolley problem, online meme that it's become, it refers to some kind of moral dilemma. Which do you sacrifice, bacon or video games? Who would you kill, Tom Holland or Kermit the Frog?
Ooh.
You know, who would you kill, Caillou and Butters? Or the cast of Sonic. I'm not saying that Mr. Beast has to
Hold on
ask
tight,
any
Sonic.
major philosophical questions here, try to figure out if we should be utilitarians or deontologists or whatever. But you would expect him to give Akira a difficult and thought-provoking choice, since, you know, that would make for an interesting show. But he doesn't do that. Akira here has to choose between eliminating 3 players he doesn't know or like, and getting a cool car. What's more, as Beast already said, 11 players have to be eliminated.
And we will be doing games like this until there are 10 of you.
Like, it doesn't matter what Akira does or doesn't do, the same number of people are going out of the show. So how is this an interesting choice at all? How does this reveal anything emotional?
Winning a car is good. Eliminating people you don't like is also good, right? True. You just hope to flip the car. You don't ever drive it. You never officially need to have insurance for it, and you just sell it. That's all you can hope for. Yeah. There is that, but you know, it's just one of those things. It's just like winning money. You got to pay tax on it. The same fucking shit, I guess. Although I guess with the car, it sucks twice because you got to pay the gift tax, and then you got to sell it, and then you got to pay taxes on the sale, I assume, of some kind, whatever. If it's income tax, but now because it's coming through fucking, you know, eBay Motors or whatever the fuck it is. So I guess you kind of get fucked twice, but hey, it's something over nothing, I guess.
Or moral or psychological or whatever. And to be clear, I wouldn't mind so much that Beast presented such a dull choice if they didn't milk it for so long. If there was,
because like they already said, there are people that he does not like, and eliminating people is good, and keeping a car is good. So what the fuck?
Wasn't so much gravity placed on what Akira should choose or not choose.
It's not an easy decision to make at all.
Do you think he's going to save the Lamborghini?
No, I don't think he would screw anybody
I don't think
over.
he's going to eliminate him.
He's an honorable player.
You guys have anything to say? We voted you as a leader, so I believe you'll do the right thing.
It's genuinely interminable, and I just don't know why. I guess I'll count each of these trolley problems as games, and this one's a 2 out of 10. I think Trolley Problem 2 is a bit better. Akira, once again voted captain, has to choose between eliminating his best friend in the competition and eliminating 3 more people he doesn't like and destroying a Tesla.
Akira is going to have to decide between eliminating 3 people and destroying his brand new Tesla. Oh my God.
So, you know, at least there's something to this choice, right? You want the Tesla, we all want the Tesla, but you also love your friend, so good, there's some tension there. Still,
I mean, if he wants the Tesla, but he wants to eliminate more players too. But you don't get both. You get one or the other. So that's something, I guess, right?
Well, there are 2 funny things about this game. First, this is how Akira's best friend ends up on one of the tracks.
We've been closely monitoring everyone you've interacted with and who you've spoke to the most. Going on the red tracks is Akira's closest friend, 359.
Yes, the show secretly monitored the contestants to see who they were closest to. And how cheesy is that? We're almost done with this show. There are only 10 contestants. This trolley problem.
The person who talked to me at work the most is not always the person I like the most at work. That's not. Sometimes there's just that annoying guy who's just talking to you and you're like, yeah, shit, crazy. Whoa. That's nuts. You know, and it's like, oh no, my friend. What would I do? It's so hard.
Problem game is all about the relationships contestants have to each other. And yet, even now, the only way to establish that 2 people are friends is for Jimmy Beast to tell the audience, yeah, man, these guys love each other. Guys, let me watch. Let me see these guys like each other. They're apparently so close, but I've never seen them together before. Not one time. The other funny thing is that apparently the Tesla that Akira chose to destroy, it was filled with money. Why is that, you might ask? Well, it's because this is another Money Lion ad.
539 did not win this money, but we're actually giving away 5 times that amount of money to one lucky viewer.
That's the 4th or 5th one, I think. I think I know more about Money Lion at this point than I do about any contestant on this show. 5 out of 10 game.
Do they actually destroy the Tesla? Because that kind of sucks. I mean, like, whatever. But that just feels like one of those, like, damn. Like, food waste is a bummer. But watching something fucking just get blown up for no fucking reason sometimes, you know, it's like,
I think. So Trolley Problem 3 is probably the least interesting one to talk about. This woman is made captain and she has to choose between eliminating her best friend.
Remember that we've been paying close attention to who you've been spending your time with.
And eliminating 2 people of her choosing as well as a random mystery contestant who could be her. It's okay, I guess, though again, it doesn't feel like a very difficult choice. I think almost anybody in her position would probably choose not to eliminate their friend. As it turns out though, she is the mystery contestant to be eliminated, and there's something kind of satisfying about that, right? Felled by her own train.
865.
865, I'm sorry, but you're going home.
I think that's another 5 out of 10. Anyway, this brings us to the 4th trolley problem, and this one is...
maybe because I waited too long and then I saw the answer. Hit it twice. It goes a reverse, right? It goes back over. Yeah, double track drifting, you know. When you have a multiple choice question and you're going through them and you're on like question, 20 out of 30 questions, and you get to that 20th question, and then it's finally the first time you ever see all of the above, you're like, oh, it's got to be all the above, because they have not use this in any other question, and they only now give me the option, probably because it's the only one that has that as the valid answer. So, so when it's like, and then a mystery person, who could even be you? The first time we've ever done a mystery thing like this, and then it could even be you, and it's like, turns out it's actually you, and it's like, okay, that's probably the first time you're introducing this mechanic out of nowhere with this one random slight chance. Oops, actually it happened the first time. You know, it's like, okay, I don't believe you. But I could be beaten up because I was thinking about it a little bit, and then they said it was her, so I was like, oh, maybe then that, you know, yeah, forced it in. Metagaming for sure. When people make their own multiple choice, they usually kind of pick B and C way more often than A and D. So if you have to just guess and it's a thing that someone made, you might be more behooved to pick those middle options because people end up making that the right answer if they have to manually do it. Now, real tests are made up with as a randomizer, and there's a whole, I don't know, whole probably ethics behind how to properly design a Scantron test, but who knows how well they're actually doing it.
This is crazy. So the captain this time is this woman named Twana, and she has to choose one person for each track. She picks her best friend on the show, Queen, for one track, and this guy she doesn't like very much, Dino, for the other.
Because in my opinion, you can't scream about community and loving each other when you're whispering in the corners, creating alliances.
But then, and here's the twist, these people then get to choose one person to join them on the track. Queen picks some guy, JC, and Dino picks, oh my god,
Jazz, would you join me?
Another one of Twana's friends named Jazz. Now Twana has to choose which set of two people to send home, which two to die on the train. So this challenge feels like a horrible fever dream to me, and that's largely because of how the players react to Dino's choice. They are all just so mad. Like, Twana says this right at the start, clearly very upset.
Dino, why'd you pick her? Why'd you pick 697?
And then after she makes her choice, sends Jazz and Dino home, everyone just gets mad at him all over again.
Dino, I have a lot of respect for you, but I think you chose Jazz as bait.
Literally.
And that's a shitty thing to do.
Nobody's gonna respect what you did here. Nobody.
Literally what? What was he supposed to do? Obviously, he's going to choose someone who's friends with Twana, and why is this some kind of immoral or nasty choice? This guy, JC, tells Dino this.
You should have chosen someone that you knew and that you confide in. I'm sorry, Dino, that's just the way I feel.
And it's like, why exactly would he do that? Why would he cause his friend to have a very high chance of being eliminated? It doesn't make any sense, and they refuse to stop talking about it.
It doesn't sound like I'm like, I'm not like, you know, riding for Dino over here, but it's like, what the fuck? That seems like proper gameplay. You know, nobody gets too mad at people who have played Survivor properly, you know.
About it. It's genuinely baffling to watch, so much so that Mr. B seems uncomfortable and steps in to kind of defend Dino at the end.
He did have to pick someone, so no matter what, it would have been brutal. At the end of the day, he still turned out $1 million. How many people out of here were saved from that?
Looking at this, I can't help but feel that a certain madness has taken hold of these contestants, and on some level, I think it's a madness born of strange and incoherent design. Mr. Beast has tried to convince his contestants over and over again that his games test morality in some way. Will you be kind and sacrifice yourself, or will you be selfish and stay on the show? Will you aim to get money in this game, or will you be devoted to team spirit? The subtext of so many games is that there is a correct, virtuous way to play, and that's even the case. That's especially the case when there is no actual morality being tested. When the players are asked to selflessly sacrifice themselves for nothing, for some random row or room, for a team of people they don't know to win against another team of people they don't know. It looks morally important. It's certainly sold that way, but it's completely arbitrary, bereft of any meaning. And I can't help but feel that this sense of moral randomness has infected these players. You chose this woman's friend to be on a platform with you? You tried to use the mechanics of the game you were playing to get an advantage? That's wrong. No one's gonna respect you after that. It doesn't matter that somebody was going to be eliminated either way. It doesn't matter that Mr. Beast explicitly tells the contestants that it makes sense for them to choose somebody that Twana likes.
You can try to choose who you think her best friend is, her closest ally, who she would not want to eliminate, or you can just choose anyone.
If you can pretend that this choice is a philosophical dilemma, a trolley problem, then it must be one. It is a sobering watch, and if any of this felt intentional or crafted, I might enjoy it. But, you know, It doesn't. It actually just feels pretty boring and sloppily constructed. I'm gonna give this one a 6 out of 10 because it made me think. Overall, I just really didn't like this episode, not only because the trolley problems weren't interesting, but also because it was so padded. 4 dull dilemmas over the course of an hour, me no like.
Oh my god, an hour?
And with that, we're on to episode 8. This one's almost too brutal. So episode 8, I think, is one of the most tragic episodes of the whole series. It's just very boring and strange and unimportant, and with that dazzling sales pitch, let's crunch in. The remaining 10 contestants are told to pick a captain, and they choose Twana, the most popular person on...
That was the one that you were like bedding his wife already, right? Yeah.
On the show. She chooses one person. This guy, Michael, he did a lot of push-ups a few episodes back. That's the one thing I know about Michael. And Michael chooses someone, JC. JC then chooses someone else, and on it goes. Once everyone's been chosen, Mr. Beast reveals the game. There's $1 million pot, and in the order they were chosen, each contestant gets to take as much of that pot as they want. The contestants can't see or talk to each other. It's a game of trust and loyalty. Who would have imagined that Mr. Beast would do such a thing? Okay, so Twana takes $100,000, her fair cut of the money.
I'm taking my share, $100,000.
The next guy, Michael, takes $220,000, and the guy after him, JC, takes $650,000.
I'm gonna take 650.
Whoa! Okay.
After that, the game is effectively over, right? Everyone else gets a pittance, and they're all mad at JC.
I thought everyone was going to be smart enough to play fair and all take $100,000, because that's a lot of money for each of us.
So look, there's a lot I can forgive from this episode. I can forgive that it's completely pointless to the show as a whole, that by the end of it, we're no closer to seeing who wins that sweet $5 million. Do I love that? No. Am I okay with it? Sure, it's fine. I can forgive that the only interesting choice in the episode happens around 20 minutes in when JC takes a bunch of money. That after this point, there's basically no tension or conflict at all. We're just watching people take a few $1,000s and getting mad. Do I like that? Not really. Does it make me mad? No. I can forgive that it's yet another dumb altruism game that bores me to tears.
I'm sorry, guys. I had to put my family first.
We all have family.
Tell us what you got. I took 650,000.
Oh my god, I thought you were my best friend, JC. I didn't think you were in it for the money. Let's spend the entire episode, like 15 full minutes, 3 separate scenes, yelling at this annoying man. By the way, if you're curious why I call JC annoying, it's because he said this in the last episode.
Yeah, he's like, how could you, dude?
Not in this for material things. I'm 50 years old. I have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old. You know that. I want time. Money's not going to buy me health, but I'm tired of trading my time for money.
I'm not in this for material things. I just want goods and services. Do I like...
I mean, that's what money is, dude. I thought he's like...
Like that? No. Can I accept it? Here's what I can't forgive, though. Mr. Beast here wants to put on this strategy game where the players have to weigh their relationships with each other against their desire to make money. This is probably the first time that such a concept could really work on this show. The first time there are few enough contestants that we could actually explore their relationships, see them talk to, and strategize with each other. So what does Jimmy do? Well, he puts them in different rooms, and he doesn't let them communicate. We don't get to see the cast have relationships. We don't get to see how much they like each other. We just see them quietly picking different sums of money. That's it. Why? To what end? Mr. Beast, how am I supposed to engage with your cast if you don't let me see them with each other? How am I supposed to feel the stinging taste of betrayal if I have no...
He just loves solitary confinement. He loves putting people in a box. And then money in a box with some LEDs around it. Yeah. Making someone else look greedy, and he's like, ooh, don't look at me.
No sense of pre-existing loyalty. Like, I understand that you saw the movie The Platform and enjoyed that. I saw it too. I thought it was fine. But that doesn't mean you can just remake that movie without thinking about how it's going to actually play narratively. We are 3 episodes from the end, and it is still nothing. 3 out of 10. Let's move on. Episode 9. You're not gonna believe how brutal this one gets. So for the most part, I kind of like episode 9 of Beast Games. Again, it's essentially a one-game episode, and again, that game is a psychology-based voting thing, but I think it's pretty okay for what it is. The remaining contestants are split into 10 rooms, and they have to vote 6 people through to the next round. Each time someone's voted through, they're removed from the voting pool. They can also bribe the other contestants with money they got from the last episode. So why do I like this game? Well, it's because it's the first time I feel in any way connected to these players, feel like I can place them within the game that they're playing. And here, I'll just zoom in on one moment, my favorite. So there's this guy who's trying to convince the other 9 contestants that they should alternate their votes for who gets through based on gender.
I think it would be a good idea to do girl, boy, girl, boy. Like, to be fair. The thing is people are talking about doing girl, boy, girl, boy.
And he does this for scheming Machiavellian reasons.
We're not going to push 453 and 566 through because they were selfish and took more money than anybody else.
So assuming 453 and 566 are lost causes, an alternating vote between genders may seem like a call for fairness, but it actually increases 930's chances to take the next seat.
So that's kind of a silly plan, right? I wouldn't expect something like that to work, and indeed it doesn't work. The contestants almost immediately say that they're not interested in this skewed gender equality thing, and that's that.
You do know when you guys go boy, girl, that leaves 3 girls at the very end.
Yeah, dude, forget about that. Forget about that. Patrick is tripping.
Still, it's a crumb, right? It's a fucking crumb. It's exciting to see someone have a thought about how they're gonna play a game. Exciting that.
And then also watch it fail. Yeah.
One of these games allows people to concoct, somewhat interesting strategies. Is it the best thing I ever watched? No, but I at least think it aligns with the kind of show that MrBeast was trying to create. One that calls on the players to interact with each other in interesting.
But even saying that he tried to create it, this is the first time they've ever actually really shown, well, based off of the summary so far, they've actually devoted time to showing this, right?
In conniving ways. I appreciate that. I think it's a winning moment. And that's not the only bit I enjoy. I like watching this guy, Jeff, distribute his small amount of money to get everyone on his side.
Okay, I want to let you know, I did. For you, Queen, Courtney, and Gage, I just sent you guys $750. That was the excess amount I took over what I should have taken. It'll even everything out, and it'll make me feel much better, even if it's not a ton of money.
I like seeing this guy lie about who he's voting for to secure a spot in the finale.
Why'd you lie? Court, I was played too. You were played too?
I did this purely for strategy.
It works okay. It's watchable. I'd say 7 out of 10. Still, the episode isn't perfect. For one thing, Jimmy says this about one of the contestants.
Everyone seemed genuinely happy that Emma, arguably the most innocent player, was able to secure her spot in the final 6.
And there's just something about that I don't like to hear. I don't have the words to articulate why, but hearing Jimmy Beast refer to this woman I know nothing about as one of the most innocent people on the show, it does me some kind of psychological damage. But more importantly, surprise, there's another game in episode 9. And I hate it. The players are presented with an opportunity. If one of them wants to, they can flip a coin. If they call it correctly, they double the show's grand prize, making it $10 million. If they call it incorrectly, though, they're eliminated from the show.
Do you want to step forward, flip a coin, and double the already largest grand prize in history to even bigger?
In the end, one guy decides to go for it, and he gets the flip right. The pot is doubled.
It's tails!
So I don't know if my aversion to this game is justified. After all, there is a thrill in this coin flip, and it's obviously fun that the guy manages to add $5 million to the grand prize. Still, I just hate presenting obviously horrible, disadvantageous choices to players. Like, obviously, this guy should not be taking this coin flip. It doesn't increase the amount of money he's likely to win on the show, it's a ridiculous gamble, and of course, the marginal value of $5 million on a human life is much more meaningful than the value of, another $5 million. Like, you're not going to be twice as happy to receive $10 million as you would be to receive 5, right? For these reasons, MrBeast's proposition pisses me off.
That diminishing returns element, yeah. It would be something like, and if you get it right, you also just get 100 G's put on your thing or whatever. That way it's at least, I don't know, some kind of skin or whatever.
And watching the other contestants vaguely manipulate this guy into taking the coin flip.
Hype up. Say it with all your chest.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah?
If you feel it, do it. Don't think twice about it.
That pisses me off too. Like, by this point in the show, I'm basically supposed to root for these people, but now I have to watch them explain to this guy that they're getting good energy off of Tails.
I'm feeling the energy off of it. Like, it feels good. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it feels good.
It does.
Ooh.
It's nasty. I hate to see it. 3 out of 10, I think. And now, oh fuck, we're on to episode 10. The Beast Games finale. Game 1. The remaining 6 contestants stand in front of 6 pillars. In order of when they were voted off the building in the last episode, they get to choose which pillar they want to stand on. Then, they take turns trying to throw balls in the tubes of other contestants. If they get a ball in a tube, the player goes home. 2 contestants are eliminated this way. So I don't have much to say about the body of this game. It seems comically difficult to get these balls into these tubes, which makes the whole thing just last a really long time.
It's nothing personal.
No, the only part I find questionable happens at the very start, where the players choose which platforms they want to stand on. Players on Beast Games are very often not given enough information to make clever or strategic choices. Whenever the contestants have to pick a captain, for example, Jimmy just tells them, this is really important, pick well because it matters.
And to kick this off, I need you guys to elect a captain. And I need you guys to all vote for who will receive the key to house number 1. I need you guys to agree on a leader.
But he doesn't tell them why it matters, never gives them much information. This has annoyed me to different extents for the entire show, because I feel like it's usually wasting an opportunity to add some much needed depth to the game. If the players had knowledge about what was to come, maybe they could construct some interesting schemes or have some tense conversations, and I'd like to see more of that. Anyway, this creative choice, this refusal to give his participants info about the game to come, never feels worse than it does here with this game.
You will choose which one of these pillars you want to stand on. You might not realize it yet, but it's actually a very important decision.
Mr. Beast says this is an important choice, but it's basically not a choice at all, is it?
This is
In
RNG.
the end, I think players are slightly advantaged by choosing the outside pillars because it makes their tubes worse targets. But it's like, how on earth are they supposed to know that? What mental faculty are they supposed to use to make an intelligent decision here?
Okay, she's heading over here. What do you think about the corner platform?
This whole sequence is a waste of time luck game masquerading as something more than that, and man, that's a truly common theme on this show, isn't it? Maybe it's even a harbinger of things to come later in this very episode, who's to say? Anyway, I'll give this game 4 out of 10. I think it's earned that. Game 2. The remaining 4 contestants watch a pattern emerge on a grid. If one of them wants to, they can choose to, by memory, walk across that pattern. If they succeed, they get to the next round and get to eliminate a player of their choosing. If they fail, they're done. So this game is kind of iconic because the woman who does it just flops out immediately.
Is it correct?
Doesn't remember the very first square she's supposed to walk on.
Oh no!
That's crazy, dude. Imagine getting Beast Games like...
Did the pattern... There's like so many bricks here. I'm like, this had so many squares, and then I watch her walk on it, and is it the same numbers? It feels like it's so much less. 3, 6, 7, 8. 3, 6. I guess that would be, yeah. I don't know. It just seemed like there were so many more. I guess that's just perspective difference.
Doesn't remember the very first square she's supposed to walk on.
Oh no!
That's crazy, dude. Imagine getting Beast Games like that. This is probably the most difficult challenge on the whole show, at least mentally. Like, memorizing a bunch of stuff is hard, and it's the sort of thing that could appear in an actual game show that, that people enjoy. So there's something fitting, almost satisfying, about how much of a bust it is.
Too low.
I'm gonna give it a 5 out of 10. Game 3. Okay, so the last 50 players of the game all voted on their least favorite contestant of the final 3. Now, these guys have a choice to make. Either one of them willingly leaves the show and gets $1 million, or the most disliked person is just eliminated.
And with $10 million on the line, why win 1 when you can win 10?
In the end, this guy Gage chooses to take the money, and that makes sense. The other 2 remaining contestants, Twana and Jeff, both seem quite a lot more popular than he does. But then there's a bit of a twist. Actually, Twana was voted the least popular contestant. This poor schlub sacrificed himself and got $1 million even though he didn't have to. Wow. So this game is perfectly fine to watch. A popularity vote at the end of the competition makes enough sense, and even though I wish I knew why people voted the way they did, it probably doesn't matter that much. I like the twist. It's exciting. I like how Jeff and Twana both act like it's so sad for this guy to win $1 million on a reality show. It's kind of good.
Gage, I'm telling you, it might not be you. I love you.
Won't do this game.
We're giving hugs?
What?
I love her.
6 out of 10. Okay, we are on to game 4 now, the final game. This decides who wins $10 million. And I'm gonna talk about it. Of course, I'm going to talk about it. But first, I want to share something with you, and I do think it's relevant. So one thing I tracked across this entire show is a theoretical player who I will call Chillboy. Chillboy has one goal on this show, and it's to get as far as possible by doing as little as possible. He's a relaxed and sleepy man, he's not good at anything, and he doesn't like to play games. So let me now walk you through this entire show one more time, and I'm going to describe to you Chillboy's journey. In episode 1, Chillboy is feeling great. He just sits there on his pillar. He doesn't sacrifice himself. He doesn't take any bribes. He's just resting for most of this episode. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're pondering. Don't contestants in the first episode have to stack blocks? Won't that be a pretty substantial challenge to Chillboy? Well, that seems true, but lucky for Chillboy, it's not. Enough players just knock their towers over that you don't have to touch these blocks. The optimal strategy is actually for Chillboy to continue resting.
Over 100 towers have fallen, which means if your tower is currently knocked over, you might still be in.
Episode 2. This one's even better for Chillboy. There's the challenge where players have to self-sacrifice and make their team win, and since Chillboy's taking a nap, nobody's gonna bother him. He gets lucky. He gets on the winning team. He's through to the next episode. Episode 3 is honestly where boys become men. Chillboy is put in a room with 2 other players and one of them has to leave. He can't just sleep. He needs to do something to assure his survival in this game. Luckily though, that's not too hard. Most players just flip a coin or roll dice or whatever to decide who loses, so he just does that and lives to fight another day. It's great. In episode 4, contestants play games and the winners choose people to come with them to the private island. So Chillboy, who's a pretty nice guy I guess, is one of the 20 people who just get chosen this way. That's it.
It's gonna be 4-5-3.
4-5-3?
If that's too hard though, if Chillboy was too sleepy to make any friends at all, there's actually another way he could skate by. There's a challenge where players have to balance a glass object and all the teams who try this fail, so lucky for Chillboy, the optimal strategy yet again is just to take another little nap and wait for the challenge to be over. Chillboy's snoozing. Either way, Chillboy's on to episode 5, and this is one he's pretty excited for because he can just choose not to try to win the private island. That's easy. Chillboy skates through.
Do you want a chance at a $1.8 million private island?
No.
Episode 6, there's a game of chance. Chillboy chooses to play it. He lucks out. Congratulations, Chillboy. Episode 7, this is the trolley problem one. Nobody puts Chillboy on the tracks. People just kind of forget about him. Easy peasy. He's snoozing. Episode 8, nobody sent home, so yet another sweet rest tape for Chillboy. He needed this. He's been exerting himself lately. Episode 9, so in this one, Chillboy needs to be voted through by the other players. And I'd say this is probably Chillboy's hardest episode. There's probably some skill involved in rallying the other contestants. There's a reason I think it's the best episode. Still, Chillboy could easily squeak through, right? After all, only 4 out of 10 people are eliminated this round, and 2 of those people chose to take a bunch of money in the last episode. So I think Chillboy is a really good shot of getting through. I mean, he's a good guy. He's not a bad guy, he's just tired. And now we're back to the finale. In the first game, Chillboy stands there while people throw balls in each other's tubes. In the second, he doesn't try to memorize the pattern, obviously. He's literally sleepy. And in the third, he doesn't take the bribe. Chillboy has now made it to the last game of the last episode of this entire show, and what did he have to do? Like nothing. That's crazy. It is crazy that in a show called Beast Games, a show about playing fun games, there are this many opportunities to take a little nap. To be clear, I'm not saying either of these 2 final players took the Chillboy path, that they literally did nothing in 10 episodes. But that's also not
Chillboy's a
that
Nepo
far
baby?
from the truth. For example, one of the finalists in the show, Jeff, didn't do much of anything. In episode 2, he stands quietly while another team drops a ball on the floor. I guess that counts as something. And in episode 6, he helps his team pull a big truck. Besides that, he's basically Chillboy. With few exceptions, it's extremely easy to progress through this game if you have 3 traits. First, a few people who like you. Second, a willingness to keep playing and not take a bribe. Third, Luck. A lot of luck. So, okay, what do you think the last game is? Do you think that Chillboy is going to have to bring his A game? Mr. Beast brings in 10 suitcases. Each round, one player puts a check for $10 million in one of the suitcases, and the other has to guess which suitcase has the money. Luckily for him, the first suitcase Jeff picks, number 6, has the $10 million. Jeff wins the game. Look, I'm not going to deny that it's kind of entertaining that Jeff won with his very first pick, and I think it's fortunate for the show that it went down that way. It makes his win feel intentional. It makes it seem like he was really good at reading Twana.
1 in 10 chance. Did you read her like a book?
Still, design-wise, this feels like nothing. For one thing, we have no idea, honestly, why Jeff chose suitcase number 6. Maybe he read Twana like a book, or maybe, maybe he didn't. Maybe, as Jeff says, he just thought 6 was kind of an inconspicuous number.
I think this number's special to her. I think that's one of the reasons why it is.
Jeff said in a later interview that number 6 was a lucky number for him, the number of words in his prayer, the number of his bunk. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe the guy has a lucky number. But also, what do these players even do? Like, as a viewing experience, what makes this feel clever or tactical or whatever? Jeff just asks, is the money in this suitcase?
Did you put it in 5?
And Twana's like, I don't know. Maybe.
I might have.
And then he does it again, and that's it. When Jeff does pick the right suitcase, Mr. Beast says this.
You play tested this game dozens and dozens and dozens of times. It usually went like 5 or 6 rounds.
And I think that's pretty revealing. Like, yeah, of course he thought that this game would go like 6 rounds. That's a number of rounds that makes choosing the right case by chance more likely than not. Because as much as he likes to pretend otherwise, Mr. Beast knows that what we're watching here is just a guy picking a number. It's a 3 out of 10. In the final episode of Beast Games, Mr. Beast gives this speech about the themes of his show, and I'm going to play at least some of it here.
Beast Games was created with a purpose. In its purest form, its existence is a sandbox of the 1,000 different stories, of the 1,000 different players, all here for the same thing. Each and every player, whether they wanted to or not, made choices. Choices of whether to walk away for personal gain. Choices to elect their leaders. And choices of which of their friends deserve to stay. To calculate the millions, possibly billions of decisions made by these players is impossible.
So I haven't stopped thinking about this little speech for the last few weeks, and that's because there's something I find opaque, almost incomprehensible about it. First of all, that's a lie, isn't it? The point of this show is not choices. It's not to show off 1,000 unique stories.
Yeah, because like someone on your row says, all right, I'm out. And then, or like, I want the money. What? You get eliminated. No choice. You didn't do shit.
Yes, people made choices on his show, but almost none of these decisions are particularly interesting or thought-provoking or complicated. Which game do you choose to play? Which players do you choose to talk to? Which player did you make captain? Did you take a bribe? Maybe on some show these choices could feel big and important, but here they don't. Here they feel meaningless. And that's because, the actual point of this show is that Mr. Beast is giving away a lot of money. That's the one idea that Jimmy cares about. There are bribes on the table, and coin flips, and Money Lion sponsorships, and $10 million, and new records being set. That is the priority. That's the theme, if you want to call it a theme. But also, why does a reality show like this need a theme? Why is Mr. Beast telling me any of this? Does Who Wants to Be a Millionaire have a complicated theme, or is that a show about getting trivia questions right? Does American Idol have a theme, or is that a show about being a good singer? Does Survivor have a theme, or is the game the theme? Is our interest in the show's mechanics enough to justify us watching it? Indeed, when you look at Mr. Beast's videos, the ones you find on YouTube, they are, for the most part, completely pointless, and I don't say that pejoratively. What is the capital P point of watching people of different ages compete for some money, or of watching a guy trying to protect a yacht? As of my writing this, Mr. Beast's most recent video is called Last to Leave Their Circle Wins $500,000, and I'm not gonna lie to you, it's fine. I had an okay time watching it, and I think a child audience would have a way better time. The contestants have to walk on a balance beam and hold their feet in the air and shoot paintballs. There's this 12-year-old Geo, and they're really funny and absolutely do not care about anyone else's need to win $500,000.
My money's going towards kids, so y'all are taking it out of their hands as well.
I'm a kid.
It's good. I'm genuinely happy when Geo wins. It's completely pointless. The tragedy of Beast Games is not that it's trash TV, it's that it's less than trash TV. A show with so little to offer its audience that at the very end, its host feels the need to look at us and say, wow, wasn't that something? Wasn't that important and deep? Wasn't that quite an adventure? Look at all the choices people made. Don't you guys love that? Don't you guys love the abstract concept of choices? And it's like, no, I don't. I like it when TV is fun. Okay, that's it. That's all I had to say about Beast Games. I hope you enjoyed it. And if you did, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe, you know? And if
especially
you really
with the vapid things. He has a bunch of, like, just like he just reviews Disney movies and shit. He also has some more political stuff, like where he looks at like Daily Wire shit. He's got an interesting perspective. And it seems like he's got a decent head on his shoulders overall. Let's see. It's almost 8 a.m. and I have to do my thing at 9 a.m., which means I also need to leave the house around 8:30ish. I wasn't sure if we wanted to watch some Roka News thing because there was a thing about Appalachia. Well, yeah, I watched this thing about. Well, that's the OBS drop plugin. I watched Nutty's video about Kick because it kind of sucks watching the person that I liked that makes all the different OBS tutorials and things get annoyed because he got banned off of Twitch for having a multi-chat plugin. And then going to Kick to try that out and then sort of not realize. I mean, like, most people don't know all the fucking weird shit behind Kick and how fucking racist and weird it is. He's talked about how a bunch of people are racist and weird on the website, but a lot of people just care about the money aspect. And the owners seem to have, like, paid him a bunch of money, or not paid him a bunch of money, but just, like, gave him partnership to start, and then also put him on the front page every single day that you streamed. And then, look, I made a little bit more money. Neat. But it kind of ignores some of the really negative aspects of Kick overall, and, like, it's kind of a selling your soul, but not even selling it for that much, it seems like, kind of thing. So hopefully he begins to see through some of the bullshit, but he's just a guy. I don't know. It's kind of a bummer, but we'll see. To some extent, I don't want to, like, yell at people to make their bag, but I do think Kick's a pretty bad website that does a pretty bad thing. But it is what it is. So I probably should just get going, or get ready to get going and prepare for that meeting with those city council members about setting up some local power thing. So I guess, what is it? I guess I think I mentioned it earlier when everybody was here, but we're doing, I live in the Tampa Bay, Florida-ish area. It's a pretty wide open area, so I'm not too worried about knowing the rough basic idea. And then, even though I don't actually technically live within the city of St. Pete, our DSA chapter has a lot of people that work specifically in that St. Pete area. We have a city council on that board. And the city of St. Pete is thinking about maybe doing a feasibility study to get rid of a corporate for money profit power company that has been raising rates, and we pay the highest rates in Florida and one of the highest states in the entire nation per kilowatt hour, and instead having a municipal city-owned power that many cities in Florida actually have. And it would be awesome in comparison, because why wouldn't you want that? So we're just trying to convince some city council members to vote along with our DSA member to, at the very least, just do a feasibility study of all things. So that's one of the measures that they're pushing for. And then also re-election thing with canvassing and all that kind of stuff. So in case anybody randomly happens to live in the Tampa Bay, Florida area, hell yeah. Would love to link up and do stuff, DSA or whatever, or just organizing in general. I've been spurred on by Cinemarxism, Central Committee, Hassan, others being like, you guys should get out there and really do some shit. And it helps to feel like, because when life fucking sucks, when things are really fucking bad, getting out there and getting something done, helping get someone into the office, helping to, get a measure passed on a thing, even if they lose, working together and seeing there are other people in your area that actually care, that does feel good. And it means you're doing something. The same way that, like, oh man, I'm out of shape, I'm gonna work out, and you're actually working out, and it feels good that you're at least trying something, right? That's the good thing. That's the upside that you can find. Whenever I finish a day, I try to be like, okay, one of the good things that you can do is, like, for me, I have a to-do lists here and there. I have these little side things, and a lot of times I don't get things done off of them, but every now and then you get past a little bit of the depression, or you get past a little bit of the procrastination, and you find one or two things to get done, and then you're like, damn, I went to the bank and I did that bullshit or whatever. I called the water company and got that weird thing sorted out, or whatever the fuck your little random bullshit is. Even if it's just caught up on a bunch of chores and got a little bit ahead of the curve, find something that you want to do. Find something that's on your list and take care of it. Let's see. Probably makes the most sense to go to Celtic Thickness or Celt Thickness. They're Irish. They have a little leprechaun VTuber. So I'll just send the viewers over there. I know that people want to probably keep going with some of the politics stuff. And I'm not sure how long they go for, whatever. They'll only be going for like 3.5 hours or so. So they'll probably be going on for a while. And eventually they'll also raid out in case people aren't still here. But yeah, thanks for coming. I appreciate all the follows. Everyone's been fucking awesome. Oh, you were? Hell yeah. Yeah, I've been rated in there a few times from a few different places. Maple Takes, Left Hand Politics, Gremlo. I was, there's a bunch of different people out there that do, like, Jason D100 does more like pop culture talking stuff. So maybe that was a better fit for Carter's audience, whoever it is. There's a whole bunch of different people out there, whatever it is. But yeah, I appreciate all the follows. I usually try to stream usually right around the ending time or after Carter already. So if that fits into people's schedules and the vibes are matching, hell yeah. I don't do too much hard politics stuff. I do more of the kind of adjacent to, but then kind of fun. And then I end up watching a Big Joel video because I'm getting through the night. But yeah, get something done off your list. I always do a salute for some reason. I don't know why I had that urge. Enjoy the Celtic raid, and hopefully see you later at some point. Bye-bye. And I had to end the YouTube one.
Mirrors what we would imagine all